Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Your phoenix is called Field. What a beautiful boy. Dumbledore looked at the phoenix standing on Peter's shoulder and said with a smile, "When you have time, Peter, bring him to my office and spend more time with my fox. When I get along, she has followed me for so many years, and she has always been lonely. I'll go when I have time." Peter nodded with a smile, complaining in his heart that Fox, who looks like a turkey, is not worthy of my Field at all. Dumbledore had to hold Harry Potter and go back the same way. But Peter was directly sent back to the requirement room by Field again. What happened to Peter? Did it go well? How did we see the Dark Lord's name suddenly disappear? Did you kill him? As soon as Peter appeared in the response room, several of his companions gathered around, excited asked. No, just Quirrell turned to ashes and Voldemort escaped again as a ghost. And Harry Potter was knocked unconscious by him, Peter replied. What? Harry Potter is injured. Is it serious? How's the situation now? Several partners asked worriedly. Don't worry, you should have seen Dumbledore there just now. He checked Harry out, he just passed out, and he's fine. It won't take long for him to wake up alive again. Peter soothed. When the friends heard that Dumbledore was also there, they immediately put their hearts back again. Immediately, several partners were full of curiosity and kept asking Peter. They were very curious about the things in the restricted area. Listening to the chattering voices around, Peter's head hurt a little. He quickly waved his hands to stop them from continuing to ask questions and said, "It's very late now, you all go back to rest. We will get together again tomorrow, and then you can tell you everything you want to ask." Seeing that Peter was indeed a little tired, the partners stopped asking questions, endured curiosity, and left the response room together. The next day, before Peter told his companions what happened in the penalty area, the news of the Harry Potter trio breaking into the restricted area alone spread like wildfire. In just one morning's work, the teachers and students of the school soon knew about it. Ronald Weasley, in particular, was discharged straight from the hospital after Mrs. Pomfrey's brief treatment. Surrounded by the crowd, he returned to Gryffindor House like a hero. Ronald, who has never received such attention, has fallen into this beautiful life that is sought after by others. He was in the common room, standing on a chair, talking impassively about their breakthrough in the restricted area. And how bravely and cleverly he won the giant chessboard level and successfully let them enter the next level. Except for Harry Potter, who was still lying in the hospital and couldn't wake up from the madness. Both Ronald and Hermione have received the attention and admiration of the entire school. Harry Potter, the protagonist of this incident, had previously kept away from his classmates because of the deduction of points. Changed attitude again. Each one brought their own gifts and went to the school infirmary to visit Harry Potter. Peter also followed the Weasley twins to visit Harry Potter, who was still in a coma. According to Madame Pomfrey, it may take 2 or 3 days for Harry Potter to wake up. This made Fred and George, the 2 Quidditch batters, frown since they came out of the school infirmary. Because tomorrow there's a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. If Harry Potter doesn't wake up tomorrow, Gryffindor has no seekers and will lose. In this regard, Peter hypocritically comforted that it was Harry Potter's body that was more important. As for Quidditch matches, it's better to focus on participating. For this comfort, the twins directly gave Peter a roll of eyes. Don't think they don't know, if Gryffindor loses to Hufflepuff tomorrow, Slytherin will win the Quidditch Cup. This year's Quidditch match, because of Harry Potter's participation, Slytherin lost to Gryffindor at the beginning. But with Peter's support, the last 2 games against Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were both won by a wide margin. So, if Gryffindor loses to Hufflepuff in tomorrow's game, Slytherin will be in first place. The Quidditch Cup will undoubtedly be in their hands. Coupled with the current college scores, Slytherin Yao occupies the first place, opening a big gap with other colleges. Not to mention Gryffindor, who is at the bottom of the ranking, now has a score of only 100 points. This is still hard-earned by the efforts of several academic masters, such as Hermione Granger and Percy Weasley. So if there is no accident, this year's Academy Cup and Quidditch Cup will fall into the hands of Slytherin again. In view of this, Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, kept running to the school infirmary with an anxious expression. Oliver is sitting in front of the unconscious Harry Potter bed, looking like he wants to wake him up. This made Madame Pomfrey so mad, she threw Oliver Wood out and forbade him to visit again. In a later chat with the twins, Peter learned that Oliver prayed to Merlin all night in order to win tomorrow's game, hoping that Harry Potter would wake up before the Quidditch match. But his prayers apparently didn't work, and Harry Potter couldn't come out of the school infirmary until the game officially started. So even though the Gryffindor team desperately wanted to score points to widen the gap with Hufflepuff, there was still no miracle. Today's luck was on Hufflepuff. Cedric, as Hufflepuff's seeker, successfully caught the golden snitch after half an hour of the game and ended the game. 0. Ask for flowers. Finally, this year's Quidditch competition officially came to an end. With each house losing a game, Slytherin managed to win the Quidditch Cup with the most points. Although Gryffindor lost the Quidditch Cup, no one complained about Potter this time. After all, he successfully stopped Professor Quirrell's conspiracy. Gryffindor's natural hero worship. As for Peter's involvement in this restricted area, no one else knew about it except for a few of his comrades and Dumbledore. And several of his partners, at his request, did not publicize this matter. As for Dumbledore, he wouldn't take the initiative to say it. So far, the other students didn't know that Peter also entered the restricted area. And Harry Potter woke up the day after the Quidditch match. Point 0. It was only after Dumbledore's loving magical explanation that he saw his two companions, and learned from it that he had missed the Quidditch match and that he had defeated Professor Quirrell. But I didn't beat Professor Quirrell. You are wrong. Peter beat Quirrell and Voldemort. Harry Potter explained excitedly. He didn't expect that when he woke up, the credit for Peter York would go to him. It made him very upset and ashamed. Hearing his words, Hermione and Ronald were also dumbfounded. They didn't enter the last level, and naturally they didn't see Peter. Naturally, it was Harry who managed to defeat Professor Quirrell. But we only saw Headmaster Dumbledore bring you back, and we didn't see Peter. Hermione and Ronald said in surprise, and we asked if it was Professor Quirrell that Harry defeated, and Headmaster Dumbledore acquiesced. Dumbledore acquiesced? Harry Potter asked in surprise. Then why hasn't Peter refuted this matter these days? After all, this matter has already spread to everyone. Ronald said in a puzzled way. After all, in his understanding, no one would know such an honor. Give up. I think maybe Peter doesn't want to make himself famous. After all, he's already very famous now. Hermione speculated, I think he usually rarely appears in everyone's eyes. Maybe he doesn't care about it as false name. But I don't want such a fake name either. And it's someone else's credit. Harry Potter said excitedly, if Peter thinks I'm deliberately taking his credit, what should I do? How will I face him in the future? 39. Harry, take it easy. Peter came to see you yesterday, and if he was angry, he wouldn't come to see you. Hermione reassured, we just need to clear this up and it'll be fine. Go. After being discharged from the hospital, Harry Potter, with his two companions, kept explaining that it was Peter, not himself, who defeated Quirrell in the end. He even came to apologize to Peter, explaining that he didn't want to take his credit. Peter looked at Harry Potter with a guilty face in front of him and couldn't help laughing. Harry, you don't have to be sorry. It's not your fault. Besides, you could have defeated Quirrell without my participation. Headmaster Dumbledore should have told you that Quirrell can't touch you. At that time, you had already abolished one of his hands, which made me a bargain. Speaking of which, I should thank you for making me take revenge. You may not know that at Christmas, Quirrell gave me a deadly gift, which killed one of my seniors innocently and almost died. Peter explained, looking at Harry's puzzled eyes. Deadly gift? Really? Harry asked in surprise. I mean, why would Quirrell give you such a gift? You're just a student after all. 160, because I discovered his secret back then. He wanted to kill me to keep it secret. Peter said with a smile. Peter, you discovered his secret so early. It's amazing, Ronald said in surprise. Peter, Voldemort said you learned dark magic from him. Is that true? You really learned dark magic from him? Harry Potter hesitated and finally asked with a complicated expression. What, Peter, you learned black magic? Black magic is very evil. Is it fake? Hermione exclaimed. She hadn't heard Harry say it. Hearing Potter's question, Peter wasn't much surprised. After all, when Voldemort said this, he knew this day would come. He smiled and nodded and said, Yes, I have been studying black magic with Voldemort a lot this semester, of course, only within the theoretical scope. After all, these black magics are very dangerous and easy to learn. Peter, you can't do this. Black magic is evil. You will become a dark wizard. Ronald said in horror and worry. Looking at his expression, it was as if Peter would become a dark wizard at any time. Peter, I've read in books that many wizards become dark wizards because they learned black magic. You must forget about the dark magic you have learned, Hermione said with a worried look. Peter looked at them as if they were terminally ill, shook his head amusingly, and explained, You are confusing black magic with dark wizards. Black magic is magic that is powerful and has no anti-curse, but no just 3 unforgivable curses. And dark wizards are those wizards who do bad things. Point 35. The two are not directly related. People who know black magic are not necessarily black wizards, and black wizards may not even know black magic. Looking at the 3 people's still incomprehensible expressions, Peter said, You just need to remember that people who know black magic are not necessarily dark wizards. Even Dumbledore has some understanding of black magic. You don't need to avoid black magic. Viper. How is this possible? How can Dumbledore know black magic? He is the greatest white wizard. The 3 of them said with disbelief. In their hearts, Dumbledore is a great image, and they will never touch this kind of black magic. White magic refers to those magics that have no lethal power and positive emotions like quick healing, Patronus charm. Do you expect Dumbledore to use these magics to defeat the enemy and become the most powerful magician? Peter asked with a smile. Road. And there is also a Durmstrang, which is as famous as Hogwarts, where black magic is taught. Do you think that the students in that school are all dark wizards? The 3 of them were stunned by Peter's words. Although they always felt that something was wrong, they felt that what Peter said was quite reasonable. The 3 eventually left. I finally got away. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. On the last night before leaving the school held a grand dinner. Thanks to Peter's frequent delivery of house elf recipes, in the past 2 years, teachers and students in the school have tasted almost all the food from all over the world, and their mouths are full. Almost as soon as they go back from the holiday, the students miss the dishes in the school very much, especially in Britain, which is known as the gourmet desert. When the little wizards return home, their food intake is greatly reduced. Tonight's dinner, the main course is Huxia food. After 2 years of training, the Huxia cooking skills of the house elves have improved by leaps and bounds, and all the students can't wait to have a banquet. But first, it needs to be announced that tonight's Academy Cup champion belongs. The Slytherin students were beaming, and the auditorium was already decorated with silver green, and on the wall behind the rostrum of the auditorium hung a huge tapestry embroidered with a giant silver snake. The classmates around Peter, shoving cups and holding cups filled with pumpkin juice, celebrated each other, celebrating Slytherin's 7th consecutive championship. Peter, as the head of the academy and the biggest contributor to the academy's grades, many students came to offer him the pumpkin juice, which made him worry that his stomach would be full of the pumpkin juice before he had eaten dinner. Compared to Slytherin's festive atmosphere, the atmosphere in the Gryffindor next door was a bit low, and their academy scores were the last. The Quidditch Cup, which could have been won, was also lost because there was no seeker in the last game. Although no one blamed Harry Potter, he had been sitting in his seat silently. Dumbledore stood up, and the students in the auditorium fell silent. Before we eat, I'll announce this year's Academy Cup winners. 4th Gryffindor, 110 points. 3rd Hufflepuff, 350 points. 2nd Ravenclaw, 395 points. First Slytherin, 470. Upon hearing the ranking, Slytherin students immediately cheered excitedly. Yeah, Slytherin's classmates did a good job, Dumbledore said with a smile, but recent events also count. As soon as the words fell, the Slytherin student's expression became somber, feeling unwell, and became quiet. Peter sat in the first place, looking at Dumbledore calmly. He wanted to see what Dumbledore would do. First of all, Ronald Weasley. He played the most powerful game of chess and sacrificed himself, and I reward him with 100 points, Dumbledore said, looking at Ronald with a smile. Gryffindor suddenly boiled. Ronald, who was hit by a pie from the sky, was surrounded by the surrounding people with a dreamy face. And the twins and Percy shouted excitedly, "This is my brother." Slytherin's side was dead silent, and the Deputy Chief Anthony Clyde on the side asked Peter a little uneasy, "Chief, what should I do?" "Don't worry, let's see what the principal has to do first," Peter said calmly, squinting. Dumbledore looked at the cheering Gryffindor below, smiled happily, and then said, "Hermione Granger, use her ingenuity to help her partner get through every crisis. Reward 100 points." The Gryffindor cheered again. Harry Potter, with his fearless courage, defeated the enemy and prevented the conspiracy from happening. Reward 150 points. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter below kindly and announced. The Gryffindor burst into cheers, and everyone looked at Harry Potter with admiration and patted him on the shoulder. "Chief, Gryffindor is now 43.260 points, only 10 points away from us." The surrounding students were even more disturbed. "Calm down, look again." Peter frowned and said lightly, but he exuded an imposing manner. The surrounding chiefs calmed down. Only Draco, the first-year chief, said impatiently, "If this old fellow, Dumbledore, dares to give our house cup to Gryffindor, I will definitely tell my dad." "Peter, what are you going to do if Dumbledore really gives the house cup to Gryffindor?" Third-year Chief Alan asked, leaning over to Peter. As a roommate of 3 years, he could sense that Peter was not happy now. "He's the principal, what else can I do?" Peter said with his hands spread out, but then his eyes turned cold and he said with a smile, "But if this is the case, then we Slytherin will completely give up the competition for the Academy Cup in the future. Let them do other things. College fight. After all, the credits we have worked so hard to earn are not as good as the reward of a word from the principal." Upon hearing this, the chief said indignantly, "Yes, we won't fight in the future." When the school started, Dumbledore repeatedly refused to allow students to enter the restricted area. Now the 3 Potters violate the school rules and catch any thieves, and they can reward so many credits. Then what credits are you going to earn? Well, there is no conclusion yet. Be quiet first. Let's see the situation. Peter motioned for silence around him. Dumbledore didn't seem to notice the situation below, opened his hand happily and said, "Finally, I want to say that we all need great courage to face the enemy, but to stand firm in front of our friends, we need even greater courage." I'll give Neville Longbottom 10 points for this. So, if I'm not wrong, the decorations here need to be changed. Dumbledore clapped his hands. Half of the decorations in the auditorium turned golden red. Dumbledore was very happy to announce, tonight Slytherin and Gryffindor both won the House Cup. Immediately, the students of Gryffindor burst into thunderous applause. There's a weird atmosphere on the Slytherin side. They didn't lose the House Cup, but it felt weird to share the victory with Gryffindor. "Chief, what should I do now?" a grade chief below asked stupidly. They thought that Dumbledore would definitely find another reason to give Gryffindor a higher score than Slytherin, and thus win the House Cup. But the current situation is that Slytherin has not lost the Academy Cup, but just has one more sharer. It is not a problem to let them make trouble, and it is not a problem if they don't make trouble. What else can we do? Celebrate. Celebrate our college winning the College Cup for 7 consecutive years, Peter said angrily. Now this situation, although hurting the interests of Slytherin, does not touch the bottom line. Most students will choose to settle down. Peter turned his head and saw it. Dumbledore raised his glass to himself with a smile. Peter was almost out of anger. This old fox. Just say it in favor of Gryffindor. The big deal is that we don't play it. What does it mean to make a double-yolked egg? With the opinion of Peter, the head of the academy, Slytherin regained their vitality again and happily celebrated each other, but the focus of the celebration was on winning the championship. Things subsided. Peter ate his food lazily, then looked at Anthony Clyde, who had graduated, and asked, "Anthony, what is your direction after graduation? Go back to help the family with the business, or go to work at the Ministry of Magic?" "Chief, I have received an invitation from the Ministry of Magic's Department of International Magical Cooperation, and I will go there for an internship and then become a full-time employee," Anthony Clyde said with a little smugness. "Then congratulations. It is very difficult to join the Ministry of Magic, let alone the Department of International Magical Cooperation." Peter smiled and congratulated. "Thank you," Anthony said with a happy look on his face. "This semester, you managed Slytherin in an orderly manner so that I, the irresponsible chief, can be lazy," Peter said with a smile, and then said with a sad face, "You have graduated, and you don't know who to look for next semester. Come help me? Do you have any good recommendations, Anthony?" Anthony Clyde thought for a while and said, "The 6th grade Chief William Orff is a good candidate, and he does things seriously. There is also the 5th grade Chief Troy Jackson, which can also be considered. Of course, you need to choose the chief yourself." "I'll think about it. Thank you for your suggestion." Peter nodded after hearing this. He and Anthony Clyde got along well this year. Anthony is an interesting person, and he will report to him in advance if there is any big thing, never overstepping his authority. Now that he is left after graduation, Peter is a little reluctant. After all, it's hard to find such a good worker, and he's lazy and doesn't want to worry about those trivial things at all. As for not being the chief, Peter thinks the happiest are those extreme purebloods. If a pureblood becomes the chief, I am afraid a lot of trouble will come. Therefore, when he is still in the school, it is better for him to be the chief of the academy. On the day of leaving school, Peter and his friends got together again. "Seriously, I've been hoping they forgot to send this to us." Fred threw on the table the notice for underage wizards not to use magic outside of school, sent by Professor McGonagall, and reluctantly signed it. On the name, "You're a wizard family, and you'll be fine if you use it." Peter quickly signed his name, then rolled his eyes and said, "It's not like me. I'm the only wizard around. What kind of magic is used? The Ministry of Magic, the Division for the Prohibition of Magic Abuse, knows all about it. If I'm unlucky, a wizard just happens to pass through the area where I live, and if he uses magic, it will be counted on my head." 99. Then you are really unlucky. You can't use magic for a summer vacation. Alan and Cedric looked at Peter and said with sympathy, "Don't sympathize with him. You don't know that this guy made a mess of the magic abuse department last summer." The twins directly exposed. "Don't forget that this guy knows stickless magic. Last summer, he used stickless magic recklessly at home," George said with a smile. Then he received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic for the first time. But he went straight to the Ministry of Magic and said they were falsely accusing him. Since he hadn't used his wand once in the whole summer vacation, how could he possibly release magic? Fred said with a smile, and then he directly handed the wand to the Ministry of Magic and let them examine it. Of course they didn't find anything. They had no choice but to withdraw the warning and apologize to Peter. George picked up Fred's words, then couldn't help but snorted and laughed. "My dad said that throughout the summer vacation, it is forbidden to the Department of Misuse of Magic can detect every day that magic is used in Peter's estate. But they have no evidence at all that Peter used magic, because he never used a wand once." 99. The people at the Ministry of Magic knew that Peter used magic, but because there was no evidence, they gave up monitoring Peter after more than a dozen investigations and evidence collection. Fred went on to say, "So now Peter is the most free one. No one cares how he wants to cast magic." Cedric and Alan were stunned when they heard this, and they looked at Peter with reverence in their eyes. Peter waved his hand humbly and said, "This is a loophole in the law of the magical world, because very few wizards can do magic without a wand, so when the Ministry of Magic collects evidence, they always use the wizard's wand to judge whether it is illegal. This gives I have a chance." It would be great if we could also do wandless magic. With a wave of our hands, we would be able to get down on the enemy, and we wouldn't have to worry about being disarmed and dropping the wand. The four partners said with envy on their faces. Don't think about it for now. If you have the perseverance, you can try silent magic in the summer vacation. This is very useful for improving your strength. Peter said with a smile. You think we're only in the 3rd grade, and we can't learn advanced stuff like silent spell casting. Several people collectively rolled their eyes at Peter and said in unison, It's going to be 4th grade soon. Peter corrected, and then said seriously, Next semester, the school will not be calm. You'd better strengthen yourselves, so that, even in the face of danger, you can protect yourself. 99. What did you predict? Alan asked in surprise. Several other people also looked at him curiously. After all, they had seen Peter's ability to predict. Next semester, if you don't run around, it won't be too dangerous. But there is indeed a monster that has been hidden for thousands of years, and it has been released. If you are not careful, it will kill people. Peter said seriously. After a few people heard it, they were immediately frightened and looked at Peter in horror. Peter, you mean there's a 1,000-year-old monster in the castle? Alan grabbed the point and asked hastily. Peter nodded and said to several people, You all grew up in the wizarding world. You should have heard the rumors about the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Don't you mean that the rumors of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets are true? And that monster is used by Slytherin to remove those who are not worthy of learning magic. Alan said in surprise. What's it really like? We don't know. But the Chamber of Secrets is real. There's a monster that's lived there for thousands of years, and it's very dangerous to many people. Peter said seriously, so I'll remind you now, don't be rude next semester. Especially Fred George, the two of you, stay safe next semester, and don't mess around. Don't worry, we cherish our lives very much. The twins grinned and assured. Peter, you haven't said what that monster is? Where is it hiding? Cedric asked, very disturbed. I can't tell you right now. I'm afraid that if I say too much, the future will change. That's bad. Peter shook his head and said. According to the development of the plot line, Tom Riddle's diary will fall to Ginny Weasley. Who knows, will this matter change because of his appearance? When the time comes, it will fall directly into the hands of the twins or others, then suffered. After all, in the original plotline, for a whole semester, because of all kinds of luck, all the people who encountered the basilisk were only petrified, and not a single person died. But Peter didn't dare to bet on such luck. If the bet was lost and someone died, then the responsibility would fall on him. After all, he is the only variable. Peter, you are so annoying. Don't say it halfway through, and we should be more prepared for such a dangerous thing. The twins said dissatisfiedly. Fred George, don't you like to invent? During this holiday, you will develop a prop that can give out the name of a rooster, which will be used later. 39 Peter said mysteriously. The crowing of the rooster? What's the use of it? Is it possible that the monster is still afraid of the crowing of the rooster? The twins said in puzzlement. Cedric's father works in the Department of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic, so he is familiar with some dangerous magical creatures. After hearing the twins' words, combined with Peter's previous tips, he instantly guessed what the monster Peter was talking about. He opened his mouth with horror and wanted to say something, and then saw Peter secretly shaking his head at him, motioning him not to say it. Cedric hurriedly closed his mouth, then sat quietly beside Peter, and asked in a trembling voice, Peter, are you saying that there is a basilisk that has lived for thousands of years in Hogwarts Castle? Peter nodded slightly to him and whispered back, Don't say this, it will cause panic. When I come back next semester, I will get rid of this monster as soon as possible. Don't let it have a chance to wreak havoc. Can you really solve it? That's a basilisk. Just look at his eyes and you'll die. Cedric was very worried and suggested. Or we'll write to the professors right away and say, preferably Dumbledore. He should be able to deal with this monster. Then how do you explain to them that I predicted it? Peter asked back, and then he said comfortably, Cedric, don't worry too much. It's after Halloween next semester. It's still early. Tell the professors to wait until the right moment, or they'll just think we're just talking nonsense. Okay, said, relax. If you look so nervous, George and the others will find out. Peter patted Cedric on the shoulder gently and said. The twins just turned around and asked with a smile, "What are you whispering about?" "Tell us about it too." "I'm just talking to Cedric about summer vacation, and I'll invite you over in mid-July," Peter said with a smile. When it came to this matter, everyone was instantly interested and looked at Peter with anticipation. "Peter, if you want to go to the Muggle world, what do you need to prepare?" Alan asked curiously. "That's right, tell us quickly. We've never been to the Muggle world, so don't be ready when the time comes." The twins also quickly said. Even Cedric, who was originally worried, was distracted. "You don't need to prepare anything as long as people arrive. The rest, my master will prepare it for you." 33 Peter looked at his partners and said with a smile. A group of people giggled, sitting on the Hogwarts Express, heading home. When the train stopped at platform 9 3/4, the group got off the train. Peter greeted Cedric and Ellen's parents politely, and then explained to them that he invited his friends to come to the house during the summer vacation. Peter is also well known in the magic world, and he is also a good friend of his own children, so the two families happily accepted the invitation. After saying goodbye to them, Peter left the platform with the twins and appeared outside King's Cross. "Look, Mom, I see Harry Potter." Peter heard a scream as he walked through the wall outside. Looking at the voice, I saw Ginny excitedly holding Mrs. Weasley's hand and pointing at Harry Potter, who came out with Ronald. "Don't be so rude, Ginny." Mrs. Weasley snapped and said something to Harry Potter kindly. Peter followed the twins over. Mrs. Weasley spotted Peter immediately, gave him a hug happily, and said, "Nice to meet you, Peter. You look a lot taller." 35. "Mrs. Weasley, long time no see," Peter said with a mild smile. "Mom, we are your sons. Look at us. Don't think of us as invisible people," the twins said dissatisfiedly. If you can be as nice and good as Peter, I'd be happy in my dreams," Mrs. Weasley said angrily, then glared at them with her hips on her back. "Percy said you were restless at school and even sent Harry a toilet seat." "Oh, model student Percy. He's only a snitch," the twins pouted. "If you were obedient, Percy wouldn't have written to us," Mrs. Weasley said angrily. Seeing that Mrs. Weasley was about to start a fight against the twins, Peter quickly said, "Mrs. Weasley, I would like to invite you to my manor this summer, around mid-July. Do you have time?" The twins gave Peter a grateful look. Mrs. Weasley didn't expect Peter to invite their family. She froze for a moment, then smiled more tenderly, touched Peter's head, and said, "Son, just invite George and the others. If our family goes over, it will make you very uncomfortable." Trouble. 5. "No, Mrs. Weasley, my manor is only me and my aunt. If you come to be guests, it will be more lively." Peter shook his head and said, "And this is what my aunt means. She is very grateful for the summer vacation last semester. You invited, I am a guest." Upon hearing what Peter's family meant, Mrs. Weasley accepted the invitation happily after thinking for a while. And a little nervous to ask what to do to prepare? After all, they have never dealt with Muggles. "You don't need to prepare anything, Mrs. Weasley. The manor has everything, and you can all be there when the whole family is there," Peter said with a smile. Seeing Harry Potter standing next to Ronald, he looked envious. Peter turned around and invited him. "Harry, I want to invite you as a guest too. I wonder if you have time?" Harry Potter was a little flattered. He didn't expect Peter to invite him. He nodded happily and said, "I have time at any time. I'd love to be a guest at your house. This is my manor's phone number. I will contact you in advance and ask the housekeeper to pick you up," Peter said with a smile. Harry nodded happily. He didn't want to go back to the Dursleys at all. After meeting everyone to see each other in mid-July, Peter took the lead to say goodbye, then got into the waiting car and left the station. "Peter's car is so cool. It's much better than Dad's car," Ronald said, enviously looking at Peter's car. "Do wizards drive too?" Harry asked in surprise. "No, it was a sedan that my dad got secretly from Muggles. My dad was so obsessed with Muggle stuff that he converted that sedan into a flying car and gave it to us at the start of school," Ronald explained. "Your dad is amazing," Harry exclaimed in admiration. Then he noticed that his uncle Vernon Dursley, who was in the distance, was in a bad mood in an instant. "Come here," What are you doing standing there stupidly? Vernon Dursley shouted badly when he saw Harry Potter. He stood by the car from a distance and saw the Weasley family, as if he had seen some virus. Mrs. Weasley frowned when she saw this, but she didn't want to get involved. Harry said goodbye to the Weasley family immediately, then carried his heavy luggage, came to Dursley's car and laboriously moved the salute into the car, and then was rudely stuffed into the car by Dursley and went straight away. On Peter's side, he sat lazily in the car and opened the system panel that he had not seen for a long time. Looking at the more than 100 points in the system, Peter showed a satisfied smile. The current system points are getting harder and harder to earn. It took him a whole semester to earn this point. Of course, the most important thing is that he is becoming more and more Buddhist. He is now fused with the blood of the phoenix and has the ability to be immortal. The gene of the bird snake gave him the ability to grow bigger and smaller. The gene of Bogut allowed him to deform, plus the stealth ability of the invisible beast, and the human-headed scorpion, the tailed beast's super magic resistance and strength. His life-saving ability has been fully brushed. But this time, if the system points reach 100 points, they can be exchanged for another chance of gene fusion. Peter is thinking, what kind of amazing animal genes should he choose? First of all, he didn't think about those animals with strong life-saving skills. This time he wanted to choose magical animals with strong attack power. After all, he was not very prominent in offensive magic. In fact, he most wanted to choose the Thunderbird, a close relative of Phoenix. This magnificent bird living in America, in addition to being able to sense the immediate danger, the ability to control thunder and lightning storms, made Peter very coveted. It's just that the rarity of Thunderbirds is comparable to that of Phoenixes. Even if the French Rosier family uses all their strength, they still haven't found any traces of Thunderbirds. It made Peter want to go to Zhao Zhao, Newt Scamander personally, and ask him where he released the Thunderbird he once had. Instead of finding the Thunderbird for Peter, Heyman Rogier caught a venomous leopard. It is said that hundreds of wizards managed to cure it. The poisonous leopard is a magical animal with the highest level of danger. In addition to the high magic resistance of its skin, the breath it exhales is highly toxic. There was a record that people in a Muggle town were poisoned to death overnight. At least hundreds of adult wizards are needed to subdue this dangerous magical creature at the same time. However, Peter gave up the fusion of the venomous leopard gene. After all, even a person with bad breath can only faint at most. But if he fuses the blood of the sac poison leopard, I am afraid that he can poison people to death. He doesn't want to be the person who sprays poison gas. And if you kiss in the future, do you have to be very careful? If you don't pay attention, just let your lover go straight to the sky. Peter shook his head, threw away the messy thoughts, and closed the system panel. He has already decided that this integration opportunity will be temporarily delayed for a while, and then he will prepare for it after the school starts. That's right, he was eyeing the 1,000-year-old basilisk in the secret room. Originally, he was worried that if he fused the genes of the basilisk, would his eyes become the troublesome ability to die at sight? But the system gave him a guarantee that the genes fused by the system are all controllable. In other words, he can freely control the ability of his eyes to kill. In this case, his ability is very powerful. Once he turns on the ability, he will immediately die if he looks at him. If he sees his eyes indirectly, he will also be petrified. The ability of Medusa's version. But it's just thinking about it now. Peter retracted his thoughts, looked at Welsh, the housekeeper who was driving in front, and asked with a smile, "Welsh, what happened at home recently?" "Little young master, there is not much to do, except that some nobles are asking about your whereabouts. The most interesting thing is that Miss Christine has another boyfriend." 99 Wales said with a smile. Changed again. Peter was speechless for a moment, and he couldn't help asking curiously, "Which country did you marry this time?" "He's an American Hollywood star. It's said to be quite famous, but I don't watch movies as an old man, so I don't know what he's doing." Wales shook his head and said, "But if you go back, you should be able to see him." "Well, Miss Christine seems to have invited him to the manor today." Peter had a headache in an instant, and his Aunt Kristen didn't know whose genes he inherited. Peter's grandparents and parents were very loving, but they gave birth to an alien. Peter can't even count how many boyfriends she has had. But this kind of thing, Peter is not easy to say as a junior. Besides, with the wealth of the York family, even if Aunt Christine does not marry in her lifetime, it is enough for her to live a rich life. It didn't take long for Peter to return to York Manor, and before he entered the door, he heard his aunt's giggling and a man's voice coming from inside. Aunt 177, I'm back. Peter shouted loudly outside on purpose to prevent himself from bumping into something unsuitable for children when he suddenly entered. As soon as I entered, I saw my Aunt Christine sitting with a handsome man, and the smile on her face had not yet subsided. Long time no see, Auntie. Who is this? Peter asked, pretending not to know him. The lazy state on his body disappeared, showing an elegant and gentle temperament, and he looked at the man opposite him lightly. Peter, dear nephew, long time no see and want to kill me. Kristen hugged Peter in surprise, gave him a heavy forehead kiss, and complained, You won't come back at Christmas. It's too bad I am alone. Sorry, I have something to do at that time. Peter said casually, his mouth twitching. He remembered that at Christmas, Kristen had a hot fight with his ex-boyfriend, so he didn't come back. But in front of his current boyfriend, Peter didn't debunk his aunt's words. By the way, this is my boyfriend Tom, an actor. He is a popular fried chicken in Hollywood. Christine introduced with a smile. The man stepped forward, stretched out his hand cheerfully, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Tom Cooper. Nice to meet you, little Earl of York. The last sentence was joking. Another Tom? Peter looked at this familiar man and said politely, Hello, my name is Peter August Philip Mountbatten York. Nice to meet you. Wow, your British names are so long. It's not easy to memorize them. The man said with a smile. Then he took the initiative to shake Peter's hand, looked at Peter's appearance in amazement, turned his head and said, Christine, your nephew is so handsome. No Hollywood actor can compare to him. If he goes, if Hollywood is a fool, there must be a lot of brokerage companies actively looking for him to sign. 35. Kristen frowned a little while listening to her boyfriend's words, but still said to the man, You can call him Peter in the future. He's just joking with you. Peter looked at his aunt's reaction, and then at the man's face, and shook his head secretly. I'm afraid it will blow soon. Peter wanted to deal with it a few times and left, but the other party obviously didn't think so. He sat down on the sofa very familiarly, as if he was in his own home, and said cheerfully, Peter, where are you studying? Is it a boarding school? I went to a public high school in the United States at the time, and I didn't go to a boarding school, but in my opinion, there is no difference between the two. Peter was getting impatient with this gushing man, and he looked at his Aunt Christine, his eyes full of, You're going to have a boyfriend like this. This male star from Hollywood, in Peter's opinion, is a piece of shit. I don't know how Christine fell in love with him, but it should be because of his looks. After all, every boyfriend she has is a handsome guy. Christine quickly interrupted Tom Cooper's words and said coldly, Peter has just come back and needs a rest. Let's go out first. 35. Tom Cooper was caught off guard and frowned. With a thick nerve, he didn't notice his girlfriend's indifference. He just looked at the classical and luxurious decorations around him. His eyes stayed for a while, and then he said happily, We really need to go out on a date. Stay here. Home isn't the same thing. How about we go to a movie? The movie I'm in just happened to be released. My agent said, I did a great job in this movie. No, let's find a place to have afternoon tea, and then I have something important to announce to you. Christine said indifferently. The empty-headed man didn't notice the difference. After a period of obvious disappointment, he went out with Christine. Before leaving, he enthusiastically told Peter that he would bring him a gift next time. Peter sent them away with a smile, saying in his heart that there is no next time for you. After waiting for the others to leave, Peter returned to his lazy nature and complained to Welsh, the housekeeper watching the play, I don't know what my aunt was thinking. She found such a narcissistic man. You didn't see that. In his head, he was already fantasizing about how to get the York family's property after marrying Christine, then kick me out and let his child, AC/DC, inherit the title. God, he thought it was acting who gave him the courage. These Americans are so hilarious. I will never allow Kristen to interact with these stars again in the future. The thinking is so dirty. Almost didn't make me vomit," Peter said in dissatisfaction. Welsh looked at Peter with funny eyes and said, "Young master, after all, you can't expect others to have the ability to read minds like you and be able to read people's hearts. Besides, Miss Christine is only in love, not marriage, so let her go. Forget it. Don't bother to care about her. She can have as many relationships as she likes. When one day she really finds someone she thinks she can entrust her life to, I'll go see someone." Peter shook his head and gave up completely said, "Wales, please help me prepare a few invitations first. I will send them to the houses of some friends I have made in the wizarding world and invite them to be guests at the house in a few days." Peter turned his head and said to the housekeeper, "I will prepare, young master." Butler Welsh nodded and then said expectantly, "We can't help the wizarding world. This time I will prepare well and let your wizard friends live here. Have fun." Harry Potter had a very uneasy day, and when he came back, his salute was locked up by his uncle Vernon Dursley, and even his pet owl was kept in a cage. Although the Dursleys had vacated the second floor, which belonged to Dudley's toy room, for Harry to live in, they had been ignoring his presence. Harry Potter didn't expect anything from them, and naturally he wouldn't be sad. But during this time, he has not received a letter from his classmates, especially Ronald and Hermione, without a trace of news, as if he had forgotten about him. It made him so sad that even the Dursleys kept taunting him for not having friends. This morning, Harry got up on time to make breakfast, otherwise the family wouldn't be kind enough to leave him some leftovers. Just as soon as I opened the door and walked down, I saw the Dursleys getting up early and cleaning the room carefully. Vernon Dursley, who was so fat that his neck could not be seen, was struggling with a colorful rope to arrange the surrounding walls. "Good morning, Uncle Vernon." "Good morning, Aunt Petunia." Harry greeted him habitually. The two saw Harry Potter and did not ignore him as usual. Vernon Dursley came directly to him and warned him with a serious expression, "This afternoon, we will have customers coming to the door, and if we negotiate well, my company will have a large order. So you'd better be obedient now and don't make any mistakes. Otherwise, I'll break your ridiculous stick and keep you from going to that ghost school." "Okay, Uncle Vernon, I'll stay in my room quietly and make no noise," Harry said obediently. Vernon Dursley showed a satisfied expression, then his expression changed, and he shouted, "Why don't you hurry up and cook? We are very busy right now." Harry nodded and walked to the kitchen counter with a calm expression, cooking breakfast skillfully. Until the phone rang in the living room, the Dursleys were busy and didn't have time to answer the phone, so they shouted, "Harry Potter, go answer the phone." Harry reluctantly stopped what he was doing, ran over quickly, and answered the phone. "Hello, this is the Dursleys." "Hello, I'm Billy Wales, and I'm looking for Harry Potter." A man's mellow voice came from across the phone. He was looking for himself? Harry was surprised and immediately remembered Peter's invitation. His eyes became excited, and he said in a hopeful tone, "I am Harry Potter, Mr. Wales. What are you looking for from me?" The man on the opposite side paused, then became more cordial, and said, "I'm the housekeeper of York Manor, Mr. Potter. Our young master invited you to the manor before. I wonder if you're free today? We'll send someone here. Pick you up." Harry was very happy when he heard it, and said excitedly, "Of course I'm free. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I wonder when you guys will come and pick me up." In the end, Harry happily put down the phone, and the person on the other side asked for his address and said he would pick him up to play at Peter's at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Harry really wanted the person on the other side to come and pick him up earlier, instead of bumping into the Dursleys' guest, but he was a guest after all, and he didn't want to make a bad impression on him. So he hummed expectantly and returned to the kitchen counter. "Keep cooking." Vernon Dursley finally finished decorating a wall of ribbons and asked suspiciously, watching Harry humming, "Who called just now?" Harry didn't hide it, and said happily, "It was a call from a senior's housekeeper, saying that he would pick me up in the afternoon and be a guest at his manor." "Butler? Your weird friends will have butlers." Dursley looked at him questioningly. "Neither of his parents are wizards, They seem to be nobles here, so it's not surprising to have a butler. Harry explained. Vernon Dursley walked away suspiciously. He didn't quite believe Harry Potter's words. After all, in his conception, how could the upper nobles send their children to a wizard school? After dinner, it was noon, and the Dursleys were busy rehearsing the steps to welcome the guests. Harry went straight back to his room and promised not to make a sound. He lay on the bed and watched the time pass by, hoping that the car that came to pick him up would be faster. From downstairs came the sound of the door opening and the warm welcome of the Dursleys. Harry didn't want to hear the sound below, so he moved to the window and stared out the window blankly. Suddenly, there was movement behind him. As soon as Harry turned his head, he saw a very thin creature with big, bat-like ears and protruding green eyes the size of a tennis ball, jumping up and down on the bed. "Who are you?" Harry asked warily and curiously, having never seen such a creature. "Oh, Harry Potter, what an honor to meet you. I'm Dobby the house elf," the house elf said excitedly, wide-eyed. The next thing, just like the original plot, Harry learned from Dobby that his letters were intercepted by him, and he wanted to get back the letter angrily. "Then the two came to the living room downstairs while you were chasing me and hiding." Dobby had an amazing idea and wanted to stop Potter from going back to school, so he snapped his fingers. The cake that Penny Dursley carefully prepared floated above the guests' heads in the terrified eyes of the Dursleys. And Harry cautiously came behind the guest and reached out to stop it. But before I could catch it, the floating cake fell directly, hitting the guest's head, and it was covered in cream. "I'm sorry. This is my nephew, and he has a sick mind," Vernon Dursley said with a crying expression in the angry eyes of the guests. Business of course collapsed, and amid the Dursleys' constant pleas for apology, the client was very angry and determined to leave. "It's a humiliation, Dursley. I'm not going to think about your business again," the guest said angrily, and opened the door to leave, nearly bumping into Peter and Wales outside. "Who are you?" Dursley's guest asked, frowning. "An irrelevant person," Peter said with a smile. Immediately waved at him, the guest's eyes were hazy, and he stood at the door blankly. Dursley looked at the strange scene in front of him, and the two strangers in delicate costumes, and asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Dursley, I'm Peter York. My housekeeper called you in the morning and wanted to invite Harry Potter to my house, and I'm here to pick him up," Peter said gently. "Peter, you're here." Harry in the room heard Peter's voice and ran over in surprise and shouted, "No, Harry Potter can't go anywhere. He just keeps me in his room." "I'll seal his room," Vernon Dursley said angrily. "He ruined the business I was lucky enough to receive. We raised him so much without expecting anything to do with us, but now he's deliberately messing up my business. He's going to be punished." Seeing Dursley's eyes bloodshot and an uncontrollable expression on his face, Welsh the housekeeper stood in front of Peter vigilantly. "Wales, don't worry about me," Peter patted the butler on the back and said softly. Butler Welsh moved half of his body uneasy. "Mr. Dursley, your guest hasn't left yet, so don't be so excited." Peter pointed to the bewildered guest who was standing still. What did you do to them?" Dursley said in horror when he saw this. "It's nothing, just let them forget about the unpleasant thing just now," Peter said with a smile, then he clapped his hands, and the Dursley guests followed Peter into the house. The Dursleys didn't dare to stop Peter, they could only watch him control the guests and enter the room. "Long time no see, Harry," Peter said to Harry Potter with a smile. "Peter, I didn't expect you to come in person," Harry said in surprise. "No way, I saw that you were in trouble, so I had to come here. Otherwise, the Dursleys wouldn't let you out easily." 35 Peter explained with a smile. "So, what you can predict is true?" Harry asked in surprise. "Almost, but sometimes prophecies are just a few words about the future, so don't believe it too much," Peter said simply. Then he looked at the sofa in a mess. With a wave of your hand, the sofa becomes neat and tidy, and the cream and cake residue disappear. Then he waved to Dursley's guest, who walked to the sofa with blank eyes and sat down again. Harry and the Dursleys stared at this scene in amazement. "Okay, Mr. Dursley, your guest will wake up later." Peter turned to Vernon Dursley and said, "He won't remember the bad memory just now. As long as you continue, you should be able to talk successfully." This business. Now, can I take Harry Potter away? Peter asked with a smile. The Dursleys looked at Peter in horror. The ability to manipulate people at will terrified them. Yes, yes. Vernon Dursley stammered nervously. That's good. Peter smiled contentedly. Then he turned to Harry Potter and said, Harry, take your salute quickly. You shouldn't have time to come back this summer. Harry Potter was surprised when he heard that, thinking that Peter was going to keep him until school started. Just before Harry could go upstairs to get his luggage, there was a knock on the window, and Harry opened the window curiously. Immediately, an owl flew in, threw the envelope on its feet to Harry Potter, and turned and flew away. Harry picked up the envelope in confusion and opened it. See above it says, Dear Mr. Potter, we have received information that you cast a levitation charm in the presence of several Muggles at 2:03 p.m. in the Muggle settlement. This is a serious violation of the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act and Article 13 of the International Confederation of Magicians Secrecy Act, so we will issue a formal warning to you. If anything like this happens, you will be expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the Ministry of Magic will destroy your wand. Hope you take care. Your faithful Mafalda Hope Kirk, Ministry of Magic prohibits misuse of magic division. Harry Potter was a little stunned when he saw the letter. Then he looked at Peter anxiously and said, Peter, believe me, I don't use magic at all. My wand is still locked in the box. 0. Ask for flowers. Just now it was a house elf named Dobby who intercepted all my letters and smashed cakes on guests with magic. He wanted to stop me from going back to school. Shout, house elf? Why don't you say it's a smith? Vernon Dursley said sarcastically, We clearly saw that it was you who controlled the cake and smashed it onto my guest. Not me. Why would I do this? Harry Potter roared at Dursley. Who knows? Maybe you're trying to threaten us. Dursley said strangely. Before the words were finished, another owl flew in from the unclosed window and threw a letter on the table. Potter opened the letter nervously. The letter reads, Dear Mr. Potter, we have received information that you cast a confusion charm and an amnesia charm in the presence of several Muggles at 2:15 p.m. in the Muggle settlement. This is a serious violation of the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act and Section 13 of the International Confederation of Magicians Secrecy Act, given that you have previously received a formal warning. We therefore regret to inform you that you have been expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please go to the Ministry of Magic for trial by July 15th. If convicted, the Ministry of Magic will destroy your wand. Hope you take care. Your faithful Mafalda Hope Kirk, Ministry of Magic prohibits misuse of magic division. Harry was completely stunned this time and said to Peter in a panic, Peter, what should I do? I've been expelled from school. They said I used confusion and amnesia, but the problem is that I can't even use confusion and amnesia. I don't know. How is it possible to use such a spell? Don't worry, Harry, they're just scaring you. You're the savior of the world. They won't fire you like this, or everyone in the wizarding world will spray the Ministry of Magic to death. Peter quickly reassured. And I've received such letters many times. Don't you think I'm still fine? Peter said in a completely indifferent tone, Relax, I'm familiar with this business, and I'll take you there later. Ministry of Magic. Settle the bill with them. Really? I'm really all right. Harry asked pitifully. I promise you'll be fine. I'm very familiar with Toad, the director of the Anti-Magic Abuse Department. Peter vowed. Toad? Harry asked suspiciously. Oh, the nickname I gave her is Umbridge. She looks like a pink toad. But you don't have to worry too much. Peter explained casually. Harry, you go upstairs and unload your luggage first. Remember to bring your wand with you. The Ministry of Magic will be checking later. Peter reminded. When Harry went upstairs, Vernon Dursley asked timidly, Mr. York, when will my guest wake up? The guest sitting on the sofa was still stupefied by the confusion charm and made no movement. Don't worry, Mr. Dursley. They'll wake up as soon as we leave. Peter explained with a smile. The Dursleys relaxed a little, seeing Peter's talkativeness. They quietly looked at the clothes of Peter and the person behind him who was suspected of being the housekeeper, and the luxury car outside their door, guessing their identities. Mr. York, do you live here? Or on the wizard's side? Vernon asked courageously. Peter gave him a somewhat surprised look, but replied politely, "My parents are ordinary people, Mr. Dursley. York is a rare surname. Mr. York, you and York of the White Rose family share the same surname. Haha, Vernon Dursley said tentatively with what he thought was a joke. The person in front of you is the Earl of York, if you want to ask Mr. Dursley. He is also the current owner of the York family," Butler Welsh said proudly. When Harry Potter packed his bags and came downstairs, they were surprised to see that the Dursleys were welcoming Peter warmly, with a flattering expression on their faces, even more enthusiastic than the guests in front of them. "Peter, what happened to them? Did you use magic on them?" Harry asked in surprise. "No, they just know who I am," Peter explained, shaking his head. "What status? Do you mean your Earl status?" Harry asked incomprehensibly. He also knew from Ronald that Peter was an Earl, but he was also surprised. After all, he was still carrying the identity of a savior, and he didn't feel any change. "Harry, for someone like Dursley, the lure of money is always better than the threat of magic." Peter laughed. "You can try exchanging some pounds at Gringotts later, and then at the Dursleys." A request not to be disturbed. Looking at the 177 sub on the face of the pound, "I think they will happily agree. 55. Harry shook his head and said angrily, "I don't want to give them any money. They have kept me in a cramped cupboard for as long as I can remember, exchanging labor for food. I accidentally did something wrong. They put me in the cupboard and don't feed me. I don't want to stay here at all if I can." Harry was a little emotional and a little loud, so the Dursleys heard it too. Vernon Dursley wanted to say something, but kept his mouth shut when he saw Peter. Under the gazes of Peter and the two of them, Penny Dursley fled the living room with some embarrassment. Peter looked at the Dursleys, sighed, and shook his head. Then he got up and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Dursley. Thanks for the hospitality. I'm going with Harry now, 99. Then Wales took Harry's luggage and put it in the trunk of the car outside. Harry left the Dursleys' house with Peter happily, without any hesitation. The three of the Dursleys stood in the house, saw the limousine outside through the window, and slowly drove away from sight. "Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Dursley, I seem to have taken a nap just now. But the joke you just told was funny." The guest on the sofa behind him suddenly made a sound, startling the three of Dursley. Vernon Dursley watched the guest regain his senses and quickly put aside his surprised expression and continued to tell his jokes that were not funny at all. Penny, on the other hand, was silently serving tea and pouring water for the guests. Except for the less words, her etiquette was still thoughtful. The guest was finally complimented by the family of three and signed the deal, and Vernon Dursley also negotiated the biggest deal in his life. Peter sighed. Harry sat in the car and looked out the window, feeling very happy. Then asked, "Peter, are we going to your estate now, 9? "No, let's go to the Ministry of Magic headquarters in London first," Peter said, shaking his head, looking at the 2 letters in his hand. "We have to solve your problem first, or it will be more troublesome if we delay." 95. The Ministry of Magic? Are they in London? Harry Potter asked in surprise. Peter nodded. Fortunately, Dursley's house was not far from downtown London, otherwise a lot of time would have been wasted. It didn't take long for Peter's car to park next to an old red phone booth, where Wales waited for them. Peter took Harry to the phone booth and, with his puzzled eyes, skillfully pressed the ministry button. After a while, an indifferent voice came from the microphone. "This is the Ministry of Magic. Please say your name and come to do business." 95. Peter York and Harry Potter come to the Department of Misuse of Magic to apply to drop the charges. Peter replied. The voice on the other end of the phone paused, then continued, "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please wear your badge and enter the ministry." After speaking, 2 silver badges fell out of the metal slot for the coin return. Peter was the first to put on the badges, and Harry followed Peter to put them on. Immediately afterwards, the phone booth gradually sank into the ground, and after a brief period of darkness, they appeared in a gorgeous elevator. Peter pressed the elevator button on the 8th floor directly, and then stood back to his original position. "Peter, is the Department of Misuse of Magic on the 8th floor? What shall I say later?" Harry asked nervously. The Department of Misuse of Magic is on the 2nd floor, but we first need to go to the main hall on the 8th floor. Do a wand check first, then register the visitor's name, and then go to the 2nd floor. Peter explained. You don't have to say anything, it will be handed over to you later. I'm fine. I'm pretty familiar with this. Peter, why do you say you are familiar with this business? Have you received warning letters from the Ministry of Magic? Harry asked curiously. Well, I have received them, and there are quite a few. I can't remember how many letters I have received after that. Peter sighed with a look of recollection. How is this possible? Didn't the letter from the Ministry of Magic say that the first time was a formal warning, and the second time was to be expelled from school and break the wand? Harry said in disbelief. Well, let's put it this way, Harry. The Ministry of Magic has even charged me with using magic, but if my wand says I haven't used the spell, then the accusation doesn't stand. Peter said with a smile, if they give I send a warning letter, so I can go straight to the Ministry of Magic with my wand. After all, I've never used a wand to perform magic. But how is it possible, without a wand? How can the magic be released? Harry listened to Peter's words, opened his mouth, and immediately responded. Then, Harry, before you received the admission letter, didn't you cast a magic spell? I saw you with my own eyes, and the glass of the reptile house disappeared. Peter said with a smile. That's not true. Aunt Petunia once shaved my hair, leaving only a handful of scars on my forehead. It was so ugly, so I desperately thought that my hair would recover, but I didn't expect the next day. When I woke up, my hair was really back. It drove Aunt Petunia crazy. Harry said. Once again, I was chased up to a tree by Dolly and some of his friends. They surrounded the tree and tried to beat me up when I came down. But I just floated down and avoided them siege. Hearing Harry's words, Peter was a little surprised and said, Harry, it seems that you have a good talent. You may try to practice wandless spellcasting. In this way, even if the Ministry of Magic wants to trouble you in the future, they can't do it. Wandless magic? I heard Hermione say it. I heard it is the ability to cast magic without a wand. Harry said, then suddenly realized, watching Peter open his mouth, and exclaimed, Peter, you can cast magic without a wand. Right? The confusion charm and amnesia charm just now are the wandless magic you used, right? Ugh. Peter put his index finger in front of his mouth, motioning him to whisper 0. Then he said with a smile, although this is a well-known secret, but we are in the Ministry of Magic now. Be careful that the partition has ears. Evidence. Harry hurriedly shut his mouth and nodded obediently, with a look of fear of being heard. Ding! The main hall of the Ministry of Magic is here, the indifferent girl sounded. Okay, follow me and don't get lost, Peter said to Harry. The two then walked out of the elevator to the main hall of the Ministry of Magic. The two went directly to a counter at the front of the hall, and then Peter handed the wand up and said, We're going to the Department of Magic Abuse on the 2nd floor to apply for the charge to be dropped. Peter York, it's you again. Didn't you receive a warning letter again? The person who prohibits the abuse of the division is too persevering. After accusing you dozens of times in succession, haven't you given up? The bald old wizard obviously knew Peter and asked in surprise. Unfortunately, they probably don't want to face my handsome face anymore, so I haven't received a warning letter this year, Peter said with a smile and shook his head. Then he stepped out, revealing Harry behind him, and introduced, This time it's Harry Potter, and he has received both a warning letter and a trial notice at the same time. But I happened to be there and can testify that Harry Potter didn't use a wand at all. Apparently it was the misuse division that got it wrong this time. They actually tried to break Harry Potter's wand. 35. What, you said he was Harry Potter? The old wizard stood up in surprise, crossed the counter, and looked at Harry behind. Harry, show him your forehead. Peter turned to Harry with a smile. Harry obediently brushed his hair up, revealing a smooth forehead, but there was a conspicuous lightning-shaped scar on it. Yes, it's really Harry Potter, the old wizard said excitedly, then jumped off the counter swiftly, walked to Harry, held his hand excitedly, and said, Nice to meet you, Harry Potter. Really honored. It's a pity you met Harry Potter on the way to his trial. I think he's very upset now. After all, he hasn't used a spell outside of school, but he's been charged with 3.2. They're going to break his wand, it's over. Peter said quietly. What? They're actually going to break Harry Potter's wand. That's abominable. The old wizard was instantly very angry, since it was controlled by that woman in Umbridge. The Department of Prohibition of Abuse has become more and more depraved. Every now and then, things go wrong. No, I have to take you to find her myself. If they want to break Harry Potter's wand, just step over my body first, the old wizard said indignantly. Mr. Saxon, you're the clerk in charge of wand inspection and registration, so it's not good to leave without permission? Peter said with a worried look on his face. Don't worry, it's already afternoon, and it's almost the end of get-off work. Not many people will come to the Ministry of Magic at this time. Now you all follow me to the Ministry of Magic Abuse and ask the old woman in Umbridge in person. The old wizard raised his head. He said with his chest out. Then the two followed behind the aggressive old wizard and walked towards the elevator. Peter, why are you looking for him? Harry asked in a low voice, puzzled. Old Saxony is a member of the Wisengamot and is very influential. He does the job he does now, but he just doesn't want to be idle. Peter explained softly. As long as he was there, the pink toad could only hold back. Get angry. The second floor of the Ministry of Magic is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. As the largest department of the Ministry of Magic, it is a collection of police and judicial facilities, etc. are located on this floor. Dolores Umbridge, director of the Division for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic, was sitting in her office, sipping tea leisurely. Her office was decorated in pink by her, and there were many pictures of cats hanging on the surrounding walls. In addition to her pink clothes, the whole office was a pink time. Umbridge is not yet the future senior deputy minister of magic at this time, but she has successfully hooked up with Fudge recently, and she has won the heart of Minister Fudge with her flattery and flattery. She was listening to the song on the magic record player when the door of the office was knocked open, which startled her a lot. When she was about to get angry, she saw the old man from Saxony at the head. The expression on her face suddenly froze, and then she squeezed out a smile and asked, Mr. Saxony, what are you doing here with me? Director Umbridge, long time no see. Peter walked out from behind the old Saxon man and greeted him with a smile. When Umbridge saw Peter, the fake smile on his face almost couldn't hold, and he stared at him and gritted his teeth and said, Peter York, what are you doing here? We haven't sent you a letter recently. Your office, Umbridge, is as impressive as ever. Peter glanced at the pink decorations around, said teasingly, then looked at her and said, I don't want to come here. After all, I've been here so many 02 times. It's almost like this is home. But this time I'm here as a witness. Peter's tone changed. You're accusing Harry Potter of using a levitation charm, a confusion charm, and an amnesia charm. 35. But I was there, and Harry Potter didn't even have his wand with him. How could he be able to do magic? Not to mention that things like confusion charm and amnesia charm are high-level spells. How could Potter, a first-year student, have this kind of magic? After speaking, Peter took out 2 letters from the Ministry of Magic and placed them on the table with a questioning expression. What the hell is going on with you guys, Umbridge? You actually want to expel Harry Potter from school and break his wand? Who gave you the right? The old Saxon man also asked with a dissatisfied look on his face. Only then did Umbridge realize that there was a little boy standing behind the two of them, and asked in surprise, Harry Potter? Then she thought about it carefully and vaguely remembered that a subordinate came to report in the afternoon, saying that there were fluctuations in magic in the area where Harry Potter was located, and asked her how to implement it. She seemed impatient and asked her subordinates to do as usual. But I didn't expect to attract 2 very difficult characters now. Umbridge cursed silently in his heart, a subordinate who was insecure. Immediately put up a smile and said in a sweet and greasy voice that made goosebumps, Mr. Saxon, we are just doing things fairly, after all. The magic monitoring device has detected that there are traces of spell casting in the area where Harry Potter is located, and there are only Harry Potter is a wizard, so we can only assume that it is Harry Potter's own magic. That's how you do things? Just because Harry Potter is in an area where there are traces of magic, it's assumed he did it? What if other wizards pass by? The old Saxon said angrily. Can you move your noble feet and go to the door to check if it's really Harry Potter's magic? Mr. Saxon, calm down first. Umbridge kept cursing the nosy old man in his heart, but with a stiff smile on his face, he said, We're pretty sure that the casting location is in Harry Potter's room, in this case. There is no other explanation except that he himself cast the spell. It wasn't me. It was a house elf named Dobby who suddenly appeared in my room trying to stop me from going back to Hogwarts, so he magically smashed a piece of cake on Uncle Vernon's guest's head. Then I received your warning letter. Harry Potter retorted excitedly. House elf? Are you kidding me, Mr. Potter? Umbridge's voice was shrill, habitually speaking in a girlish voice, his broad, slack face turned to Harry. Don't you know, Mr. Potter, that house elves are slaves of ancient wizarding families and cannot go out without the orders of their masters? Do you mean that there are pureblood wizards against you? I don't know. He said he sneaked out without the knowledge of his master, that something terrible would happen next term, so he wanted to stop me from going back to school. Harry Potter explained. Mr. Potter, this is so ridiculous. Who didn't know that house elves are controlled by their masters and secretly come to report to you without their master's orders? Umbridge looked like you were joking. At this time, the old Saxon man also looked at Harry Potter hesitantly. In his knowledge, he had never betrayed the master's house elf, so he was beginning to waver. Seeing this situation, Peter brought Harry Potter forward and said confidently, Since you don't believe Harry's words, Director Umbridge, then speak with facts. You control that Harry Potter used the floating charm, the confusion charm, and the amnesia charm, then use the flashback charm to check Potter's wand. If the wand does contain these 3 charms, then we plead guilty. But if not, you need to withdraw the lawsuit immediately and formally apologize to Harry Potter. And compensate him for his mental damages. Peter said indifferently, then smiled at Umbridge. It happened that I had some conversations with the reporters of the Daily Prophet. Friends, I think she'd be very interested in the Ministry of Magic trying to break Harry Potter's wand. 35. Seeing Peter's smile, Umbridge felt bad. Every time this guy came here, there was nothing good. Just as he was about to speak, the old Saxon man said first, Yes, check the wand. It's clear at a glance. I happen to be a wand tester, and I know this aspect best. I will give the most fair results. 95. Director Umbridge, are we checking wands in your office, or are we going to the Department of Magic Abuse to check in person? Peter asked with a smile. Otherwise, let's go to Director Bones. She is the director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department and happens to be your leader. I met her and should be happy to preside over this event. No. Umbridge's face was gloomy. His eyes looked like he was going to eat Peter, and his pretentious voice was a little low, and he said, Just check it here. Don't bother anyone. Of course, as you wish. Peter said with a nonchalant shrug. Then Peter said to Harry, Harry, give your wand to Mr. Saxon. He'll check it out. Harry obediently took out his wand and handed it to the old Saxon man. A holly wand with a phoenix feather core and good performance. It's Ollivander's work, right? The old Saxon man said to Harry Potter after examining the wand carefully. Harry nodded. Okay, let's take a look at your wand. What kind of magic has been released recently? The old Saxon said curiously, and then waved his wand, chanting a flashback spell. Huh? This last spell is a dancing spell, asked the old Saxon man in surprise. Here's what I'm doing for my final exam in charms. Professor Flitwick asked us to cast a dance spell on a pear so that it can tap dance. My pear fell, so it just got a good one. Harry said embarrassedly. So, you haven't touched your wand once since the final exam, the old Saxon asked in disbelief. Peter also looked at Harry speechlessly. How did he not like to study, and he didn't use his wand to perform magic once for such a long period of time. Harry bowed his head embarrassedly by the eyes of the two of them. Did you see, Director Umbridge? Harry Potter hasn't touched a wand at all recently. His last spell was the exam content at the end of last semester. Peter looked directly at Umbridge, who had a bad face, and said with a smile, Now that the evidence is sufficient, you can drop these 2 charges now. It's true, Umbridge, you quickly withdraw the case. Harry Potter has never even touched his wand, and you were wronged like this. How did you act as a director? The old Saxon said dissatisfiedly. It's true that we made a mistake. We'll drop the charges as soon as possible, don't worry. Umbridge said shrilly with a smile on his face. As soon as possible? Umbridge 177, how long is your as soon as possible? Don't procrastinate and end up turning into a headless koan. Peter said sarcastically, I remember that you used this method to deal with me. I figured it out. The old Saxon man also reacted and urged with a serious expression, you hurry up and withdraw the case now. You are the director of the Department of Prohibition of Abuse of Magic. This is what you said. Don't try to delay it. Do you really want a Harry Potter kicked out of school? Broke his wand? Of course not, Mr. Saxon. It's just time for get off work, and it takes some steps to withdraw the lawsuit. We promise to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Umbridge habitually imitated the girl's voice and said with her voice, a slack old face, very strange. If that's the case, let's go back now, just in time for Harry Potter to be interviewed by the Daily Prophet. I think the people of the magical world should be very interested in what happened to Harry Potter. Peter said lightly, turning around and pulling Harry looked like he was leaving. Wait, came Umbridge's sharp voice behind him. Peter turned his head and asked in a puzzled way, Director Umbridge, is there anything else you can do? I'll sign the order now. Immediately drop the charges against Harry Potter. That's it. Umbridge screeched gloomily, his fat fingers pinching the papers on the desk tightly. Isn't it enough? Miss Umbridge, you see it's just a sentence. You have to drag it around. It's not good for everyone. Peter said with a smile. I saw Umbridge quickly write something on a piece of paper, and then the paper flew out of the office and flew to the office of the Department of Prohibition of Misuse of Magic not far away. After a while, a document flew in and landed on the desk. Umbridge didn't even look at it, just signed his name, and then the document was copied into 3 copies, one of which flew out of the office, one was left on the desk, and the last one floated into Harry's hands. Are you satisfied now that the charges against Harry Potter have been dropped? Umbridge said gloomily. By the time Peter and the 3 walked out of the office with satisfaction, time had passed for a while. Peter flipped the dragon skin bag in his hand with a smile, and then threw it at Harry, who was confused. This is the 100 galleons paid to you by the Ministry of Magic. Take it as pocket money. Harry looked at the bag in his hand, shook his head quickly, wanted to return it to Peter, and said, I can't take this, Peter, you have helped me a lot. Okay, Harry, you'd better take it. This money is nothing to me. Peter stopped with a smile. From what I know about Umbridge, the money must have come from her own pocket. She wants to fight for a higher position now, so she won't let the Harry Potter thing affect her reputation. The old Saxon Schadenfreude said. Today's success, thanks to Mr. Saxon for your help. Peter said gratefully to the old wizard. You're welcome. If I encounter this kind of thing, I will definitely take care of it, let alone Harry Potter's business. The old Saxon said with a smile, it's getting late now, I should get off work too. Let's separate here, and be careful when you go back. Okay, we'll pay attention. Peter and Harry smiled and nodded. The 2 then watched the old Saxon leave before taking the elevator to leave the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore has just received word from the Ministry of Magic that Harry Potter has been charged by the Ministry of Magic for using magic outside of school, twice in a row, so he will be on trial. Dumbledore looked serious, but it was Harry Potter's business, so he hurriedly put on his coat, ready to go to the Ministry of Magic to inquire about it. Just before he left the principal's office, he received another letter. The letter explained that Peter took Harry to the Ministry of Magic today, and the person who wrote the letter was the Old Man of Saxony. Dumbledore looked at the letter, Saxon said in detail, with a smile on his face, and sat back in his seat. Dumbledore, why didn't you go? Asked the portrait of the headmaster on the wall in confusion. I don't need to go. Peter York, the little guy, has already helped me out. He has helped Harry Potter to get the Ministry of Magic to drop the charges against him, and he has also received an apology and compensation. Not necessarily better than him, Dumbledore explained with a smile. Peter York? Haha, I remember that boy. He was the one who gave the Ministry a lot of headaches. The Ministry of Magic prohibits the misuse of magic and has sent him 36 warning letters so far. Charge him with using magic outside of school during the holidays. But they were all withdrawn due to insufficient evidence, because that kid can do magic without a staff. The Ministry of Magic couldn't find any evidence at all, and finally had to apologize to him. Now they have given up on him. A portrait of the headmaster on the wall said with a smile. And such a thing, haha, this kid is too much to my taste. As expected of a student of Slytherin. The portrait of Principal Black on the wall said, shaking his beard. Haha. I remember when you were very disgusted with other people's blood and thought they were not worthy of being in Slytherin. Why do you think it's appropriate now? Another portrait on the wall said mockingly. Really? I don't remember what I said. Principal Black denied. Listening to the conversation on the wall, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, smiling without saying a word. Then he sighed and said, if only I could swap the talents of Harry and Peter. Then I can have a good rest. 0. Dumbledore, you're dreaming, said Headmaster Black on the wall with a sneer. I've noticed that Harry Potter's child is no different from other little wizards except for the title of a savior. 35. Not to mention Peter's extraordinary talent. Just talking about his hard work, there are not many people who can match him. Peter's child has been in the library for the longest time in recent years, often reading at night until curfew time. Dorm. Can your Harry Potter do this? 0. Indeed, Peter's kid's learning is terrifying, as if someone is chasing him behind him, and those 7th graders can't compare to him. A headmistress on the wall agreed. That child's talent is indeed very terrifying. It is said that he is not only a natural Dementor, but also a disguise magus and a gift for prophecy. I suspect that he is the reincarnation of Merlin. One of the principals on the wall exclaimed. Said, it's really incredible. If it weren't for his age and the prophecy, I would have doubted that he was the real savior, said another principal. Dumbledore didn't speak. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes distant, as if thinking about something. Then he said to himself, maybe let him communicate with Harry more. He will be a very good help in future wars. 0. Headmaster Black on the wall heard Dumbledore's words and reminded with a sneer, Dumbledore, don't forget he's a Slytherin. He's not someone who can be at your mercy. Don't let yourself be self-defeating. Of course not, Adonis. Peter is a very assertive kid. I just have to make sure he doesn't go astray. You see, he's doing well in the box this time. He almost got caught, Tom. Dumbledore said with a grin. But you gave Harry Potter all the credit for him. You blatantly rewarded them with so many points. Peter, you are not willing to give a single point. Principal Black said mockingly. Hey, Harry needs a little encouragement. Dumbledore said with a long sigh. Hey. Principal Black let out a sneer, then closed his eyes and dozed off. On Peter's side, the car he and Harry were in finally returned to York Manor, and with the door of the manor opened, the car slowly drove into the manor. Grave accent, Peter, your home is so big, Harry said in amazement as he lay on the window and looked at the view of the manor outside. After getting out of the car, Peter smiled and invited him into the room, saying, tonight, you will have a night's rest. The Weasleys will come tomorrow, and your partner Ronald will also come, so you won't be bored. Are Ronald and the others coming tomorrow? That's great, Harry said excitedly when he heard the news. Peter, you're back. Oh, this is the junior you're going to pick up? What a cute little boy. Aunt Christine sat in the living room and greeted happily when she saw Peter coming back, and then saw Harry, laughing haha teasing. This is my Aunt Christine, you can call her by her name. Peter reluctantly knocked off the paw that his aunt stretched out to Harry, and then introduced to Harry. Hello, I'm Harry Potter, nice to meet you. Madam. Harry said nervously. What a lovely little gentleman. Hello, Harry, you can call me Christine. Aunt Christine pushed her nephew away, squeezed Harry's little face, and said with a smile, don't be nervous, just take this place as yourself. Home is fine. Peter looked at his aunt helplessly, changed the subject, and asked, how about your Hollywood star? Why didn't he show up? Dumped by me, an idiot with empty skins. Christine said casually with a pouted mouth, looking completely indifferent. You are amazing. 35 Peter has to give a thumbs up. This is the dozens of boyfriends? If it wasn't for her own aunt, Peter would have given her the nickname of a scumbag. Okay, Harry, you follow Wales to your room to wash up. We'll have dinner together later. You're probably starving. Peter hurriedly snatched Harry from his aunt and asked him to follow the housekeeper. At night, after having dinner, Harry was lying on the big bed in the guest room, looking at the beautiful view of the manor outside the window, feeling like he was in a dream. Today he first saw a house elf, then followed Peter to the Ministry of Magic, where he argued with a toad-like woman in a pink dress and dropped his charges. Now lying on the soft and comfortable York Manor bed again, all of which had left him still awake. Thinking of seeing the Weasleys tomorrow, Harry fell into a deep sleep with anticipation. The next day, Harry Potter woke up full of energy. After waiting all morning, near noon, an old Ford sedan arrived outside the manor. The young man with red ponytail sitting in the driving position looked at the note in his hand, then stretched out his head to look at the house number on the gate of the manor, and said uncertainly, "Chelsea County, Sloane Square, York Manor number 7. It should be it's here." Fred, who was squeezed in the back row, said to the young man with a ponytail with a questioning expression, "Bill, are you sure you are here? Did you point the wrong way?" "I already told you to let me come and let Bill, a road idiot, guide the way. We have been lost all morning. Don't look in the wrong direction again," George said dissatisfiedly. "Shut up, Fred George. I'm sure it's true this time." Bill Weasley, who just wanted to shut up the twin brothers, had been arguing with them all morning. "Charlie, go down and knock on the door and ask if this is York Manor," Bill said to the co-pilot Charlie. "Let's come. My A** is numb already," the twins said hurriedly, then opened the door and jumped out. The two brothers came to the gate, stretched out their heads from the iron gate railing and looked inside, only to see a large landscape of forest gardens. "Fred, are you sure this is Peter's house?" George turned to his brother and asked. "It should be. You see York Manor is written on the door number, but it's so big inside, no matter how loud it is, the people inside can't hear it," Fred said. "Who are you looking for?" While the twins were discussing how to call someone, a person appeared in the manor and asked them vigilantly. Seeing someone, the twins happily asked, "Is this York Manor?" "Peter York's Manor." Wales saw these two children of the same age as Peter and saw the car outside and immediately reacted and said with a smile, "You are Peter's classmates. We are still wondering when you will come." Then the door was opened and the Weasley family was warmly welcomed in. Since the gate was still some distance from the house, the Weasleys warmly invited Wales into the car. Butler Wales looked at the old four-seater Ford, which was already crammed with the Weasleys, and wanted to say no. "As soon as I got into the car, I found that the back seat of the car was very spacious. Even if 7 people had already sat down, it was still very spacious." Wales couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of magic. After receiving the notice from the housekeeper, Peter went out with Harry and waited for the Weasley family outside the door. "Long time no see, Peter." As soon as the car stopped, the twins jumped out of the car and gave Peter a hug. "Long time no see, Fred George. Have a great holiday," Peter asked with a smile, hugging the brothers. "It's not bad. Bill came back from Egypt. He brought us some interesting things, and he is here as a guest this time," the twins said cheerfully. Then the Weasley family got out of the car one after another. Peter looked at the four-seater Ford car, and the big family who got off couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and asked the twins, "What kind of stretch charm did you use on this car?" "0. The twins nodded, then whispered, "But don't tell my mother about this. She always thought Muggle cars were like this, and if they knew the truth, my father would be in trouble." The last person to come down was Mrs. Weasley, who seemed to have dressed up for the day, came to Peter and gave him a warm hug. "Mrs. Weasley, you are gorgeous today," Peter praised with a smile. "Oh, Peter, your little mouth is so sweet. I'm getting old. Where is the beauty?" Mrs. Weasley shook her head and said, but that AC/DC smile on her face was even more intense. "Merlin, this guy Peter doesn't even blush when he lies. You can see how happy my mother is." Ronald was hugging his friend Harry when he saw Peter's appearance and blurted out, "Ronald, we heard. You said Peter was lying. don't you mean that Mom is not beautiful?" The twins appeared in front of Ronald and asked with a smirk. The twins then shouted to Mrs. Weasley with Ronald's horrified expression, "Mom, Ronald thinks Peter is flattering you. He said you dressed up all morning and it was useless." Mrs. Weasley, who was chatting with Peter, instantly became angry and shouted directly, "Ronald, you must finish your homework these days, or you won't be allowed to play." 5. Ronald, who was terrified, was about to cry, but he hadn't even written his homework yet. "Hey, little Ronnie, remember to be careful from your mouth in the future." The twins patted him on the shoulder with a look of sympathy. Harry on the side was stunned, and then patted Ronald on the shoulder sympathetically. He was also unlucky for such a brother. "Mrs. Weasley, why didn't Mr. Weasley come over?" Peter looked around and didn't see Arthur Weasley, so he asked curiously. "Hey, he has other urgent matters to deal with at the Ministry of Magic, and he can only come over after get-off work." Mrs. Weasley sighed. She was used to her husband working overtime at any time. Afterwards, Mrs. Weasley put away her emotions and happily introduced her eldest son to Peter, saying, "This is Bill. You haven't met before. Let's get acquainted more, and we can get in touch more in the future." Peter looked at the tall, handsome young man with a ponytail and a jacket in front of him, who was the best-looking among the Weasleys. Bill took the initiative to hold Peter's hand enthusiastically and said cheerfully, "Hello, Peter. I've been famous for a long time. I've always wanted to meet you, the legendary figure." "Hi, Bill. Nice to meet you," Peter said with a smile. "Okay, please come and have a rest first. You've been rushing all the way. I'm afraid you're exhausted." 39 Peter smiled and invited everyone in. "We went out early in the morning, but Bill, a guy with a poor sense of direction, didn't realize that he was going in the wrong direction after driving for more than an hour, so he went back the same way, and it took a long time to find this place." 35 George complained directly. Said, "I really regret letting him drive, and I don't know how he didn't lose himself in that desert-filled part of Egypt." Fred continued. "Shut up, Fred George." Bill growled angrily to his two brothers who were worried when he saw the realization of Peter's throw. "Cut, why don't you say it?" the twins said with pouting. Not long after, Christine, who had been out all morning, also came back, and when she saw the guests, she instantly became an elegant lady who was very thoughtful to entertain the Weasley family. Cedric and Alan were also brought back by fields sent by Peter. With the addition of the two, York Manor became even more lively. They have never been exposed to TVs, refrigerators, etc., and they always make a fuss when they see them. In the evening, Peter also specially asked Wales, the housekeeper, to build a small cinema in the manor to enjoy Muggle movies together. "Merlin, Peter, do Muggles also have visibility potion? Everyone in this movie moves." Mrs. Weasley looked at the characters in the movie in amazement and couldn't help asking. "It's not, Mrs. Weasley. It's an image captured by a machine called a camera, just like a camera," Peter explained briefly. While watching the plot, the twins said to Peter, "Peter, this kind of movie feels very interesting. Do you think if we also make a magic movie, will it make money?" "It's possible to make money, but it's a pity that magic movies have already been released in the American wizarding world, and they have been shown in many countries. So this is no longer your idea." Peter was surprised, but still splashing cold water said, That's fine," the twins said in disappointment. "By the way, have you developed something that can make a rooster croak?" Peter asked. "Dang dang. Look at our rooster gummies. Eating one can make a rooster croak for 5 minutes." The twins took out a few gummies from their pockets and said proudly, "We are modeled after Honeydukes. Sound candy, it only took a week to make these fudge." Peter picked up a candy in surprise. He didn't expect the twins to be so powerful and able to make a rooster candy so quickly. "Try it, Peter, we've tried it, and there's absolutely no problem." The twins looked at Peter expectantly, wanting to see how he would eat it. Cedric and Alan were also curious, picked up a gummy candy from the twins, looked at it hesitantly, and dared not speak. After all, they had suffered a lot in the past. "Then I'll try," Peter said with a smile, looking at the twins' look of anticipation. He raised the candy in his hand, as if he wanted to put it in his mouth, and then threw it into Fred's mouth without the twins noticing. Fred hadn't reacted yet. He just swallowed instinctively, and then he swallowed the gummy. He tried to speak in a panic, and the result was AC***K crowing. Several of the surrounding partners laughed out loud, especially George, who laughed the most, and Fred, who provoked him, rushed up to fight with him. "Quiet. We're watching a movie," Mrs. Weasley yelled directly at these noise-making guys. She and Kristen and Ginny, a little girl, were immersed in the love of the hero and heroine in the movie. The boys, still bothering them. Peter and his party hurriedly shut up. The angry Mrs. Weasley was not easy to mess with. In the following time, in addition to playing in the manor, Peter also took everyone to various places in London to play. Mrs. Weasley went shopping with Christine, or had afternoon tea at the manor. As for the busy Arthur Weasley, he simply didn't come. For the second time, Mrs. Weasley, who was worried about her husband, simply took Ginny home after staying at the manor for a few days. Without Mrs. Weasley's suppression, a group of people went completely crazy, and it was not until August that they stayed in the manor for more than half a month that they were caught by the angry Mrs. Weasley. Harry also went to Weasley's house with his partner Ronald. As for Cedric and Alan, they were called back by their parents after just a week at York Manor. Immediately, York Manor returned to its former quietness again. Just when he thought he was spending his vacation like this, a phoenix suddenly appeared in the study. It was Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox, hovering in midair, tossing a letter to Peter. Peter opened the envelope curiously and saw that Dumbledore was going to take him out, and Nick LeMay wanted to see him. Peter suddenly realized that he had almost forgotten about it. Exeter, Devon. Peter followed Dumbledore to the streets of the town center. Looking at the bustling crowd around, Peter asked in surprise, "Headmaster Dumbledore, does Nick LeMay live in the Muggle community?" Nick likes a lot of fun, and he thinks it's easier to hide in crowded places and not be disturbed, Dumbledore said with a smile. Dumbledore then led Peter into a street lined with roses, then stopped between two adjacent apartments. Under Peter's puzzled eyes, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Apartment 13, Rose Street. Remember this address, Peter." As soon as the voice fell, in front of Peter's eyes, between the two apartments, an apartment suddenly squeezed out from the middle, separating the two adjacent houses. "Did you cast the faithful charm on this house?" Peter said in surprise. "Why am I not a little surprised? Peter, you've learned a lot about magic," Dumbledore complimented with a smile. Then he knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened from the inside, and a house elf dressed in delicate clothes appeared. When the elf saw them, Tennis's eyes widened, and his voice was shrill and said in surprise, "Mr. Dumbledore, the master has been waiting for you for a while. Please come in." "Oh, and this little gentleman. Nino, long time no see." Dumbledore greeted the house elves kindly. Then he introduced to Peter, "Nino is Nick's housekeeper, and he's a very great little guy." "Mr. Dumbledore, you are too complimented. Nino's work is not good enough," the house elf said modestly as he led the two in. His behavior was polite, and if it weren't for the obvious house elf appearance, he would have I think this is a good steward. This is the first time Peter has seen such a non-nervous house elf, especially seeing how standard his every move is. He is very curious about how Nick LeMay has successfully transformed it. The two followed the elf to the living room of the house, and they saw a very old and thin old man sitting on a chair. "Albus, you're here." The old man smiled at Dumbledore first, and then his eyes fell on Peter, showing him a kind smile. "You're Peter York, aren't you? Nice to meet you, amazing boy." Peter looked at the 89-year-old old man in front of him, and it was hard to imagine that he was more than 600 years old. He politely stepped forward and greeted, "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. LeMay. Just call me Nick, boy. I've been looking forward to your arrival since Albus returned the Philosopher's Stone." 35 Nick LeMay said kindly. "Albus, is black tea still 5 sugar cubes?" An elegant old lady came out of the kitchen, followed by 4 cups of hot black tea. "No, Perennial, I still have work to do, so Peter will be with you first," Dumbledore said, shaking his head. "Well, I thought you could drink my black tea," Perennial said with some disappointment. Dumbledore said goodbye after putting Peter down hastily. "Try the black tea I made. this is the best craft I have. Perino looked at Peter with a smile and said, "You are the magical child who can turn Nick's half-finished magic stone into a magic stone. Come true. This is the best black tea I've ever had." Peter sincerely praised after drinking a sip of black tea, then shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't know why. That magic stone sucked my magic power away." After that, Dumbledore said that the Philosopher's Stone became real. I was surprised too. "I may have some guesses, Peter. That's why I asked Albus to bring you here," Nick LeMay said slowly, then changed his tone and said with a smile, "But let's have a taste now." Black tea carefully prepared by Perino. During their tea, the three chatted about their first meeting with Dumbledore. According to the two old men, Dumbledore was very talented when he was young, and he often corresponded with Nick LeMay when he was in school. After graduation, the two officially met, and they also discussed alchemy with each other. They also talked about how they met Newt Scamander, who was sent by Dumbledore when they were living in France, and successfully stopped Grindelwald's plan to destroy Paris. After drinking tea, Perino did not participate in the conversation between the two, but took the house elf Nino to the yard to bask in the sun. 0. Ask for flowers. "Peter, do you know why after I made a Philosopher's Stone, I never succeeded in making another Philosopher's Stone?" Nick LeMay asked suddenly. "I don't know, Mr. Nick LeMay, but I guess the material for making the Philosopher's Stone is very rare?" Peter shook his head, guessing at random. "You guessed part of it right. In order to successfully manufacture the Philosopher's Stone, in addition to the material, the timing is also very important." Nick LeMay said with a distant look, "The Philosopher's Stone is also called the Sage's Stone, and now wizards are only knowing that I am the only one who owns the Philosopher's Stone. But I don't know that someone has successfully created the Philosopher's Stone before me." "What? Mr. LeMay, you mean there are other people who have the Philosopher's Stone?" Peter asked in surprise. "It was there before." Nick LeMay shook his head and mentioned specifically, later, due to various reasons, these Philosopher's Stones and their owners disappeared in the long river of time. And I was lucky, in these ancestors in his notes, he found out how to make the Philosopher's Stone. So he's the only one who owns the Philosopher's Stone now. "I have heard of your deeds in Muggle legends. It is said that one night you had a dream that an angel came to your dream and gave you a copy of the Jewish Book of Abraham, and then you relied on this. Did this book make the Philosopher's Stone?" Peter asked curiously. "Haha, Muggles are always full of whimsy." Nick LeMay laughed happily when he heard Peter's words. He then explained, "In fact, I spent 21 years collecting information about the Philosopher's Stone from my forefathers, and compiled a book of hieroglyphics, also known as the Book of Jewish Abraham, and then only successfully created a magic stone. 99. There was no so-called international secrecy law at that time, and my wife and I both lived with Muggles, so the news that I created the Philosopher's Stone was known to many Muggle friends, and naturally it became what it is now." "So there is no angel teaching the Dharma in a dream?" Peter also asked jokingly with a smile. "Haha. Angels are creatures in Muggle mythology. I am an evil wizard. How could they possibly give me advice in my dreams?" Nick LeMay was amused. His long white beard kept shaking. "This is your Philosopher's Stone." Nick LeMay took a bright red gem from his pocket and handed it to Peter. Peter looked at the Philosopher's Stone in surprise, then looked at Nick LeMay, then quickly shook his head and said, "This is your Philosopher's Stone. I can't have it." Nick LeMay explained, "This is the piece that turned into a real magic stone after you infused it with magic power. My own piece is still with me." Peter still shook his head and refused. "This is the magic stone you made, and I just finished it in the last step by accident. And it didn't do much for me." Hearing Peter's words, Nick LeMay nodded in relief and said, "That's why I'm willing to give you this Philosopher's Stone, because I can see that you don't have much desire for it. When I made the Philosopher's Stone, there was a time when I was complacent and thought I was the most powerful alchemist. In the end, it was my wife who beat me hard with her wand and woke up. Although the Philosopher's Stone is considered by many to be the highest achievement in alchemy, in fact, it has no other function except to delay people's life and turn stones into gold. The two of us already have a magic stone, which is enough. This piece is yours, and it was made real because of you, so we discussed it and thought it would be best to leave it to you." Of course, you must pay attention to confidentiality. Many wizards are very coveted. So far, it's just us and the couple, and you know the news. We didn't even talk about Dumbledore, so you'd better take it. Seeing the firm expression that Nick LeMay repeatedly requested, Peter still took the Philosopher's Stone, put it in his hand and looked at it carefully, and then jokingly said, "If this Philosopher's Stone gets to the Muggle world, it may be considered it's a ruby and it can sell for quite a bit." After hearing this, Nick LeMay laughed and said, "This magic stone belongs to you now. If you sell it as an ordinary gem, we have no problem. But in this way, it's too wasteful. After all, you can use it to continuously change gold. At one time I was just a poor boy, and I almost spent all my money to make the Philosopher's Stone. Fortunately, my wife, Perennial, was always by my side. So the first time I made the Philosopher's Stone, I used it to make a lot of gold. I still remember how happy I was after owning a whole house of gold. Please forgive me for my nagging. It's always like this when I get older," Nick LeMay said to Peter with a smile while looking at the cold black tea. "Then I ordered the teacup with my wand, and the black tea suddenly became hot again." "No, it's very interesting to hear your previous experience. After all, someone like you who has lived for a long time is a living dictionary in Muggle parlance," 35 Peter said with a smile. "A living dictionary?" Nick LeMay said with a smile when he heard it. "It is true, Perennial and I have lived for more than 600 years and have seen a lot of things. If you are interested, you can do it later. Come to us often to accompany the old man like me to listen to the stories of the past. Of course, I also want to know what happened hundreds of years ago. After all, no one knows the past better than you. Maybe I can write a book about you in the future. Maybe even become a best-selling author." "What?" Peter said with a smile. "By the way, Mr. Nick LeMay, do you know why the magic stone becomes real after my magic power is absorbed by the semi-finished magic stone?" Peter asked curiously. When Nick LeMay heard it, he didn't explain it immediately, but said to him, "There are many ways to make the Philosopher's Stone in the magic world and the Muggle world, but no one has ever successfully made the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, some of those manufacturing methods are correct, but the necessary materials and timing are missing." Although Peter was curious about how the Philosopher's Stone was made, he didn't ask. After all, it was Nick LeMay's secret. But Nick LeMay apparently had no intention of hiding it, and he asked, "Peter, do you know the magic element?" "Magic element?" "I know, Mr. Nick LeMay. The 4 elements of earth, feng shui and fire, and the 4 Hogwarts houses, which represent these 4 elements. And I am from Slytherin House, which represents the water element," 35 Peter replied. Nick LeMay nodded and said, "The world knows the 4 elements of magic, but they don't know that there is a 5th element. It is the dual and living Mercury with its own spirit, which can deal with all imperfections that are not solid and imperfect. Metal. And this 5th element is the source of the Philosopher's Stone." "The 5th element?" Peter asked in surprise. "This 5th element is the mystery of the mystery, the limit and purpose of all things under the sky, and the perfect essence of all elements. The magic stone can be used as a medium for changing metal element materials, which is why it can change all metals. The reason for gold," Nick LeMay explained. "You have the blood of the phoenix in you, right?" Nick LeMay suddenly said to Peter. "How did you know that, Mr. Nick LeMay?" Peter asked in surprise. Only Ollivander should know about this. Could it be that he told Nick LeMay? The old guy who has lived for hundreds of years will always have a way when you can turn the half-finished magic stone into real. I heard from Dumbledore again. When you have a phoenix pet, I probably guessed it," Nick LeMay explained with a smile. Then Nick LeMay said, "Actually, the most important material for making the magic stone is the blood of the phoenix, or a mysterious power contained in the blood of the phoenix. This mysterious power is also the reason why the phoenix can be reborn." 95. The Philosopher's Stone can't actually make people live forever. Rather, it is used as a medium to allow the owner of the Philosopher's Stone to form a cycle by itself. Just like a phoenix, the magic and vitality in the body are constantly circulating. 0. It's just that humans don't have the ability to nirvana, so the body will get older and older, just like I am now, becoming very fragile. Peter, you can turn that half-finished Philosopher's Stone into reality because you have the bloodline of the Phoenix in your body, and you also have that mysterious power. Drain the mysterious power from your body, and that's why it succeeds. 5. Mr. Nick LeMay, if that's the case, does it mean that I was sucked away by the mysterious power in my body? Peter stood up in horror. To know this kind of power, but to maintain the source of his nirvana, if he is sucked away by the magic stone, how can he nirvana? How can he not die? Don't worry, Peter. The mysterious power in your body is actually like the magic power exhausted to you. It can be restored. You can actually feel it, right? Nick LeMay comforted. It was true when Peter heard it, after all. In addition to being a little weak at the beginning, he was full of vitality the next day. Afterwards, Peter asked Nick LeMay some questions about alchemy, and he also asked him about the problems he encountered in ancient magic literature. After all, alchemy is deeply related to ancient magic literature. Then he showed Nick LeMay the rune wooden plaque he made, hoping that the other party could give him some good advice. Nick LeMay is indeed a person who has lived for more than 600 years. He knows a lot of things, not only in alchemy, but also in ancient magic literature. He is even proficient in other fields they talked about. This made Peter feel great admiration for Nick LeMay's vast knowledge and even took the time to ask him for advice. And Nick LeMay was also very surprised by Peter, a 13 or 14-year-old child. He could feel that the boy in front of him had outstanding talent, so he answered Peter's questions patiently. Several hours passed while the two were asking and answering, but they were finally interrupted by Perenal because it was time to eat. Peter looked at Nick LeMay with embarrassment, especially now that Nick LeMay had a tired look on his face. Before he knew it, he had been disturbed for so long. Okay, don't have such a guilty expression. I haven't chatted with people like this for a long time. Nick LeMay said kindly to him without blaming. Come over to eat. Nino made a big table of delicious food today. We have a good time. Perenal said with a smile. For the next week, Peter stayed at Nick LeMay's house. Sometimes I would sunbathe in the yard with Perenal, and sometimes I would ask Nick LeMay about magic. For old people like Nick LeMay and Perenal who have lived for hundreds of years, time has given them enough insight and people who can easily read people's hearts. So Peter didn't pay any attention to the two old people from the beginning, but purely regarded them as friends who could get along with each other. So he did not have any psychological burden and communicated with the two old people at will. Even if the Philosopher's Stone was given to him by Nick LeMay, he just regarded it as a collectible, which he could play with at any time. Even after getting acquainted with Nick in the past few days, he complained that there are too many magazines on the magic stone, and the texture is not as good as ordinary gems. Nick was so angry that he chased Peter to ask for the Philosopher's Stone back, but Peter said with a smile on his face that there was no reason to take back the gift he sent. Perenal, who was amused by the onlookers, laughed. On this day, Peter was taken to his underground laboratory by Nick LeMay. Nick, you mean to try? Can I make another Philosopher's Stone? Peter asked in surprise. Yes, since your magic power can make the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone become real, it doesn't make sense to not do it now. Nick LeMay nodded and said, his face full of curiosity about the experiment, although I succeeded in making it found the Philosopher's Stone, but still haven't discovered all its secrets. I once thought this was the only way to go in this life, but your appearance gave me the desire to continue to explore. So I want to take advantage of the fact that I haven't been buried in the coffin to uncover this curiosity that all alchemists are curious about. Question. Nick, you're someone who owns the Philosopher's Stone. You can live as long as you want. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Peter said with a smile. Peter, you don't know. Although the Philosopher's Stone can keep me from dying, it can't prevent my body from aging. When I am at this age, the Philosopher's Stone is no longer a blessing, but a curse. When your body is so fragile that it shatters at the touch of a button, you can't do anything. Feel the aging of your body like a terminally ill patient, but you won't die. This is the same as those half-dead people who use unicorn blood to survive. There is no difference. I have had the idea of destroying the Philosopher's Stone many times, but my love for alchemy kept me going. And Perenal's love for me decided to accompany me to keep going. Nick LeMay shook his head and said, showing emotional disgust towards the Philosopher's Stone. Perennial is indeed a gentle person. You're lucky, Nick. Peter said sincerely. Yes, the most proud thing in my life has never been to make the Philosopher's Stone, but to take Perennial. I know she has never been very interested in immortality, but she still chose to continue to walk with me. Nick faced with a gentle look on his face, he said proudly. Perennial and I had already decided to give up using the Philosopher's Stone, so we handed the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore and wanted to destroy the Philosopher's Stone at the right time. But until Dumbledore handed the other magic stone into my hands, I knew that I was reluctant to die for the time being. And Perennial still supported my decision, and she decided to continue to wait with me. But this time I don't want her to wait for a long time, so I have to hurry up and crack the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. When the time comes, I can be happy, lie in the coffin with Perennial, and have a good rest. Nick LeMay said in an expectant tone. Well, although I don't understand it, I sincerely hope your wishes come true. Peter paused, then said, Haha, you are still young, so naturally you don't understand the idea that we old guys have had enough. Nick LeMay looked at Peter's expression and said with a smile, As long as there are intelligent creatures, there will be a sense of loneliness. When I made the Philosopher's Stone, I didn't understand why the seniors gave up the Philosopher's Stone. But in hundreds of years, watching the people around you grow old and die one by one, you will feel a sense of distance and loneliness. Fortunately, I have my favorite Perennial by my side, otherwise I can hardly imagine what I would become. Peter thought about that situation and felt a little scary, but it was too early for him to think about it for the time being. Okay. Let's try if you can still make a Philosopher's Stone. Nick LeMay used his wand to hold a wooden box engraved with runes, and with a little tap, the wooden box opened from above, revealing at least dozens of red stones inside. Half-finished magic stone. Hey, Nick, you actually made so many Philosopher's Stones. That's amazing! Peter exclaimed in amazement. This is the magic stone that I have tried to create for hundreds of years, but all failed in the last step. Nick LeMay said with a sigh, I have spent hundreds of years researching experiments, but the mysterious energy in Phoenix's blood is too unstable. Not to mention that Phoenixes are very rare and magical creatures, and it is difficult to obtain their blood. Once I targeted Albus Fox and almost kept Albus from breaking up with me. Nick, don't you want to focus on my Phoenix? That can't be. Peter looked at him warily and said, What are you thinking? I might have thought this way before, but now that I have you, I am too lazy to fight your Phoenix idea. Nick Lima gave him a white look and said, Why don't I feel a little comfort? Peter muttered silently. Come on, Peter, hold this magic stone and send magic power into it to test the effect. Nick LeMay was eager to try, picked out a semi-finished magic stone and handed it to Peter. Peter had nothing to resist, took the Philosopher's Stone and looked at it, and then tried to send magic power into it. Suddenly, the Philosopher's Stone glowed bright red, and then a suction force erupted, sticking tightly to Peter's hand, absorbing the magic power in Peter's body. Peter instinctively panicked and wanted to throw the magic stone out of his hand, but the magic stone was firmly attached to his hand and could not be thrown away. Don't worry, Peter, as long as the Philosopher's Stone absorbs enough magic power, it will stop. Nick LeMay quickly reassured. Then he took out a pair of gold unilateral glasses from his pocket in surprise, put them on his eyes, and carefully looked at the changes in Peter and the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. Nonsense, it's not you who's absorbed the magic, of course you won't be afraid. Peter replied directly. But at this time, Nick LeMay didn't notice Peter's words at all. The gold spectacles glowed faintly. He looked at Peter in surprise and exclaimed, Peter, you are really a magical guy. Your body is full of the mysterious energy of the Phoenix. No wonder it can make the Philosopher's Stone real. If I hadn't been able to confirm that you were human, I would have thought you were a phoenix in human skin. Peter felt that the last trace of magic in his body was drained. He was unable to throw away the magic stone, paralyzed on the ground, and gasped, silently complaining in his heart, Then you guessed it, Lousy's other form is the Phoenix. This time Nick LeMay didn't forget Peter, and took out a bottle of magic potion and handed it to Peter's mouth, This is a magic supplement, which can quickly restore your magic power. Drink it quickly. Peter did not refuse, opened his mouth to drink the potion directly, and then felt a burst of warmth from his abdomen, and then spread out. The weakness of his body quickly disappeared, and his pale complexion became rosy. The effect of this magic supplement is not bad. It works immediately. It's amazing. Peter stood up and praised. Of course, this is the potion made by Perennial. She used to be the best student of Beauxbatons, especially her expertise in potions. Nicolae said proudly. Seeing that Peter was all right, Nicolae picked up the Philosopher's Stone, checked it carefully, and said in surprise, "This semi-finished Philosopher's Stone has also become the real thing. Now there are 3 Philosopher's Stones in the world. It's incredible. I used to try to make a second magic stone countless times, but I didn't succeed, but now there are 2 at once." Nicolae said with a complicated expression, and then looked at the wooden box. The pile of semi-finished magic stones said, "Or maybe there are more than 3. What are you thinking? Nick, do you still want to make these Philosopher's Stones real?" Peter looked at him vigilantly and warned firmly, "If you dare to think so, I will give it to Perina immediately. Air said you had a crush on a woman named Emma before you met her. How did you know about this?" "I obviously didn't tell anyone," Nicolae exclaimed. "Who told you to talk to me? You had this name in your head when you were in school at Beauxbatons." Peter pouted. "You stinky brat, you dare to read my mind. It's really abominable." Nick said angrily, "I will always maintain a clemency in front of you in the future so that you don't see me all. Cut, who would be interested in an old man's brain, and I'm not a pervert." Peter replied, "Don't try to turn me into your Philosopher's Stone charger." If you're not curious about my brain, why are you using legitimacy? You bad boy," Nick said with a look that saw through him. "Nick, are you really old and can't remember things? You were teaching me the skills of Dementor before. Who would have thought you would have such thoughts in your head at that time, and I couldn't possibly give it to myself. Forget everything." 35 Peter replied unceremoniously. "What are you arguing about? Come up for dinner." Perennial suddenly appeared at the door of the laboratory, looking at the two with a smile. "There's no quarrel. Peter and I are just arguing over an issue," Nicolae quickly replied, giving Peter a wink to tell him to pay attention. Peter glanced contemptuously at this old man who was over 100 years old and was afraid of his wife, then echoed with a smile, "Yes, Nick and I are discussing the issue of the Philosopher's Stone." 35. "Okay, I can't be in a hurry for the experiment. Come and eat first. Nino has prepared a lot of new dishes, as well as delicious fish soup." 35 Perennial said with a smile. Under Peter's firm resistance, Nicolae finally failed to realize the idea of turning all the semi-finished Philosopher's Stones in the wooden box into real ideas. Although it was a pleasant and fulfilling time at Nicolae, the arrival of a 4th-grade shopping list reminded him that the time to start school was approaching. So after saying goodbye to the 2 old men, Peter teleported back to York Manor with the help of Feld. "After so many days outside, I'm finally willing to come back." As soon as Peter entered the door, Aunt Christine folded her arms and sat on the sofa watching him. Kristen didn't know where Peter went, only that their principal took him away. "Auntie hasn't seen you for a few days and has become beautiful again. This is a gift for you." Peter smiled and took the initiative to hug her, then took out a red gem for her. Christine took the huge ruby, looked at it in surprise, and asked, "Did you go to Treasure with your principal? It's rare to see such a big gem." 99. "I went to Nicolae's house as a guest. The one in your hand is not a ruby, but a legendary magic stone," Peter said with a smile. "Nicholas? The Philosopher's Stone? Didn't you mean Nicholas Flamel, who made the Philosopher's Stone?" Kristen said in disbelief, "Is he still alive?" Then Christine, looking at the ruby in his hand, asked excitedly, "Is this the legendary magic stone that can make people immortal?" "Don't think too beautiful, Christine. Of course it can't be the real Sorcerer's Stone. It's just a failure made by Nicolae." 35 Peter poured cold water and said that this stone was picked from Nick's wooden box before Peter left. Semi-finished magic stone. Although he carried a real Philosopher's Stone on him, he wasn't going to take it out. However, Christine did not show a disappointed look and said excitedly, "Of course I know it can't be the real Sage's stone, but it's Nick LeMay. This is something made by a legendary character. God, too perfect. It looks like a ruby. How beautiful would it be if it were a magic stone? The real Philosopher's Stone doesn't look any different from this one, so don't fantasize about it." Peter continued. "Don't destroy my fantasy." "Brat." Kristen rolled his eyes at him, then continued to look at the magic stone in his hand with a dreamy expression, and muttered to himself, "I kept it as a treasure, or make it into a piece of jewelry." "No, making it into jewelry will destroy it." 0. "There's such a box of Philosopher's Stones at Nickleam. If you still want it, I'll give you a few more when I go over there." Peter said blindly. "Who do you think Nick LeMay is yours?" "That's a famous alchemist. It's amazing to give you one. How many more do you want?" "Dream." Christine rolled her nephew and replied. Peter shook his head. He had a door key specially given to him by Nick LeMay. If he wanted to go there in the future, as long as he input magic power into the door key, he could teleport to Nick LeMay's house. "By the way, your classmates sent you a letter a few days ago, saying that the owl has not been able to contact you recently, and they plan to go to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies together on August 25th, and ask if you want to go." Kristen suddenly remembered, and quickly said to Peter. In addition to using the faithful charm, Nick LeMay also applied various magics to the house. The owl couldn't find the house at all, and of course those who wanted to contact Peter couldn't find him. Even the school start list was sent by Dumbledore, specially sent by Phoenix Fox. "August 25th? Isn't that tomorrow?" Peter said in surprise. The next day, Peter got up early and after breakfast, Wales drove him to the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron is still in a mess and Peter refuses Tom's drink and enters Diagon Alley through the backyard patio. Peter's cash is running out and he needs to go to Gringotts to withdraw it. As soon as they entered Gringotts, the goblins greeted Peter warmly as soon as they saw Peter, as if they had seen Jean Gallion. In fact, this is indeed the case. After all, the vaults of the French Rosier family in the UK were given to Peter by Haymon Rosier. The Rosier family is a wealthy pureblood family. The treasury given to Peter alone has a golden galleon like a hill in it, not including other treasures. Peter came to the counter and someone was lining up in front of Peter. It is a father and daughter with pale blonde hair, which looks like white hair from a distance. The man was talking to the goblin, and the little girl beside him looked around with a little boredom and then met Peter's eyes. The little girl looked like a newborn, with waist-length pale golden hair, fair complexion, long pale golden eyelashes, and when she blinked her eyes, she looked like a well-informed little fairy. When the little girl saw Peter, she didn't look timid, but looked at him curiously. Peter smiled and winked at her. "Okay, Luna, we should go." After the man finished his work, he pulled the little girl and walked out. It turned out to be Luna Lovegood, and Peter frowned, remembering that she was indeed enrolled this year. It's Mr. York. Do you want to do business?" The goblin on the counter asked enthusiastically when she saw Peter. "Yes, I want to withdraw some money," Peter said. When the goblins heard this, their expressions paled. These goblins naturally love money. Even the money in the vaults of wizards belongs to the wizards temporarily in their eyes. The wizard took a penny out of it as if he was cutting their flesh. "How much does Mr. York want to withdraw?" the goblin asked with a smirk. "Take 1,000 gold galleons first, and then take it later when it's not enough," Peter said casually. When the goblin heard it, her face couldn't hold back, and she could only say depressedly, "This amount of money can't be withdrawn from the counter for the time being. Mr. York, you can only go to the vault to withdraw it." Peter looked at the reaction of these goblins and found it interesting. These goblins love money like their lives, and taking a gold galleon seems to be killing him. After coming out of Gringotts again, Peter went to Mrs. Malkin's robe shop first. His body is now in a stage of rapid growth, and the previous robes are a little ill-fitting. "Peter, you're here too." Cedric, who was being tailored in the robe shop, said in surprise when he saw Peter. Said, "Long time no see." Peter beckoned happily and asked, "How about Ellen and the others? Haven't they come yet?" Alan is now at the licenses bookstore, and today there is a star writer signing the book there. His mother is a fan, so he pulled Alan and asked him to help get the autograph. Cedric said with a smile, his face full of sympathy. As for Fred and George, we haven't seen them yet, but they should come with the Weasleys, Cedric said. Star writer? You shouldn't be talking about that Gilderoy Lockhart. Peter was confused at first, then reacted, and asked with a weird look on his face. Yes, it's him. He is doing a signing at the Lehan bookstore today, and there are a lot of people crowded there now, all of whom are his fans. Cedric nodded and then complained, this year's new black book. The defense professor must be a big fan of him. Have you seen the book list? The Defense Against the Dark Arts instruction book is actually a series of Lockhart books. Peter said strangely, then you guessed wrong, because this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is Gilderoy Lockhart. 35. What? It's him. Merlin Stinky Socks, although it doesn't feel good to say that, but I feel that he is a bit unstable to be a professor of defense against the dark arts. Cedric said with a surprised look and then frowned. It's more than unstable, except that the memory spell is used better. It's a piece of shit. Peter snorted and said directly. Grave accent, it shouldn't be, I mean in his books. He has done a lot of real things, and those experiences don't seem to be fake. Cedric said in surprise. Look at it slowly, there is one semester anyway. Peter said lightly, not choosing to talk about what Lockhart did now. Anyway, that straw bag will be exposed sooner or later. Even if it is not exposed, he will expose him. After measuring the clothes, the two left the robe shop and went to Lehan bookstore to buy books. As a result, as soon as they arrived at the door of the bookstore, they saw that it was very chaotic inside. Two adult wizards hugged and beat each other, and a group of wizards crowded the door to watch the fun inside. Peter and Cedric finally squeezed in and took a closer look, only to realize that the two people who were fighting were Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy. The surrounding books were knocked to the ground by two people, and the clerk shouted anxiously from the side, wanting to stop but not daring to go forward. Dad beat him. Give him a right uppercut. The twins shouted to help out. Ginny, Ronald, and Harry all looked at Arthur on the ground with worried expressions. Peter looked at the scene in front of him. Not only was a little speechless, he didn't see anyone blocking him nearby, so he could only play by himself. Peter walked up and waved his hand lightly, and the two were instantly separated by a distance of one person, and the fists swiping at each other only hit the air. Well, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy, this is a bookstore, not a place to fight, and there are so many people here. Peter reluctantly persuaded. At this time, Lucius Malfoy's right eye socket was dark blue, his hair was disheveled, Arthur Weasley's chin was red and swollen, and the corner of his mouth was broken. Neither of them could hit each other, and they snorted coldly at each other. Seeing that the two of them didn't do anything, Peter lifted the spell. Lucius Malfoy picked up a second-hand book on the ground, walked up to Ginny Weasley, stuffed the book into his second-hand cauldron, and said viciously, "Keep your books, little girl. Yours, I'm afraid my father can only buy second-hand books for you." Then he turned to an angry Arthur Weasley and said, "Weasley, we're not done yet." 35. "I'm waiting, Malfoy." Arthur replied, not to be outdone. Then Lucius Malfoy pulled the terrified Draco out of the bookstore, leaving behind the books and the clerk who wanted to cry without tears. Looking at the clerk, Peter was also a little helpless. Wouldn't he use one to restore the original? Only a good person can do it to the end, and wave to the book on the ground. The book on the ground immediately returned to its original position, and the torn pages were restored. Restoration as new. Thank you, Mr. York. If it weren't for you, the store manager would have scolded me again, the bookstore clerk said gratefully to Peter. You're welcome, but it's time for you to find time to learn the spell of recovery, Peter said to the clerk. Hee. I didn't study hard when I was in school, and now I have forgotten all about it, the clerk said with an embarrassed expression. No wonder you can only be a clerk, Peter said speechlessly. Mr. Weasley has been gone for a long time. What happened just now? Why did the fight start? Peter asked with a smile, and a healing spell was used to heal the wound on Arthur's face. Thank you, Peter. Arthur touched his face, said gratefully, and then said angrily, "That Malfoy is my old enemy, and I don't know what happened today, and he provokes me frequently and endures it." Before I stopped, I punched him. Speaking of which, Arthur felt a little embarrassed. After all, in front of a group of children, he was a little embarrassed. "Oh, is it?" Peter couldn't deny it, and glanced casually at the book in Ginny's cauldron. "Arthur, I heard someone say, you got into a fight with Malfoy?" A rough voice came from outside the shop, and it was Hagrid belatedly. "Hagrid, you're late. Otherwise you can see Malfoy. He was beaten like a plucked peacock by me," Arthur said with a smug laugh. "What, Arthur, you actually got into a fight?" Mrs. Weasley's voice came from the side, and Mrs. Weasley said to her husband angrily with her arms on her hips, "I told you to take good care of the children, but you fought in front of them. This gives them a bad head." "Oh, Mom, it was that Malfoy who was so nasty that Dad beat him because he couldn't bear it," the twins shouted for their father. "Shut up, Fry 190 to George, you're not trying to persuade Arthur, you're still fighting the fire. If Percy was there, he'd definitely hold your dad." Mrs. Weasley scolded the twins. "Oh, model student Percy," said George, pouting. "Mommy's darling Percy," Fred said angrily. "Shut up." Mrs. Weasley glared at both of them. "Long time no see, Mrs. Weasley. How are you doing?" Peter hurriedly stepped forward to say hello, saving the twins from continuing to be trained. "Oh, Peter, thank you. You are such a good boy. I just heard that you pulled Arthur away." Mrs. Weasley saw Peter, her expression became very tender, and she gave Peter a hug. The twins made a grotesque look behind Mrs. Weasley's back, causing Peter to give them a roll of eyes. "Peter York." Peter had just left Mrs. Weasley's arms when a surprised voice came from behind him, and then he was pulled over. When Peter regained his senses, all he saw was Lockhart's greasy smile. "Peter York, Merlin's second-class medal winner, International Wizarding Duel Champion. It's you, right? I've seen your photo." Lockhart looked at Peter curiously. "Today is a great day. Harry Potter and Peter York are at my signing. Come on, let's take a photo together that's sure to make the headlines of the Daily Prophet." "No, thank you, I don't want to take pictures." Peter refused nonchalantly. "Don't be like this, Peter. You may not know, I'm your defense against the dark arts professor this semester." "Surprise?" Lockhart said, holding on to Peter's hand, showing his 8 big white teeth, thinking he was handsome. "Peter is not a bully like Harry." Seeing that Lockhart would not let go, he patted Lockhart's hand lightly and quietly used a magic trick. Lockhart stabbed his hand away. He felt the pain as if his hand had been stabbed by countless needles just now, and looked at Peter in disbelief. "Thanks," Peter nodded with a smile, and left him. The twins noticed the movement just now, walked to Peter's side with a smile, and asked curiously, "What did you do just now? That peacock actually gave up on you." "It's nothing, just gave him a little curse, making him feel like his hand was stabbed by a needle," Peter said lightly. "Cool, well done." The twins gave a thumbs up and then complained, "This peacock has actually become our defense against the dark arts professor, and I suspect he is selling books for the purpose. Look at our guidebooks. What are Break with the Ghosts, Swim with the Ghouls, Vacation with the Dominatrix, Walking with the Trolls, etc. There are 7 books in total." "Book? Are we going to use that many books in one semester? And there are no secondhand books, not to mention very expensive. You also know the situation in our family. So many people want to buy so many books. When I get up at night, I hear my parents discussing whether to sell some ancestral things." The twins said that their expressions, AC/DC, were no longer cheerful, and they said worriedly, "We are thinking about whether to use the funds for opening a store in the future to subsidize the family." Peter didn't say anything, just patted the 2 brothers on the shoulders. Knowledge in the magical world is expensive. Basically, the price of a book is about 1 or 2 gold galleons, not to mention that each of Lockhart's books costs 2 gold galleons, and 7 books cost 14 gold galleons. The Weasleys are currently studying Percy, Fred, George, Ronald, and Ginny, who has just entered school. In total, the Book of Defense Against the Dark Arts will cost 70 gold galleons. But don't think this is too much. You must know that the price of dragon liver in Diagon Alley has recently risen to 17 silver shiko 1 ounce, which has been criticized by many wizards for being expensive. You know that is the liver of a fire dragon. However, the price of books is more expensive than that of dragon liver, which reflects the expensiveness of magic knowledge. Therefore, if many wizards cannot learn as much knowledge as possible in school, it will be difficult for them to come into contact with more magic after leaving school. Knowledge, unless you have enough money. And that's why the founder of Hogwarts is respected by so many wizards. Just because they gave a lot of wizards a chance to learn. Of course, although Lockhart's book is only a travelogue, the reason why it can be sought after is not only his writing, but also a lot of reliable knowledge about dealing with dark creatures. Although this knowledge is plagiarized by him. Having said that, Peter looked at the frowning expressions of the twins, quietly pulled them aside and said, "I'll give you a piece of advice. In fact, you don't need to buy all of them. After all, your defense against the dark arts classes are not at the same time. You just need to buy a set of books, and then you brothers will take turns taking books to class." Hearing Peter's words, the eyes of the two brothers lit up. "Actually, I still have the easiest way, and that is to use the copy spell to copy a few sets of books directly. There's no cost at all," Peter whispered while covering his mouth. The twins' eyes brightened, but then went out again, and said, "But unfortunately, the copied things will disappear after a long time. We have to spend a whole semester." "Don't worry, Professor Flitwick taught me a word copying spell. Just prepare a blank book. You can copy the words on other books, and it will never disappear." 39 Peter said with a smile. "That's a good idea." The twins exclaimed in surprise, then hugged Peter. "Peter, you are our timely rain. Harry gave Ginny a set of Lockhart books just now. We just don't have to buy it." The twins said to Peter expectantly, "Parchment is cheap. It doesn't cost much at all, but you have to rely on Dude to copy it." We don't know copying spells." "No problem. I'll also use Transfiguration to transform the book cover for you, so that it is exactly the same as the real book," Peter assured with a smile. Then Peter walked up to Ginny, pointed to the cauldron in her hand with a smile, and said directly, "Ginny, can you show me the book in your cauldron? I think I saw Malfoy returning it to you just now. There's something mixed in the book." As soon as Ginny heard Peter's words, she hurriedly looked at the second-hand books in her cauldron. After a closer look, she really found an old diary. Just as he was about to reach for it, Harry Potter on the side blocked Ginny's hand vigilantly and said, "Don't touch it, Ginny. This is what Malfoy sneaked in. Be careful. It's dangerous." He also noticed Malfoy just now. Whose actions just didn't think so much. "Yes, quite alert, Harry," Peter said admiringly. Then he reached out and took out the old notebook from Ginny's cauldron and looked at it carefully. This Voldemort's Horcrux is quite powerful, and there is no magic fluctuation at all. If Peter hadn't known it, I would have thought it was just an ordinary diary. "Is this what Malfoy's gave to Ginny? A journal? Harry asked differently. "Of course it's impossible. Harry, Malfoy is so bad, how could he send a simple diary? There must be dark magic hidden on it, but we didn't find it." Ron retorted affirmatively. "Yo, you're smart, Ronald." The twins stepped forward and teased Ronald, then looked at the diary in Peter's hand with a serious look and asked Peter, "Do you know what this is, Peter?" Peter nodded, then turned the page on the back of the diary to them. "I saw Tom Marvolo Riddle's name written on the diary." "Hey!" When the twins saw the name, their faces suddenly showed a horrified expression. They only came into contact with this name last semester. Is that person's?" The twins asked Peter with wide eyes. "Yes, it is that person's diary." Peter nodded and said, and then instructed, "If you know it, don't say it. Otherwise, there will be changes." The twins nodded nervously, their mouths closed tightly, but when they looked at the notebook, they seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing, and they didn't want to get close at all. Especially when I saw Peter flipping through the diary at random. He shouted very worriedly, "Peter, don't touch it. This thing is very dangerous." "It's okay, don't worry, I know what this thing is, and he won't come out without the right time," Peter said with a smile. "You know what this is, right? Who is that person? Can any of you tell us?" Hermione said resentfully, and they were confused. You better not know about this. Just know that this diary is dangerous and you can touch it. I will destroy it or give it to Dumbledore when I find the time, so you don't have to ask. 95 Peter said that it was not suitable to tell them about the Horcrux for the time being. This thing was stuffed by Malfoy, or we'll tell Daddy to ask him to trouble Malfoy. Ronald said indignantly Malfoy actually stuffed such a dangerous thing into Ginny's. In the cauldron, he clearly wanted to kill Ginny. Useless Ronald, we have no evidence, and we can't find Malfoy's trouble. Hermione Yao said, he just provoked Mr. Weasley a few times and got into a fight. I think he just wanted to take the opportunity to take this diary. Then, sneak it to Ginny. And there are books around here, Malfoy can't admit it. Hermione is right, since Malfoy put all his energy into sending the diary to Ginny, the purpose is definitely not simple, and he will definitely have follow-up actions. Harry said wisely and guessed. Now that the diary is in Peter's hands, no matter what Malfoy thinks, it won't work. We don't have to worry too much. George said with a smile. Well, what we should be worrying about right now is how do we persuade Mom to give up buying Lockhart's books? Fred said. But Mom is very obsessed with Lockhart now, and it's very difficult. The twins sighed in unison. Don't buy books? Lockhart is our next defense against the dark arts professor. Will he kick us out of the classroom if we don't buy books? Ronald asked in surprise. He was about to buy his own wand this year, and as a result, Lockhart's book would cost 14 galleons, putting his wand-buying plans out of business. We already have a plan, Ronald. As long as you don't tell your mom about them, we have a way to save you money on books, and you can buy your own wand, the twins said confidently. Is your plan reliable? Ronald asked suspiciously. Of course it's very reliable. This is the advice Peter gave us. And he will help. The twins pulled Peter up and assured him confidently, Peter can copy the text, and he can easily copy the content of the entire book. Copy it. We don't have to buy such an expensive book anymore. And it's still a whole 7 useless books. 0. Ask for flowers. It's illegal. You can't do this. It would be very bad if others knew about it. Hermione on the side retorted sternly. We have no choice, Hermione, and if Lockhart chooses the defense against the dark arts guidebook like the other professors, instead of assigning us 7 books of his own, we shouldn't have to, the twins sighed. Hermione also knew the Weasley family's family background, and said struggling, But this is illegal. If you are found, you will be punished. Our smart and lovely Hermione, you definitely won't tell anyone, right? The twins grinned on both sides of Hermione and thumped her shoulders diligently. Of course I won't tell anyone, Hermione said, blushing. But, 0. That's good. The twins gave each other high fives, then surrounded a group of people and arranged. Ginny, you're in charge of attracting Mom's attention and taking Mom to buy other things on the admission list. Ronald, you'll persuade Dad to go to the bar for a drink later. I'm sure he'll be happy. As soon as the money for the book arrives, we'll take you to the wand. Just don't let Mom know we didn't buy Lockhart or she'll get mad. Ginny nodded obediently and agreed. He didn't want to spend so much money on defense against the dark arts books. As for Ronald, he nodded even more happily. After all, the twins promised to buy him a wand with the money from the book, and he was fed up with the wand in his hand. Things went well, and Ginny pestered Mrs. Weasley to buy other school supplies, and also asked the twins to hand over the money for the books to the twins, who would be in charge of buying the books. Although Mrs. Weasley did not trust the twins, she was very fond of her only young daughter. After sternly telling the twins not to waste money, she left the bookstore with Ginny. The twins winked at Ronald again, and Ronald tried to trick Arthur Weasley into taking a break in the pub, as if he had been beaten with blood, and promised not to tell Mrs. Weasley. Coupled with the twins' assists, Arthur Weasley laughed and followed Hagrid to the leaky cauldron. When the task was completed, the twins gave each other high fives happily, looked at the purse in their hands, and took Ronald directly to the Ollivander wand shop, leaving Hermione with her mouth open to say something. It didn't take long for Ronald to run to the crowd excitedly, showing his latest wand, and said happily, "This is my willow wand, and the core of the wand is the hair of a male unicorn." Congratulations, Ronald. This is a good wand. 35 Peter said congratulations, and felt a little sympathy for the poor child. If it wasn't for his intervention, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get his wand until the 3rd grade. Ronald's eldest brother, Bill, was an excellent student. He was president of the student union and worked at Gringotts after graduation. The second brother, Charlie, is the captain of Quidditch. After graduation, he went to work in the dragon farm. The third brother, Percy, is now a prefect of Gryffindor and will be the president of the student council in the future, and his grades are also very good. Although the fourth brother and fifth brother, George Fred, is not very good, he has a very lively personality and is very popular, and he is very talented in making prank props. 90-inch money member. Ronald is not the youngest, nor is his talent outstanding. He is just a very ordinary person, and among so many children, it is inevitable that he will always be ignored. It's no wonder that when the first grade started, he complained to Harry that he was wearing an old robe that was handed down. The wand he used was the one that his second brother Charlie had eliminated. The book was a second-hand book, and the pet was a mouse that was not analyzed. Thinking of it this way, Peter would be very sympathetic for him, and he would have to thank Merlin for his blessing without being crooked. Ronald's wand cost 7 galleons. After not buying Lockhart's book, we have enough money to buy a new robe for Ronald later. The 35 twins counted the money in the purse and said happily, "You don't have to spend money for me anymore. I'm already very good with this wand." Ronald looked at the wand in his hand stupidly and shook his head. "Of course you have to buy it. Ronald, you used to wear the old robes. This time you have to wear something better. And we can't save the money, otherwise Mommy will be suspicious." The twins insisted, "Of course your robes, do not wear it at home, otherwise it will be exposed." Although the twins often make fun of Ronald, they are still very concerned about this silly brother. Peter looked at the way they got along and was a little envious, but wished he had a younger brother or sister. "The weather is a little hot. I invite everyone to Floren's cold drink shop to eat ice cream," Peter announced to everyone with a smile. "Hooray! Thank you for the generous Peter," the crowd cheered. A group of people rushed into the Floren cold drink shop, and the owner, Floren, saw Peter pull out a golden galleon and instantly squinted his eyes. "Serve everyone with generous servings of ice cream." Everyone sat around a round table, watching Peter take out his wand and copy Lockhart's book on the spot. I saw Peter waved his wand lightly, and the twins spent less than a gold galleon and bought a large stack of parchment, which quickly and automatically sorted and stitched them into blank books. Then Peter put his wand on a book he bought from Lockhart, chanted the text copying spell, and the text on the book jumped and merged into Peter's wand. Peter put his wand on the blank book again, flicked it gently, and the words in the wand quickly poured out, covering the whole book. Take a closer look at the content inside, and it is exactly the same as the original book. Peter used Transfiguration again to make the bookcase the same as the original one, and what finally appeared in the eyes of everyone was a book from Lockhart sold in Lehan bookstore. No difference. "Hey, Peter, you're amazing." George picked up the book that Peter had conjured, flipped through it carefully, and said with admiration, "It's exactly the same. I'm afraid no one will recognize it as a fake when I get it in the bookstore." Actually, it's not fake. The books in Lehan bookstore are actually pasted with text copying spells, so apart from the different producers, the books are no different. 35 Peter explained with a smile. Road. Then Peter continued the previous operation, and after a while, 28 new and exquisite books were piled on the table, just enough for 4 people. Others were stunned by Peter's smooth operation. "Magic is amazing!" Alan, who had just met Peter, exclaimed in admiration, and then said with a pity, "I knew I would never buy Lockhart's books, and if Peter came to help, I would have saved a lot of money. Money by other things." Ronald licked the ice cream in front of him, stared blankly at Peter across from him, and then whispered to Harry next to him, "Seriously, I think Peter is better than those professors, and he's only in 4th grade now. I really don't know. How did he learn so much magic?" Harry also nodded in a daze, and then said with admiration, "Peter is really good. You don't know that in the restricted area last semester, Peter played Voldemort so much that he almost got mad at him." "Really? That's amazing. I think he'll be the same person as Dumbledore in the future." Ronald said in amazement and admiration. I think he can too. Harry agreed. He remembered that when Voldemort was in the restricted area, he revealed that he wanted to take Peter as an apprentice. Afterwards, he asked Hermione about the origin of the apprenticeship, and only then did he know that the apprenticeship was a very close inheritance relationship similar to that of a father and son. And he knew how much Voldemort attached great importance to Peter. To his only happiness, Peter declined Voldemort's invitation. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine that someone as powerful as Peter would become as dangerous as Voldemort if he followed Voldemort. Hermione was no longer talking about what was wrong, but looked at Peter eagerly, wanting to ask him about the spell just now. You guys are here. Mrs. Weasley dragged Ginny into the room. When Mrs. Weasley saw the book on the table, her expression relaxed and she said, So you have already bought the book, and I am worried that you will spend money before you finish buying the book. Of course not, Mom. You see, we bought 4 entire sets of Lockhart's books. It's too expensive. Obviously, we used to take Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The professors asked to buy the Defense Against the Dark Arts guidebook at most, but Lockhart asked to buy him of 7 full books, and we suspect he's just making money. The twins said in a feigned indignation, as if they were distressed that they had spent so much money. The twins did a good job of acting, and Mrs. Weasley didn't notice anything different, but instead reprimanded, You have to call him Professor Lockhart. He might just let you learn a little bit more by asking him to buy these books. Come here, Ginny. Peter has ordered the ice cream for you. It will melt if you don't eat it. Fred greeted Ginny and showed 3.2 holding a large box of ice cream. Ginny's eyes lit up when she saw the ice cream and happily ran over to take her share of ice cream. Peter, you are too expensive, Mrs. Weasley said embarrassedly, watching her children eat ice cream. That's not the case, Mrs. Weasley. Peter said, waving his hands, I invited everyone to eat, not just Fred and the others. By the way, Mrs. Weasley still has your share. Don't let George and the others eat it. Peter suddenly remembered and hurriedly reminded. I won't eat it as an adult, you can eat it. Mrs. Weasley said to Peter gently, Fred, George, they are lucky to have you as a friend. It's my luck to have friends like Fred and the others, Peter said with a smile. King's Cross, Peter looked around, then rushed into the wall. In the blink of an eye, we came to platform 9 3/4. Peter came early and took up the box at the front. After putting away his luggage, Peter deliberately looked at the location of the platform to see if the house elf named Dobby had arrived. However, the magic system of house elves is different from that of wizards, and Peter couldn't find any trace of Dobby after looking for a long time. Cedric and Alan arrived shortly after. As soon as the two of them put down their luggage, Alan took out the Daily Prophet with great interest, pointed to the headline position to Peter, and said with a smile, Peter, Harry, and Lockhart, you have made the headlines of the Daily Prophet. Our Professor Lockhart is really good at making up stories. You didn't agree to take a photo with him, but he didn't know where to get your photo, and then declared in the Daily Prophet that you and Harry are him. Book lover. 35. Listen to this part of his interview. Lockhart said that when he saw Harry Potter and Peter York and looked at him with admiration, he knew he had accepted the position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. How true. Because Hogwarts students will have a magical Lockhart professor from today. 35. Alan smiled and read the contents of the newspaper and said, He dares to say that, Peter. You look at him with admiration. Peter, teach him a good lesson, and strive to establish your title of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Killer. Shut up, Alan. Don't slander me. I'm not a Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Killer. Peter rolled Alan and said, Don't deny, Peter. Look at the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors in the past 3 years. Which one was not fired by you in the end? The second-year professor had a better life, but he was sent to St. Mungo's Magic Hospital by you. The other 2 are dead, Alan said with a certain look. I said it was just a coincidence. Besides, the third-year Professor Quirrell was done by Harry Potter. It has nothing to do with me, Peter said in denial. Cut, don't try to push this to Harry Potter. Everyone said you did it. Alan pouted. Cedric smiled and watched the two bickering, then looked at the time, frowned and said, It's 10:30 now. Why haven't you seen Fred and the others? There's still half an hour, don't worry. The Weasleys always arrive at the last hour, Peter said with a smile. Finally, when the time came to be about to leave, the Weasley family hurriedly rushed out of the wall and boarded the train at the last moment. The three of Peter sat at the window and saw the scene. Are you saying that the Weasley family overslept collectively? Otherwise, the train will have to leave before it catches up, Alan said speculatively. Are you stupid? Unless they are collectively put on a sleeping charm, otherwise they can sleep until past 10? Peter looked at Alan with the expression of your mental retardation. There are many children in the Weasley family, and it should be because they have lost too many things, so it's delayed until now. Cedric had guessed the truth. However, have you noticed that Ronald and Harry were missing when they came out of the wall just now? Cedric frowned and said with a worried look, could they have missed the train? Hey, I didn't realize until you said it. Indeed, when I came out just now, I didn't see Ronald and Harry. Alan also said in surprise. What if they don't catch the train? Both said worriedly. Don't you think that if you don't catch the train, you really can't come to Hogwarts? Peter looked at the two and said. After seeing the expressions of the two, I really thought that was the case. Peter explained speechlessly, taking the train is just a practice required by the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, where did the train come from hundreds of years ago? Even if you can't catch the train, you can take the Knight's bus or go through the fireplace to Hogsmeade and get to Hogwarts faster than we do. The two of them had expressions of, it turns out that it can be done. It turns out that you were here, causing us to find you for a long time. The twins walked in from outside the box, slumped down on the chair, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's exhausting us. Ronald's textbook is left behind. Percy's prefect badge is missing. Ginny's uniform is forgotten. 3 times. The train was almost in London, and I went back 3 times in a row. I almost missed the train. All three looked at the twins amused. Fred, George, didn't you realize that when you arrived at the platform, there were 2 less people? Alan asked with a smile. Is it missing? We didn't pay attention. Who would have noticed if there were less people behind us when we were in a hurry to catch up? The twins said in surprise, who is missing? It's so unfortunate that I didn't catch the car. Guess yourselves. Peter said deliberately with a smile. Well, Percy was the first to get in, then us, then Ginny, then Harry. Oops, Harry. We forgot about Harry. He didn't even get in, the twins exclaimed, jumped up. Besides Harry, don't you remember anyone else? Alan looked at the twin brothers strangely. Is there? Who else is left behind except Harry? The twins asked blankly. Merlin's beard. I feel so sorry for Ronald, Cedric said sympathetically. Oh yes. Forgot Ronald, the twins exclaimed suddenly. The 3 of Peter looked at the 2 of them with speechless expressions on their faces. Do you have to take this seriously to forget Ronald's existence? We're relieved to have Ronald 190 here. He'll just be with Harry. The twins sighed in relief and sat back in their chairs. They must have stayed outside the platform, and Mom and Dad will be able to see them later when they go back, and there must be a way for them to get to Hogwarts. I don't think Mrs. Weasley and the others will see Ronald and Harry, Peter said lightly, with a smile on his lips. Why? The twins asked in confusion. Because the 2 of them are now sitting in a flying car chasing our train. Peter couldn't help smiling and pointed out the window. Several people immediately looked out the window and found not far away, an old Ford car was flying in the air, and Harry and Ronald were sitting in the car. Merlin, they are actually driving a speeding car, Alan exclaimed. Will they fall? It's too dangerous. Cedric looked worried in surprise. How cool. Why didn't we think of this solution? The twins were not worried, looking at Harry and Ronald outside the window with admiration. Peter looked at the 2 of them speechlessly. How big of a heart do these 2 have to be full of these thoughts? Oops, Harry's going to fall, Alan exclaimed. I saw the flying car do somersaults in midair, and then Harry was thrown out of the car, only one hand grabbed the door handle and swayed in midair. Peter, save Harry, the twins shouted nervously. Peter had meant to say that Harry could go up on his own, without me. But looking at his companion's eager pleading, he still took out his wand and aimed it at Harry in midair, and a levitation spell sent him back into the car. Hey, I'm lucky to have you. Otherwise, what would happen if Harry fell? George said with a sigh of relief. Actually, I don't need me. Harry can go up himself. Peter said indifferently. Did you foresee it? Alan asked in surprise. Forget it, Peter said vaguely, and don't you forget that last term, Harry was thrown off his broomstick, but it was more thrilling than that. Seeing Harry and the others disappearing from sight, the others sat back down again. Fred George, how many rooster fudges have you made during the holidays? Peter asked. Fred opened the suitcase directly, took out a paper bag and put it on the table, and said proudly, "We have made more than 500 gummies in total. It's enough for a long time." George also took out a small bag at random, handed it to Peter and said, "For the 100 gold galleons you gave us, we only used 50 gold galleons, and we have 40 gold galleons left. Not so much, now the rest of the money will be returned to you." Peter looked at the money handed over, shook his head and refused. "I can't ask for the rest of the money. You've spent so much time making so many fudges, and the rest of the money is handmade." "No, it's too much, Peter. How can there be so much labor?" The twins also refused. "Besides, we are friends. Even if you are rich, we can't charge you so much." "Okay, my brothers are still in the clear. You go and find out about the candies in the Honeyduke store. The production cost is only a fraction of the selling price. Compared with them, you're nothing." Peter insisted, "Remember to give me some discounts when you open a store in the future." "Okay, then we'll accept it first, and tell us if you have any needs in the future. We Weasley brothers will serve you wholeheartedly." Hee hee. The twins didn't insist any longer, and said with a smile after taking the purse back. "By the way, Peter, what's the use of you making so many rooster fudge? Now that the school has started, you can tell us." 33 George asked curiously. "Yes, do you expect the roars of these roosters to scare away the monsters in the secret room?" Fred said in puzzlement. Cedric, who knew the truth about the monster in the secret room, also asked worriedly, "Peter, are you sure these rooster gummies are useful? Maybe the monster is only afraid of the real rooster." "The rooster gummies certainly can't hurt the thing, but at least it can scare it. Otherwise the thing has lived for nearly 1,000 years, and even a real rooster won't do much." Peter explained. "The purpose of making these gummies is mainly to protect yourself. Especially if you accidentally encounter it, you can use the roar to scare it off and avoid harm." When they heard the same riddle, Alan and the twins were immediately dissatisfied and protested. "Please tell us what we can understand. What is the monster in the secret room, 5? Now that the diary has been in his hands, Peter has no worries and simply said, "The monster in the secret room is actually a basilisk that has lived for thousands of years." Basilisk. The twins were confused, expressing that they had never heard of this creature. The basilisk. Instead, Alan was surprised and then asked with a look of fear, "Peter, are you sure it's a real basilisk?" 35. "It's true." Peter nodded, reminding him, "Have you forgotten what our academy logo is?" "And the Salazar Slytherin logo. Our house's emblem is a snake, the emblem of Salazar Slytherin." "Parseltongue, you say?" Alan responded. "Yes, Parseltongue can command all snakes, including basilisks." Peter nodded. "By the way, can any of you explain what a basilisk is for us brothers?" the twins asked complainingly. "Cedric, explain to these two scumbags," Peter said to Cedric. "The basilisk is a giant venomous snake, a creature bred by the dark wizards. Helbo the Vile was the first to breed a basilisk. He brought a rooster from 7 years old, and it was born in the sky of Sirius. Eggs, which hatch under the body of a toad. The basilisk is a dazzling green snake that can reach 50 feet in length. The male snake has a bright red feather on its head, and its tusks are extremely poisonous. But its most dangerous attack method is to use its big yellow eyes to stare at the target being attacked. Anyone's eye contact with its eyes will kill you. If food is plentiful, this snake will live a very long life," Cedric explained. Then Cedric explained, "The spiders run when they see the basilisk. The basilisk is their natural enemy, and the only thing that can make the basilisk escape is the crowing of the rooster, because it is deadly to the snake." "So, the monster in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets is a big snake with eyes that can stare at people?" the twins said in surprise. Yes, and this basilisk was released more than 50 years ago, when one person died. 35. Peter nodded. Is it released? It's dead. The other companions in the carriage suddenly lost their composure. I remember my dad said this, as if he had caught the murderer, Cedric said suddenly. The murderer has been caught. Who is the murderer? The twins quickly asked. The murderer identified by the Ministry of Magic is Hagrid. Peter replied. Hagrid. How could it be him? Everyone looked at Peter in disbelief. Of course not him. You know that the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets only obeys the orders of the descendants of Slytherin. Do you think Hagrid will be a descendant of Slytherin? Peter said. How is that possible? Everyone shook their heads. If Hagrid is a descendant of Slytherin, then I am still a descendant of Merlin. 39. Ellen pouted and said. So Hagrid was framed. Fred said with certainty. Hagrid did keep an 8-eyed spider at the time, so some students personally testified against Hagrid, believing that his pet killed the girl. Then the ministry and the school quickly identified Hagrid as the murderer. Since Hagrid was young at the time, with Dumbledore's help, it was just expelled from school and a broken wand. Peter recounts. What the hell? Do the people at the Ministry of Magic eat dry rice? Can't they tell the difference between the damage of the 8-eyed giant spider and the basilisk attack? The twins said indignantly. Because the murderer could not be found at that time, Hagrid did keep dangerous animals, and there were people who testified in person. Of course the Ministry of Magic was happy to close the case like this. Peter said with a sneer, he has always had no questions about the Ministry of Magic. Good feeling. And do you know who the person who testified against Hagrid was? Peter asked with a strange expression. Who is it? Everyone was very curious. The one who testified against him at the time was the president of Slytherin's student council. You should be impressed by his name, Tom Riddle. Peter said mockingly. What? It's him. Everyone suddenly exclaimed. So, 50 years ago, the one who controlled the basilisk to kill was actually you-know-who. Then he framed Hagrid as the murderer. Several partners in the carriage suddenly understood. Peter nodded and said, That's right, the young mysterious man framed this incident on Hagrid, and the Ministry of Magic directly identified Hagrid as the murderer in order to end the matter as soon as possible. At that time, only Dumbledore still believed in Hagrid and suspected the mysterious man at the time, but there was no evidence. As a result of this, the then headmaster, Armando Dipet, retired shortly after, before Dumbledore took over as headmaster. This mysterious person is really bad. He actually killed people when he was a student. He also framed the bad things he did to others. The twins said indignantly, Peter, you said that the basilisk will come out only under the control of people. Does that mean that the mysterious man will be back this semester? Cedric asked worriedly. Could it be that he failed in his goal last semester, and this time he became angry, so he wanted to control the basilisk to take revenge in the school? Fred guessed. No, that guy should be hiding somewhere now, ready to make a comeback. Peter shook his head. Then he took out the diary from his carry-on bag, pointed to it and said, This is the diary that is causing trouble this semester. 35. As soon as everyone saw the diary, it was as if they had seen a virus, and they instantly moved away from it, not daring to approach it. Peter, you mean, is this mysterious man's diary that can control the basilisk? Alan 190 asked in surprise, then moved further away from it. You don't have to be so afraid of the diary, as long as you are vigilant about it, it's not too dangerous. Peter smiled and reassured when he saw everyone was so scared. That means there is no danger to you, but we are not necessarily. We still have self-awareness of our own strength. Alan pouted and said, That is, if this thing can control the basilisk, it means that it has a mind. My dad said that for a thinking thing, unless you can find where its brain is, don't touch it easily. The twins watched vigilantly, a diary on the desktop. Despite your strength, Peter, to be honest, I still advise you to hand over this dangerous thing to Dumbledore as soon as possible. Be careful, Cedric said with a worried look. Don't worry, I just want to find the answer I want from it, and I'll give it to Dumbledore right away, assured Peter 35. Hurry up and put it away now, I'm always frightened when I see it. Alan urged. Have you seen Harry and Ronald? I searched around and couldn't find them. Hermione asked with a worried look as the door of the carriage opened. I see. The twins replied with a smile. Really? AC/DC, where are they? Hermione asked hastily, eyes lit up. They're heading to Hogwarts now in a flying car. Maybe even earlier than us, the twins replied in unison. Stop it, Fred George. I've checked a lot of cars and asked a lot of people, and they all said they didn't see Harry and Ronald. Hermione thought they were joking and explained anxiously. We're not kidding. Ronald and Harry were outside the train just now, performing a thrilling 360-degree spin. The twins assured with a smile. Hermione looked at the two suspiciously, then looked at Peter, who was in the lead, and asked, Peter, do you know where Harry and the others went? Did they miss the train? They did miss the train, and then took Mr. Weasley's flying car and followed the Hogwarts Express, and now they're one step ahead of us and should be at Hogwarts. Peter explained with a smile. What? Flying cars? Hermione exclaimed, then frowned and said anxiously, This is too dangerous. Aren't they afraid of falling from the sky halfway? Why can't they just stay there and wait? Help from others? Don't worry, Hermione, they'll make it to Hogwarts safely. Peter softly reassured the impatient little witch. Don't worry, Hermione, Peter is our #1 prophet. He's right, Ronald and Harry will be fine. The twins grinned. It's such a cool way to get to school. Why didn't we meet like this? Opportunities? Tomorrow Ronald will receive a roaring letter from Mrs. Weasley, and Mr. Weasley will be suspended by the Ministry of Magic for investigation. Do you still think it's cool? Peter said coolly. Suspension of investigation. What the hell is going on here? Peter, tell us quickly. The twins also asked nervously, knowing the origin of their family's life, relying on Arthur Weasley's work at the Ministry of Magic. Although Bill and Charlie are now working, they are both in a foreign country and cannot take care of much of the family. Suddenly an owl flew in from the window, threw a roll of newspaper on its feet into Peter's arms and flew away. Peter picked up the newspaper, opened it, pointed to the headline, showed it to the twins, and said, You can see why when you read the news in the newspaper. The twins hurriedly picked up the newspaper and read it, and Hermione by the side also rushed over. I saw the headline of the newspaper said, Ford can fly. Muggles were amazed. Hermione said aloud, 2 muggles in London are convinced they saw an old sedan flying over the post office building, noon in Norfolk, while Mrs. Bellis was drying. Mr. Angus Fleet of Ebers told police report. A total of 6 or 7 muggles saw a flying car. The Ministry of Magic launched an urgent investigation and learned that the car was owned by Arthur Weasley, who works in the Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Substances, but Mr. Weasley refused to speak to reporters. My God, they've been seen by so many muggles. The Ministry of Magic is already investigating, and it's sure to cause trouble for Mr. Weasley. Hermione exclaimed worriedly. The twins looked worried, not as happy as before. You don't have to worry about Arthur. He won't be fired from the Ministry of Magic. He'll just lose a sum of money, Peter comforted. Hearing Peter's words, the two felt a little relieved. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express finally reached the Hogsmeade platform. The freshmen staggered down another path like a flock of ducklings, led by Hagrid's loud voice. Peter and the others got into the carriage and rushed to Hogwarts Castle. When they arrived at the school gate, a burst of exclamation attracted the attention of many people. They saw a flying car swaying in the air, and then the car leaned down and began to fall, faster and faster, heading towards the castle wall. Bump! The chasing car made a dangerous turn in an arc, brushed past the city wall, crossed the grass in the exclamations of a group of students, and slammed into a big willow tree. Merlin! They hit a willow! Hermione, who followed Peter and his group, screamed with concern. As soon as he finished speaking, the beating willow immediately moved. Furiously, he bowed the trunk, and the branches slammed on the car like a boa constrictor. One of the thickest branches was as thick as a battering ram, as if hammering a pancake, madly hammering the roof of the car, and the roof collapsed. Merlin's stinky socks. My dad would kill Ronald for doing this to Dad's favorite car. The twins exclaimed in surprise. It's Ronald and Harry you should be worried about. They're in the car right now. Hermione glared at the twins, disapproving of the duo. "Don't worry, you see some professors have passed by, they'll be fine," Peter said with a smile, "but it looks like it's Professor Snape. Then we should really worry now. Professor Snape is more dangerous than that Willow," the 35 twins said with a smile. Hermione looked at the two of them angrily, both in this situation and in a funny mood. Peter looked at the twin brothers amusingly. These two guys are the most reliable in emergency, but the most unreliable people in normal times. After the group arrived in the auditorium, they went back to the long table in their own academy. Many people were talking about Harry and Ronald's flying car adventure. "Shout! The pushy Potter always likes to make trouble," Draco, who was sitting not far from Peter, said dissatisfiedly. Peter smiled and shook his head. Draco and Harry were natural enemies and didn't like each other. Soon it was time for the freshman division, and this time Slytherin had 11 students. There were only 3 freshmen in the branch, and Peter had an impression of their names. One of them, of course, was Ginny, who deservedly entered the Gryffindor Academy. There was also Astoria Greengrass, who entered the Slytherin Academy, a pale girl with curly blonde hair who would marry Draco in the future. The last is Luna Lovegood, who was assigned to Ravenclaw College. The last time Peter saw her was when he was withdrawing money in Gringotts. At this time, Luna, with ethereal eyes and a trance-like look, also wore a pair of carrot-shaped earrings and a necklace made of butterbeer bottle corks. With this outfit, Ravenclaw welcomed the applause of his students with a bit of hesitation. Luckily, Luna didn't notice the atmosphere, so she jumped up and down happily and found a place to sit down. Seeing this, Peter couldn't help but smile. During the dinner, neither Harry nor Ronald showed up. After eating and singing the school song, the students began to leave the venue one after another. Peter and Alan went back to the cellar while chatting. As for the first-year students, the prefect was in charge. After all the students had arrived, Professor Snape arrived slowly. Professor Snape remained expressionless, and after preaching a few precautions, he turned into a wide, high platform. "Now the chief challenger begins. Those who want to compete for the top spot, come on stage," Snape said with a blank expression. The first-year students were still pecking at each other and ignorantly cast a few spells on each other, and finally Astoria Greengrass won and became the rare girl chief. There was a slight improvement in the second grade, especially Draco Malfoy. Although he was a brother, his strength was a bit higher than his classmates. In addition, there were 2 loyal followers, and he defeated all the competitors in 3 or 2 strokes and continued to be elected chief. Except for the change of the chief of the 6th grade, the chiefs of other grades have basically remained the same. As for Peter's 4th grade, he still did not participate, so the head of the grade was Alan. Now the competition is for the head of the academy. Anyone who wants to win can come up and challenge. Snape looked at Peter and then announced to the crowd. Peter walked up to the stage slowly in the eyes of everyone, then looked at the people under the stage and asked lightly, "Is anyone coming to challenge me?" Peter originally thought that no one would come to challenge him. After all, the senior students basically knew his strength. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a 7th grade student came up, stood opposite Peter, and said to him, "I want to challenge you. But you can't summon your phoenix." Peter looked at the man across from him and found it interesting. He seemed to be called Rawl, so he nodded with a smile and agreed, "Yes, I won't let my phoenix help me." The people in the audience suddenly whispered, and they all felt that Luo Air was beyond his own power. Who didn't know Peter's strength, but it never depended on Phoenix's bonus. Among the 6th and 7th graders in the audience, several students secretly glanced at each other and looked at Peter's eyes with eagerness and ill will. They were all radical blood worshippers suppressed by Peter. Peter didn't notice the undercurrent surging below at this time, and he shook against Rawl, pointing his wand at each other, waiting for Snape's order to begin. "Start." Professor Snape stood outside the stage and announced coldly, 10,000 bullets." Rawl quickly turned out a pile of steel needles and then said aloud, "I saw countless steel needles, flashing with sharp silver light, shooting at Peter at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Each of these steel needles is more than 20 centimeters long." If there is no defense, I am afraid that they will be shot into hedgehogs. But Peter didn't rush, just waved his wand in front of him, and countless sharp steel needles suddenly stopped in front of Peter out of thin air. With another wave of the wand, the steel needle instantly changed direction and shot back towards Rawl along the way. Unprepared, Luo Air looked at the steel needles shot at him, closed his eyes, and let out a terrified cry. The students in the audience also took a deep breath, their eyes widened, and they couldn't bear to watch Rawl, who was about to be shot into a hedgehog. 0. Ask for flowers. It was only Rawl's cry that stopped before he could finish shouting. It turned out that those sharp steel needles did not shoot through Rawl, but stopped around him instantly, only 2 or 3 centimeters away from his skin. Luo Air looked at the countless steel needles around him, swallowed his saliva, didn't dare to move, and then quickly shouted, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." 99. Snape looked at the scene in front of him, silently retracted his wand, breathed a sigh of relief, and announced, "The winner, Peter York, 5. Just after the announcement, the steel needles around Rawl instantly ignited sparks and disappeared out of thin air. The people in the audience immediately cheered and applauded, and looked at Peter in admiration. They noticed that throughout the game, Peter hadn't uttered a single spell, using silent magic in a smooth motion. 0. Rawl is such a piece of shit. He can't do it for a while. A gloomy 7th grade boy in the crowd said bitterly, spitting out a mouthful of phlegm. Don't worry, just consume it slowly. I don't believe he can hold on for so many games without rest. Another boy said calmly. After the students cheered, Snape stepped onto the stage, looked at the crowd and asked, "Anyone else want a challenge?" Peter thought that after the competition just now, no one would challenge again. But unexpectedly, as soon as Snape finished speaking, a 6th grade student in the audience stepped up and said, "I also want to challenge Peter York." Snape raised his eyebrows, looked deeply at the 6th grader in front of him, and asked, "Burst, are you sure you want to challenge Peter York?" "Yes, Dean," the 6th grade boy said with certainty. "That's fine, then let's continue." Snape didn't say anything more, stepped back and looked at him with interest. Peter looked at the 6th grader named Burst and frowned, another radical pureblood supporter who challenged him. Peter started reading minds out of curiosity. He wanted to see what these people were thinking. He knew he couldn't beat himself and still wanted to go on stage. When he eliminated the noisy thoughts of the students around him, he looked straight at Burst. Burst looked at Peter's penetrating eyes and always felt that he had been seen through, and he felt uncomfortable. "Hey, do you want to win me by attrition? Which of you came up with this?" Peter asked Burst with a sneer. It turns out that since Peter became the head of the academy, these radical pureblood supporters have been very dissatisfied and have always wanted to challenge Peter. It's just that due to Peter's strength, there has been no good way. Until these radical pureblood wizards, after reuniting for the holidays, figured out a way that wasn't the way to go. That is, they teamed up and challenged Peter in turn in the Chief Challenge, so that Peter was caught in the wheel battle, and finally the magic power was exhausted, and he lost the position of the Chief of the Academy. Because in the Academy Challenge, especially the Chief of the Academy, cannot refuse other people's conditions, otherwise it is to admit defeat. In fact, this rule hides the evil intentions of pure blood wizards. Because many half-blood wizards are equally talented, there will be cases where they have defeated all the students and become the chief of the academy. But in order to ensure that the chief of the academy is a pure-blood wizard, when the chief of the academy is not pure 190 blood, they will unite tacitly and challenge them in turns until they finally fail. But this trick, they want to use it on Peter, I'm afraid it's the wrong one. When boarders heard Peter reveal their intentions, he was surprised at first, and then said proudly, "What if you know it? I know I can't beat you, but I can spend a wave of magic on you first. Anyway, there is still a steady stream of challengers behind. Until you finally admit defeat or run out of magic power. The position of the head of the academy is never something that a mudblood like you can contaminate." Looking at Bird's arrogant expression, Peter smiled calmly and said, "Then I really want to see, how did you let me run out of magic power?" The game begins. Snape's voice came. Birds hurriedly cast several armor spells on himself in a row, an expression waiting for you to attack. Peter went straight with a smashing spell, but only smashed an iron armor charm, and Birds immediately added another iron armor charm, looking like he was going to wrap himself into a tortoise shell. Peter laughed angrily, changed his gestures, held his wand in both hands, and slammed it into the ground. Immediately, the entire platform seemed to have turned into an ocean. With Peter as the center, the ground swelled up and threw Birds out, and his iron armor curse was no longer effective. With a wave of Peter's wand, Birds, who was thrown into the air, suddenly fell back to the ground like a stone statue, keeping his posture motionless. "Professor, it's time to announce the results." Peter turned to Snape. Snape glanced at Peter, then announced to the crowd below, "The winner, Peter York." Afterwards, the petrification spell on Birds was lifted, and he was swept off the stage with his wand. "Who else will challenge Peter York?" Snape asked again, turning to Peter. "You have 10 minutes to rest." 95. "Professor, the chief challenge does not stipulate that the challenged can rest." A 7th grade student below raised his hand in opposition. "Their purpose is to rely on the will battle to consume Peter's life, but they don't want to give him a chance to breathe." Snape looked at the disapproving students coldly and said, "I'm the dean. I can say yes." "Mr. Foley, do you have any opinions?" 99. "Of course not, Professor," Foley said, shaking his head. Then he sneered and said to the surrounding pureblood wizards, "Even if you take a 10-minute break, it won't change the ending. You guys can go up and use up his magic power later. Whoever of us will be the chief will be better than that mudblood." "Yes, that's it. If we let him continue to be, we Slytherin will have to be contaminated by this mudblood," another boy also said resentfully. Afterwards, these people stepped onto the stage one by one, trying to consume more of Peter's magic power. The unsuspecting students in the audience gradually realized something was wrong at this time, and then whispered to each other, and then looked at Peter with a complicated expression on their faces. Especially the mixed-race people who account for a large proportion in Slytherin. Their status has changed a lot after Peter took the lead, and they very much hope that Peter can win. But this kind of will tactics developed for non-pure blood has never been heard of winning. After all, no one's magic power is endless. So I am very worried about Peter, and I hope that Peter can defeat all these shameless people. As for people like Draco, they held the ambivalence of wanting Peter to win and not wanting him to win. But Peter doesn't care what the people below think at this time. He is a little bored now, especially these challengers, who all want to consume his magic power, so it is very boring to fight. As for the fact that they want to consume their own magic power, Peter can only say that they are doing useless work. Because of his current magic power, he is rapidly recovering almost every moment. Unless they got a magic stone from somewhere, they can absorb all his magic power. Otherwise, even if it hits tomorrow, it still won't cost much magic power. Peter didn't have so much time to play with them, so he directly slapped the 7th grader who challenged him and then handed over his wand. Immediately looking at the radicals in the audience, he said contemptuously, "I don't have so much time to accompany you here to play family, and all those who want to challenge me come up. I will single you out. Peter York, don't go too far. We have a lot of people. When you lose, don't renege on your debt." Foley said excitedly, his eyes flashed with joy. "Okay, Foley, don't talk nonsense. Didn't you organize this? Hurry up and lead your group of friends. If you don't beat me today, you will have a hard time in the future." Peter glanced at him and said lazily. Anger flashed in Foley's eyes, and then he asked Snape beside him, "Dean, Peter York wants to challenge us all. I wonder if you agree?" Snape frowned as he looked at Foley and the 9 people around him, then turned to Peter on the stage. Asked, "Peter, are you really going to challenge them all? If you're tired today, you can resume the game tomorrow night. There's no requirement to decide the result tonight. Don't use Professor 3.2. If I can't even win against this group of turkeys, then I won't be the chief." Peter looked at these people contemptuously and said. Snape looked at Peter and finally nodded, and then announced to the crowd, "Due to Peter York's request, everyone can come forward and challenge Peter York in this house chief battle." The final winner will be this year's Academy Chief. As soon as the words fell, the radical pureblood supporters headed by Foley all entered the competition stage. There were 13 of them, all of them in the 6th and 7th grades, accounting for almost 1/3 of the students in these two grades. Peter looked at the group of people on the opposite side. There were men and women, and there were a few people who were doing things silently, and he didn't expect to be among these people. A pair of 13, the wands on both sides are pointing at each other, and the atmosphere is about to explode. Competition start. Snape gave the order. Break to pieces. All petrochemical. Dizzy. 13 senior students concentrated on Peter and launched a violent attack in an instant. He also cooperated continuously and attacked one after another, so that the opponent could not find the opportunity to counterattack. Although Peter despised them just now, he did not dare to underestimate these people. After all, these people are all 17 or 18-year-old wizards, and they are all children of pure-blood families. They have all been exposed to black magic, and their fighting power is no weaker than that of adult wizards. Peter swung his wand intently, constantly picking up the spells that attacked him and leaning towards him step by step. Then seized the opportunity, one casually, throwing a spell attacking him into the crowd on the opposite side. Accompanied by a scream, a boy among the challengers was violently thrown out, slammed into the wall, and then fell heavily and remained motionless. This time, it caused a commotion among the challengers, and they all panicked. "Calm down. He's just one person. We have 13 people here," Foley encouraged loudly. "There are only 12 left now," a boy beside Nuo reminded. "Travers, shut up. You don't need to remind me," Foley said angrily. Foley's words were still effective, and the 12 men's attacks stabilized again, and they desperately launched attacks on Peter. Apart from being a little rusty at first, Peter became more and more skilled in dealing with these people's attacks. He did not set up an iron armor spell on himself, but took an offensive approach, steadily approaching these people and kept picking up the attacking spell. The closer Peter got to them, the more anxious they became. After flying hundreds of spells, Peter became more and more proficient. The fusion of genetic bloodline gave him extraordinary sensitivity. He began to try to adjust the direction of the attacking spells. Living up to Peter's expectations, this time Peter easily bounced the curse back on a girl opposite him. Accompanied by a scream, the girl seemed to have been hit by a sandbag, flew straight up, and then landed far off the stage, passing out in a coma. From this moment on, Peter's offensive became fierce, and the magic spell that was picked up by him became more and more accurate. With the screams, the challengers were knocked out one by one like dumplings. If you are lucky, you will fall on soft things like the sofa. If you are unlucky, you will directly hit the wall and fall off. Some of them fell directly into the onlookers, and the onlookers responded quickly and avoided them in time before they fell. Therefore, these unfortunate people did not encounter the flesh pad and fell heavily. They were not stunned by the curse, but they also fell unconscious at this time. But after a while, only 3 of the original dozen or so people stood opposite Peter, including Foley. The other 2 were lucky not to be hit by the rebounding spell, and Foley was deliberately left behind by Peter. After all, as the organizer, he had to take good care of Foley in order to be worthy of him, and he spent so much effort to bring himself down. The 3 people on the stage looked at Peter in panic. They did not expect that, after integrating more than a dozen people, they failed to win against Peter, and they lost so badly. Peter smiled at them, then switched offense. After all, he just attached the iron armor charm to the wand, and one by one, he picked up the charm and never fired an attacking charm. I saw his wand waved in a spiral shape, and at the same time that he rebounded the magic spell that attacked him, he shot another fierce, repelling spell and shot at the opposite side, successfully hitting both Foley's left and right at the same time. With 2 screams, the 2 fell heavily. Among them, the head of the person hit by the repelling curse slammed into the ceiling directly and then fell off. Looking around, people are worried that this guy's neck has broken. "Now, Foley, it seems we're the only ones left," Peter said, looking at him with a smile. Foley looked at Peter on the opposite side, His eyes couldn't hide the panic and fear, and his forehead was sweating. Pointing at Peter's wand, it was trembling, not even casting a spell for a while. "You're not attacking me anymore?" Peter seemed to have waited for a long time. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and then he said impatiently, "If that's the case, then let me do it. I just blocked your demon for a long time. Curse, my hands are a little sore." Looking at Peter's eyes, Foley felt bad and wanted to admit defeat. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Peter waved his hand. His throat seemed to be stuck, and his face was flushed, and he couldn't make a sound. Then, with a smile, Peter waved his wand directly, and Foley felt that he was hit hard in the stomach by an iron fist. In an instant, he felt a pain he had never felt before. His stomach rolled over and over, and he wanted to vomit, but his mouth was tightly glued together. In the end, the vomit came out of the nostrils, and the sputum flowed directly. Foley wanted to throw the wand in his hand and raised his hand in surrender. But Peter on the opposite side seemed to see through his mind, and with a silent spell, he stuck the wand firmly on his hand. Both hands held up the wand involuntarily, as if fighting against it. "It seems that you want to continue to challenge me." As expected of the heir to the Foley family, the indomitable spirit is commendable, Peter said with an expression full of admiration. Then, in Foley's eyes that wanted to cry without tears, he said slowly, "If that's the case, then I will continue to compete with you. If you are seriously injured, I will send you to Madame Pomfrey's place. Worry." Then, in Foley's desperate eyes, Peter waved his wand, and Foley immediately felt that he was stabbed by countless needles. He wanted to scream in pain, but his mouth could not make a sound. He looked at Peter, who was still smiling, and felt like he had seen a demon. His whole body seemed to be under control. It reminded him of the effects of the Imperious Curse. It's just that, unlike the Imperious Curse's feeling of being in a cloud, he is now real and feels endless pain. "Okay, Peter York. Foley has lost." Snape on the side noticed Foley's eyes and hurriedly waved his wand. The spell Peter put on Foley was instantly interrupted. As soon as Foley was untied, he collapsed to the ground for the rest of his life and then burst into tears. The 18-year-old sat on the ground without any scruples, crying so hard that it rained. "Professor, Foley didn't admit defeat. You made the decision for him," Peter said regretfully. Snape looked at Peter deeply and said disapprovingly, "He is a student after all. You can't punish him in this way. Besides, you are still the head of the academy. Don't forget your responsibilities." 39. "Professor, I don't agree with this. When Foley and the others want to challenge me, I'm not the chief. And he's just my opponent. If he is upright and wants to challenge me, I am very welcome. But if you want to use this disgusting method to maintain their so-called pure-blood advantage, then don't blame me for being cruel." Peter looked at Foley on the ground sternly as he spoke. Foley, who was sobbing, shivered when he saw Peter's eyes, and then hurriedly shouted, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." 99. "Hey," Peter sneered, too lazy to look at him again, and turned to Snape with a smile. "Dean, you can announce." 55. Snape looked at Peter, and then at Foley, who was stunned, and the people lying around him, and suddenly had a headache. "The winner, Peter York," Snape announced, before asking, "Who else is going to challenge Peter York?" The students below looked at each other and shook their heads quickly. Who dares to go? This is a fierce man who picked 13 senior students alone, and they don't want to die. Then, this year's head of the academy is still Peter York. This year, the head of each grade will be accountable to him, Snape announced. The lower grade students' onlookers looked at Peter with admiration in their eyes, and even Draco, who was dragging his brother, looked at Peter with excitement, as if he had seen an idol. As for the senior students, although they knew Peter's strength before, there was no specific comparison. But now the 13 people who came to power were basically the best in their grades, but they were still beaten to pieces by Peter. This shocked them very much, and they all looked at him with complicated eyes. You must know that he is only in the 4th grade now. Compared with him, those people who claim to be the best of the heavens are immediately dwarfed by comparison. Okay, the chief battle is over, let's go back to their dorms. Snape shouted. Then the angry 190 looked at Peter, who was doing nothing, dragged him over, pointed to the moaning man lying on the ground, and said, "Now these people are handed over to you. Hurry up and send them to the infirmary for treatment. Don't delay." The next class. Why is it me? Peter said helplessly, "Professor, you see that I've been beating for so long, but I'm still surrounded and beaten by so many people. I'm very tired. How about you ask the prefect to take charge?" "Beating up on you? I'm afraid I wasn't beating you up." The corners of Snape's mouth twitched. He had seen this guy's cheekiness. He said angrily, "These people are all injured by you. You sent them to the rescue. I don't want these idiots to miss their first class. And don't forget that you are the chief. This is your responsibility." I miss Senior Anthony Clyde, who has graduated. With him, I don't have to worry about so many things." Peter looked at the dozen or so wounded on the ground inside. Then his eyes lit up and he said to Snape, "Professor, my deputy chief, should I still be able to use it? I think William Orff in the 7th grade is a good candidate. Professor, I want to promote him to be my deputy chief. How do you feel about managing the college for me?" Snape looked at Peter strangely, and then said helplessly, "Do what you want. As long as nothing happens, I'm too lazy to care about you." "Thank you, Professor," Peter said with a smile. Then he turned his head and shouted loudly to the 7th grade chief, William Orff. "Orff, with the consent of Dean Snape, I officially accept you as the deputy chief of the academy, and I will leave the affairs of the academy to you in the future." 35. William Orff, who was waiting for the meeting, suddenly looked surprised and said gratefully, "Don't worry, Chief, I will take care of it for you." "Professor, look, isn't this resolved?" Peter turned his head and said proudly. Snape was speechless for a moment, leaving a sentence, "Fix this place," then turned and left the common room. Peter then looked at the thanked wounded on the ground with a smile on his face and said gently, "Don't worry, as the chief, I will take you to the school infirmary. Make sure you can catch up with the first class tomorrow." No, we can go over by ourselves." All the wounded looked at Peter in horror, not wanting to be sent over by him at all. "Don't force it. I see that some people have broken their ribs. It's not a minor injury, so lie down now." Saying that, Peter waved his wand and directly immobilized the 13 people with a petrification spell, and then, in their terrified eyes, floated them all up with a floating spell. After thinking about it for a while, a long rope was formed, and everyone's feet were tied, and then he grabbed one end of the rope with satisfaction and walked out of the lounge door. Seeing such a peculiar sight, the students in the lounge looked at each other in dismay, and then looked at the wounded with sympathy. This was the end of offending the chief. The heads of each grade had a meeting, so they didn't leave. "Will Chief York be in the middle of the road and hurt these guys a little more?" the third-year chief asked unconsciously. "Of course not. It's not like you don't know the chief's temper. He wants to teach these people a lesson, and he won't be sneaky." The 5th-grade chief said affirmatively, and then said gloatingly, "It's just that they will come back tomorrow and become famous in the school. There is no curfew yet, and there are still many people in the hallway." 35. To be honest, I don't know what these people think, but they came up with such a way to deal with the chief. I thought they were winning and felt a pity for the chief. In the blink of an eye, 13 people were quickly cleaned up by the chief. "The chief is amazing," the 6th-grade chief said with a sigh, and then looked glad. "Fortunately, I didn't agree to Foley's invitation. Otherwise, these lying people among them, there must be one of me. I will be embarrassed to die at that time. The chief is the most powerful. Did you see what he looked like on the stage just now? Good guy." In the face of the attack of 13 people, the chief directly pressed them to fight. Just by flipping the spell, they were quickly eliminated. The 2nd-year Chief Draco said excitedly and adoringly, and then looked eagerly, "If only I had this ability too. I'll definitely be able to spank Potter's *** by then." The other chiefs couldn't help laughing. The school knew what Draco and Harry Potter didn't deal with. "Draco, I see you never leave Potter. You're afraid it's not because Potter rejected you, so you hate it because of love." Ellen, the 4th-year chief, teased him amusingly. Draco's face flushed instantly, looking like he wanted to be angry, but didn't dare to be angry. "Okay, since the chief asked me to manage the academy for him, Let's start the meeting now, seventh-year Chief William Orff said with a smile. Turning to Peter's side, he dragged 13 people to the school infirmary slowly and leisurely, attracting the attention of many people along the way. Especially when there are so many people tied up with a rope, it is really strange. Many students who are watching the lively crane their necks to watch what is going on. The 13 people who were petrified were about to cry without tears at this time, and were surrounded by everyone, and they would not want to see anyone for a while. Peter, what's going on with these people? The twins, who had been restless as soon as they got back to school, walked over, looked at them, and asked curiously. Oh, they were just injured in tonight's chief fight, so Professor Snape asked me to take them to the infirmary for treatment, Peter replied calmly. The battle for the chief? It seems that the competition tonight is a bit fierce, so many people were injured. The twins said in surprise and then asked, Do you need our help? No, keep playing, I'll do it alone. Peter shook his head to reject their good intentions. Then he pulled the rope in his hand, indicating that they had this, and then dragged a long list of people away. The twins looked at the long line of people behind Peter and slammed into the wall at the corner because of inertia, then wiped the wall and left. If it hadn't been petrified, I'm afraid I would have screamed. The twins stared blankly at the scene. Fred, have these people offended Peter? George asked curiously. Definitely, otherwise Peter wouldn't do it. Fred said affirmatively, and then suddenly said, Isn't Peter the chief of their academy? He said these people just now, and they were killed in the chief competition. Hurt. 35. It means that these wounded people were all caused by Peter, and now they are still delivered by Peter. Fred said in surprise. I really feel sympathy for them. It's courageous enough to meet Peter and dare to challenge him. The twins smiled and drew a cross on their chests and said in unison. When he came to the school infirmary, the doors of the infirmary were closed, and Peter had to knock on the door, hoping Madame Pomfrey hadn't slept yet, otherwise these people would have to stay up all night. After knocking for a while, when Peter thought the school infirmary was empty, the door opened and Madame Pomfrey came out in her pajamas. As soon as she came out, she saw Peter and a dozen people floating in the air behind him, and suddenly exclaimed, Merlin, what the hell is going on? Mrs. Pomfrey, don't worry, they just suffered some skin injuries. Tonight we have a chief battle in the academy. There was an accident, so they can only be sent to you for treatment. Peter explained gently. When Mrs. Fatfry heard this reason, she immediately calmed down and then quickly said, Then bring them in, I'll go get the potion. Peter nodded, walked in without turning his head, and ignored the wounded behind him. All of them slammed into the door frame with a thud. Hey, be careful. They are all wounded. Madame Pomfrey felt pain for these people and quickly reminded. Oh, sorry, didn't notice. Peter said insincerely. Really, I've said long ago that the brutal system of the chief battle should be abolished. Today is the first day of returning to school, and so many people have been injured. Madame Pomfrey was tinkering with the medicine bottles in the cabinet beside her, while complaining. Ma'am, there don't seem to be enough beds in the infirmary. Peter said, looking at only 7 beds. Peter, help me make some more beds. I heard Minerva say your transfiguration is very good. Madame Pomfrey said without looking back. Well, Madame Pomfrey still has to listen. Peter can only wave his wand and turn some chairs into hospital beds using local materials. Put them on the bed, Madame Pomfrey said to Peter, looking at the way these people were tied up with ropes, her mouth twitching, and their petrification spells lifted. Peter scratched his head, denouas, and explained shyly, I just petrified them to prevent them from swaying and aggravating their injuries. Seeing the disgraced faces and bruised faces of the wounded, Madame Pomfrey looked at the boy in front of her suspiciously. Peter didn't seem to notice Madame Pomfrey's line of sight and sent all the wounded to the hospital bed, releasing the petrification curse. In the quiet infirmary, bursts of wailing and moans suddenly sounded, very noisy. Madame Pomfrey regretted letting Peter lift the petrification spell and roared impatiently, Quiet, if there's any noise, just lay me down for one night and treat it tomorrow. All the wounded immediately quieted down and could only let out weak moans, lying on the hospital bed wanting to cry without tears. She really deserves to be the invisible queen of Hogwarts, Peter exclaimed. Really, the chief system should be abolished. So many people have been injured. Does it have to wait until after the death of a human life to stop it? Madame Pomfrey poured the potions into the wounded's mouth one by one and complained. The next day, there were rumors in the school that Peter York took more than a dozen seriously injured Slytherin students to the infirmary overnight. Coupled with some Slytherin students, they took the initiative to confide what happened last night to friends from other colleges. Now everyone knew that it was Peter York himself who was on the ground with these seniors. Peter York once again enjoyed the onlooker treatment. Dude, you made such a big news on the first day of school. You really deserve to be Peter York. The twins walked to Slytherin's long table with a smile, sat directly next to Peter, and would eat dinner. Alan pushed aside. Slytherin students are used to these two guys, and the twins are very popular in all the academies. Some Slytherin students buy prank products from them, or commission them to buy Hogsmeade products, because they have a lot of knowledge, a secret passage out of school. Ignoring Aaron's glare, the two picked up 2 loaves of bread from his plate and said as they ate, "I heard they tried to beat you in a wheel fight, but you beat them all?" 13 people, Peter said. Honestly, how is your current strength? Can you beat that guy Snape? If you can, teach him a good lesson for us. He assigned too much homework during the holidays, and last night we rushed for a long time to finish the homework. The hand still hurts, the twins said with resentment. Very well, I'll focus on your homework today, 190 Weasley gentlemen. Snape's voice came from behind. The twins turned their heads in fright to see Snape standing behind them, sneering. Snape looked at them and said with a sinister smile, "If you didn't do your homework, or if you copied someone else's work, you should do your homework 10 times. Then he sneered and said, "I remember this is Slytherin's long table. Do you want to transfer to our college?" The twins didn't dare to say anything, and hurriedly ran back to the Gryffindor table with a sad face. Snape snorted coldly, then strode away directly. The surrounding Slytherin couldn't help laughing. These two guys couldn't even control Professor McGonagall, but they were crushed by Snape. And it's often unlucky. When speaking ill of Snape, he happens to be caught by Professor Snape. Deserving of it, 35 Alan took revenge on the behavior of these two guys grabbing food just now and gloated over what happened to the two guys. But soon, everyone's eyes were attracted by the owls in the sky. Unfortunately, I don't understand. When owls deliver letters, can't they choose not to eat? Alan looked at the owl fluff floating down from his milk, gave up his plan to continue eating, and complained. Suddenly, a gray owl fell straight from the air and fell directly into the milk jug in front of Ronald, pouring Ronald and others all over with milk. "Is this all dead?" Alan said in surprise when he saw the scene. Then, after Ronald let out a whimper, the red envelope sent by the owl in front of him unfolded directly, turned into a big mouth, and yelled at him, "Ronald Weasley, 35. Pfft, George and their brother received a roaring letter." Alan couldn't help laughing. Mrs. Weasley's angry voice came from the envelope. The voice seemed to have been casted on a loud voice bell, filling the entire hall directly, and even shaking the dust off the ceiling. "Stealed the car, and I wouldn't be surprised if they kicked you out of school. You'd be in for a treat if I caught you. I don't think you ever thought Mom and Dad found out. The car is gone, what to worry about?" Mrs. Weasley's voice was so loud that the dishes and spoons on the table jumped up and down, and the sound of the stone wall bouncing back was deafening. Looking at a terrified Ronald, Peter took out his ears and complained to Alan beside him, "Mrs. Weasley's voice is usually impressive, but I didn't expect that the effect of the shouting letter was dozens of times stronger than usual. It's as if the explosion charm was exploding at close range." Haha, Mrs. Weasley is so mighty. You see, Ronald is so frightened. It's so pitiful, Alan said gloatingly while rubbing his ears. The envelope continued. "I got a letter from Dumbledore last night, and I think your dad will die of shame. We never taught you to do this. AC/DC, you and Harry should have run into each other." Peter noticed Harry covering his ears, pretending he couldn't hear the voice, and hiding his head in his hands in shame. "It's a disgrace to the family. Your father was suspended from work in the unit for investigation. It's all your fault. If you dare to take another wrong step, we will take you home immediately." 35. Mrs. Weasley's envelope finally finished. It stuck its tongue out at Ronald, then ripped itself to shreds and turned to ashes. After a moment of silence, laughter broke out in the hall, especially the three of Draco and George Fred, who laughed the loudest. Ronald covered his face and pulled Harry out of the hall, followed by Hermione. After eating, Peter's first class was herbal medicine and arithmetic and divination. Based on the principle of proximity, Peter went to the arithmetic and divination first. After the arithmetic and divination class, Peter walked out of the classroom to an unoccupied corner, then took out the time converter, and then moved the time back 2 hours. Before class, Peter stuffed the time-turner back into his clothes and strode to the glass room of herbal medicine. The time-turner was returned to Peter by Snape last night, and it was taken back during the summer vacation. You can only wait for the results of the previous semester, and then apply to the Ministry of Magic to continue using it this semester. However, there is no problem for Peter. His 12 grades in the last semester were all excellent. Besides, Peter is still famous, so the Ministry of Magic approved it without embarrassment. The right to use the time converter this semester. When he came to the conservatory, Professor Sprout's eyes lit up when he saw Peter, and then he shouted, "Son, just in time for you to come. Do me a favor, let's go and bandage the beating willow, Potter last night." Their car knocked down a lot of branches from the willow. If they were not bandaged, the wounds might become infected. "Professor, isn't the beating willow a plant? Why do you say it's like an animal and its wounds get infected?" Peter asked in confusion. Although the willow is a plant, it is an animal like mandrake, and it has some animal habits, so if injured, they will get sick or even die. So we need to take good care of them. 33 Sprout explained. Speaking of mandrake grass, Peter has a deep memory. Although this grass is a plant, it can cry and run, much like the legendary ginseng doll that has become a ginseng, and its cry is deadly. Earmuffs to operate. In the 2nd grade, they were dealing with mandrakes throughout the semester. From the beginning, they loosened the soil of the mandrakes, and then when the temperature dropped, they had to put on sweaters for them, to keep them from freezing to death. Taking care of mandrakes is like taking care of a newborn and very dangerous baby, which makes the students who are already impatient to dislike it very much. Following Professor Sprout, holding a pile of gauze and white fresh food, they came to the punching willow. "Oh, poor guy, a lot of branches are damaged." Sprout looked at the willow and said regretfully. Then, with a wave of her wand, a pebble on the ground hit a knot on the willow's body, and the willow didn't move for a moment. Sprout turned to Peter graciously and said, "Professor Flitwick said your spell is good, and you'll be fine later. Stone the knot just now every 2 minutes so it won't move. You can also bandage the wound." "Okay, Professor." Peter nodded. The wand slid into his hand, and with a flick of his hand, a stone on the ground hit the knot of the willow with precision. Seeing the scene, Professor Sprout nodded with satisfaction. Then he held the gauze with confidence, went under the tree, controlled by Cien with his wand, evenly smeared the wound that was broken by the willow, and then wrapped it with gauze. Peter looked at the scene in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched. He always felt very strange. The plants in the magic world were always unexpected. The devil's net that could trap people, the mandrakes that cried deadly, and the irritable willow that likes to beat people. It's really weird. When the class bell rang, and more than half of the branches were still unwrapped, Peter couldn't help but ask, "Professor, isn't this class not going to be held?" Sprout bandaged the bandage skillfully, and said without looking back, "Don't worry, Peter, I've already asked Cedric and the others to take their classmates for self-study. It probably won't take long before I can finish bandaging." Peter watched for a while, and the dressing method was not that complicated. So he hit a stone on the knot again. Taking advantage of the gap between the beating willows, Peter waved his wand, and the white freshness on the ground scattered evenly, accurately landing on the remaining wound. Then the long gauze fluttered to the tree, wrapped around the wound in circles, and even tied about himself at the end. After a while, the broken branches on the tree were wrapped with gauze, and the whole tree looked very strange. "Peter, your spells are really good. No wonder Professor Flitwick praised you so much," Professor Sprout said in surprise. Maybe you can take Flitwick's class and become a spell professor in the future. Thank you, Professor, for your praise, but I'm not in a hurry. We'll talk about it after the 5th grade. Peter said gently with a smile. You and Cedric have a good relationship, right? This kid is very responsible, but he doesn't know how to reject others. If you are with you, you should be able to learn some shrewdness, so you don't have to worry about him being deceived in the future. 35, Sprout said with a smile. Paying no attention to Sprout's teasing, Peter smiled and said, Cedric is a good friend of mine and a very reliable partner. 35. That's good. Your friends during your student days are always pure. You should cherish them. In the future, this will be your most precious treasure. Sprout said with relief. Okay, since the beating willows are all wrapped up, let's go back to class. Sprout said kindly, since you helped me, I'll give you 20 points. Thank you, Professor. Peter said happily. No need to thank you, you deserve it. Sprout said with a smile, Slytherin is very lucky to have you. You have earned a lot of credits for your college in recent years, and the college cup has been taken away by you every year. Much credit. No, other classmates have also made a lot of contributions, but I have done very little. Peter shook his head and said modestly. As soon as the two walked to the gate of the greenhouse, they saw the noise inside, and Sprout's face suddenly became serious, and then walked in. As soon as I entered, I found that many students panicked and shouted for help, and then I saw a rattan that looked like a devil's net, whipping around frantically. The rattan was covered with spikes. I'm afraid it will be stabbed. And one of them was being entangled in the rattan and kept screaming. When he looked closely, he realized that it was Gilderoy Lockhart, who was getting more and more tightly entangled by several vines, and his face was getting more and more red. Merlin, how could Professor Lockhart be here? Sprout said in surprise, then quickly conjured a large bowl of cold water and poured it on the rattan. The thorn-covered rattan, as if it had encountered the most frightening thing, quickly retracted the rattan and curled up together, and Lockhart was also put down. Seeing that Lockhart was covered in spikes and looked very embarrassed, Sprout frowned and asked the students around him, Who can tell what the hell is going on? I was just a little late and this happened. Why did Professor Lockhart appear in the greenhouse and get stuck like this with thorn vines? 35. Professor, it's like this. Cedric came up and explained. You didn't come just now, I took the students to study, but Professor Lockhart came and wanted to show us his level of herbal medicine. 0. Ask for flowers. Then he took the pot of African thorn vine as a devil's net and accidentally angered the African thorn vine and got tangled in it, and it became what it is now. Hearing this, Professor Sprout looked at the embarrassed Lockhart and said, Professor Lockhart, it seems that I am the professor of herbal medicine at Hogwarts. I don't seem to have invited you to come to class. Cough, cough. I just wanted to talk to you about herbal medicine. Seeing that you didn't come, I kindly showed the students a variety of magical herbs. Lockhart said embarrassedly. Professor Lockhart, I'm teaching the students now. Professor Sprout said impatiently. Point 0. Lockhart looked at Sprout's unwelcome expression, coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment, then looked at the students around him with a smile that he thought was handsome, and said, Children, since your herbal medicine professor is here, I will leave you safe to her and have a good class. Professor Lockhart, what about the thorns on your body? Does it hurt? A girl from Hufflepuff asked worriedly, looking at the thorns like hedgehogs on his body. Clearly a Lockhart admirer. Haha, don't worry, this little thing is not a problem for me. When I was swimming with the ghouls, it was more difficult than this. Lockhart said in a tone of indifference. Then, under the adoring eyes of all the girls, he left the greenhouse with a pretentious manner. This Lockhart is unreliable. Alan walked up to Peter and complained, You know that when he came just now, he was like a peacock with an open screen, standing at the door, showing his big white teeth, dumbfounded. Courtesy of those girls. Then, regardless of Cedric's obstruction, he broke into the greenhouse and used the pot of African thorn vines as a devil's net to teach us how to use the flame spell to drive the devil's net away. As a result, he didn't even cast the flame spell. Instead, he released a foul-smelling black gas, and then he was tied up by the stinging pain and became a hedgehog. At the end, Alan said gloatingly. There are at least 1,000 thorns on his body. I'm just curious how he pulled out those thorns. There will be his class in the afternoon, so there must be something nice. After the morning class, Peter came to the library and took out his diary from his bag. After getting Tom Riddle's diary for so many days, Peter has not had time to touch it. Today, he is intrigued, so he just took it out and prepared to have a good chat with Tom in it. This diary is not as dangerous as other Horcruxes, and if you don't choose to communicate with it, you can't do anything to you. But Peter really wanted to get the secret of the Horcrux from it, to see if he could get the Horcrux from Ravenclaw's crown without damaging the magic on the crown. He would like to know the magic of this legendary crown that increases wisdom, which would make Helena Ravenclaw, rather than her mother, flee to Albania with the crown. Of course, he didn't have too many expectations. After all, Voldemort is not an ordinary person, and it is basically difficult to achieve his goals by threats. Not to mention that this is a Horcrux. Ordinary people's torture methods are useless to him. Even if he threatens to destroy the Horcrux, Voldemort is only missing 119, which is not the same as what he regards as the most important. Compared to the secrets of the important Horcruxes, they seem insignificant. Hello, Peter wrote in his diary. Immediately, the handwriting disappeared, and then the sentence, hello. Who are you? Why did my diary appear in your hand? My name is Harry Potter, what are you? Peter smiled and wrote the sentence. This sentence disappeared quickly, and the diary did not respond after a while, as if it was stuck. When Peter thought he would not answer, a line appeared on the blank diary, which read, I am a memory from 50 years ago, and I have stored my memory in this diary. 5. At this time, Peter felt an invisible spiritual force pouring out from Japan, targeting Peter directly. Peter smiled and let him explore. Tom Riddle in the diary felt that his spirit had just hit Harry Potter, as if he had slammed into a thick wall, without even a chance to explore. He withdrew his spiritual strength, and his heart was immediately shaken, and he couldn't help but sigh that he was indeed a character who could defeat the main soul, and even his own Dementor didn't work for him. The Tom Riddle in the diary, who had recovered since the end of last term, had been hidden in the basement room of Malfoy Manor. After recovering, he was naturally unwilling to stay there, so taking advantage of the chance that Draco Malfoy came down by chance, he kept bewitching Draco with his mental power, letting him talk to himself and absorb his life little by little. It was only finally discovered by Lucius Malfoy and stopped in time. Finally, after discussing with Lucius, he agreed to let Draco go, and just asked Lucius to find a chance to send it to Hogwarts. He wanted to meet Harry Potter, who defeated the main soul, and find a chance to resurrect. Lucius naturally agreed. He was very afraid of this thing, how much honor was given to this thing by Voldemort, how much he wanted to throw it away now. Lucius Malfoy is a typical opportunist. Everything is based on profit, coupled with the old enemy Arthur Weasley during this time. He came to check black magic items every 3 days. Since Voldemort asked for the diary to be sent to the school, Lucius certainly wouldn't give such a dangerous thing to his son, so he targeted the Weasleys. With the greatest malice, he put the diary in Ginny Weasley's crucible, wanting to see the grief-stricken look of the Weasley family holding the body of their youngest daughter. Even if it does not succeed, once the diary is discovered, it will only be traced back to Ginny. At that time, everyone will only know that the black magic book is from the Weasley family, guaranteeing that Arthur Weasley will suffer. Tom Riddle, having known about the decades from Draco and Lucius, was amazed that he would be beaten by a baby. He was eager to see what magic this boy named Harry Potter had that could make him fail again and again. Although Draco and Lucius repeatedly disparaged Harry Potter, Tom Riddle firmly believed that Harry Potter must have hidden secrets. He had thought he would fall into the hands of the youngest Weasley child, as Malfoy had said. But unexpectedly, it ended up with Harry Potter, which surprised him immediately. Are you Tom Riddle's memory? This is amazing. I thought you were an alchemical product like the Sorting Hat. 33 Peter wrote in mock surprise. Handwriting appeared on the diary, At the time, I was only a seventh-year student, and of course it was impossible to make alchemy products, and I was still a student from the Muggle world, so I learned a magic trick and put my memory here. This is my diary, hoping someone will find it in the future. Then you are really amazing. I think I can show you to my classmates. My classmate Hermione is a smart witch. She should be very interested in you, wrote. Don't tell anyone about it, okay? I don't want a lot of people to know about it. Don't you want a secret friend who is yours? I can tell you a lot of things from 50 years ago and a lot of disagreements. The well-known secret way. The handwriting on the diary was a little scribbled and then said in a seductive tone. Peter looked at the writing on the diary and felt a little amused. As if hesitating, after a while, he wrote in the diary, "Then I will listen to you and will not tell anyone about this. Then we will be friends. Yes, we are friends. And I am still your only friend. You can ask me anything you want in the future. You can come to me even if you don't know how to do the homework. You must know that I once got all O's from the 12. Japan replied and repeatedly emphasized his role. Then you are really amazing. Then I will rely on you for my future homework. The homework assigned by the professors is so many and difficult that I don't know what to do, written in this book. Of course you can, it's no problem for me. It's just that most of the time, I will only tutor you. You can't rely on me all, then it's not you who's studying, but I'm studying. You don't want to hang up at the end of the term either. Section? The diary replied and played the role of a responsible, confidant brother. Tom Riddle in the diary looked smug. Although he didn't know what secrets Harry Potter had for the time being, he really looked like an ordinary boy. In these little temptations, he couldn't resist the temptation like everyone else. It's just that he frowned again. This Harry Potter is very special. During this period of communication, he kept trying to infiltrate his mental power into Harry Potter's mind, but it was all bounced back. He didn't find any trace of occlumency, and he didn't believe that a 12-year-old boy could practice occlumency that many adult wizards haven't. This made him even more curious. What secret does this boy have? Since there is no way to break through his brain for the time being, Tom Riddle changed his target this time. He began to secretly absorb vitality, and he needs to restore 3.2 energy. Peter suddenly felt the life force slipping away in his body and instinctively wanted to break free of this connection, but he held back. After all, these lost vitality, after the fusion of the genes of so many magical animals, seems to be a drop in the bucket. He wanted to see what this guy was trying to do. Tom Riddle absorbed the vitality of Harry Potter. He felt relieved and at the same time was very shocked. He had never touched such a majestic vitality. As if in front of him is a huge dragon with huge vitality. Surprised and delighted, he couldn't help but intensified his absorption. If he can absorb all the vitality of Harry Potter, he will definitely be able to have an entity and be resurrected again. Just suddenly, this connection was broken directly, and the absorbed vitality came to an abrupt end. Tom Riddleton felt bad, and saw in the diary, Harry Potter wrote vigilantly, "I just felt the vitality of the body passing away." Did you do it? It's just that before Tom Riddle could argue, the diary was slammed shut, and Harry Potter could no longer be contacted. Outside, Peter looked at the diary in front of him, wishing to give it a devil flame and extinguish it directly. He was originally interested in pretending to be Harry Potter and having fun with the young version of Voldemort in the diary, but he didn't expect this guy to be so greedy. He couldn't help it so quickly. He wanted to absorb his vitality. He also had no interest in continuing to play and directly locked the diary in the drawer, ready to dry Tom Riddle. In the afternoon, Slytherin and Gryffindor played defense against the dark arts together. Given his knowledge of Lockhart, he chose the rearmost position this time. In this regard, his partners were a little surprised how unreliable this Professor Lockhart was, so that Peter, a good student, was so disgusted and did not want to sit in the front. You said, "What will Professor Lockhart teach us?" It is said that in the first class in the morning, he taught Harry, Ronald, and the others, and directly released a bunch of Vulcan elves, making a mess of the classroom, but he ran away first. Fred said with a smile. Professor Lockhart didn't run away, he just wanted to give them a chance to do it themselves. A girl in the front row turned her head and glared at Fred and said, "Well, another Lockhart fan." Peter looked at each other with helpless eyes. In the classroom, a group of girls whispered about Lockhart's deeds, and when they talked about it, they would scream in excitement, like fans who were about to meet their idols. I really don't understand how these girls are so crazy about Lockhart. Even Angelina is full of love in her textbooks. Fred said very speechlessly. What you care about is that Angelina worships Lockhart. George said with a grin. Probably Lockhart has a handsome face. They say that looks are justice. Peter also looked at Fred with a playful face and said, "If you have a handsome face like Lockhart, I think Angelina will like you." Don't talk nonsense. When did I say I like Angelina? Fred instantly retorted with a flushed face and erratic eyes. Brother, we didn't say that you like Angelina. What are you excited about? Are you kidding yourself? George laughed and made fun of his brother. George, you be asterisk 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 D. Fred hugged George in anger and scratched. Hey, budding youth, Peter said with emotion. Peter, don't sound like someone from the past. You're only the same age as us. Alan rolled his eyes at Peter, then looked at him with a funny face and said, "And you have a Flora shaker now, waiting for you." Alan's mouth twitched. Flora, who was in the middle, and said with a teasing, "She has always been loyal to you. Even Lockhart couldn't attract her." The twins who were fighting suddenly stopped and followed Ellen to tease Peter. "We have been to your admirer support club organized by Flora. She is very generous and doesn't mind sharing you with others at all." "That's right, you're too hard-hearted. Flora has been infatuated with you since the first grade, and it hasn't changed until now. It's rare to see such a good girl," George said with a smile. Peter was speechless for a moment. Why did it involve himself? Aren't we talking about Lockhart? Why is it on me again? In the morning, Lockhart was pierced with thorns by African thorn vines. I wonder if he has pulled out those thorns now? That's thousands of thorns. 10,000 thorns. Can he pull them out in one morning? Peter changed the subject. Several people saw through Peter's intentions, but none of them continued to ridicule. George said gloatingly, "I heard about this too, but I seem to have heard that he locked himself in the office and didn't even eat lunch. Some people who passed by the door of his office said that they heard screams from inside." Sound 5. More than that, I heard from the house elves that Lockhart took a lot of honey glue from them, and I don't know what's the use. Fred continued. Does he want to stick those spikes with honey glue and then pull them out? In that case, he's not too stupid. Peter guessed. I do hope that a hedgehog like Professor Lockhart will appear later, Fred said with anticipation. But Fred was soon disappointed. Because Lockhart reappeared, it was still oily and powdery, as if nothing had changed. It's just that Peter's sharp eyes noticed that Lockhart's accidentally exposed arm had no body hair, like a shaved white pig. Peter snickered and told his friends what he found, and said, in the morning, he was pierced with spikes almost all over his body. Do you think he is now in any other place except his hair, a hair nothing? A few friends immediately understood what Peter meant, looked at Lockhart carefully, and almost didn't laugh. A few guys thought things weren't fun enough, so they turned around and quietly told the other boys about this discovery. After a while, the boys in the entire classroom looked at Lockhart on the stage with strange eyes, wanting to laugh, but not daring to laugh. Lockhart nervously watched the boys look at him, thinking that he was his admirer, and immediately raised his chest and became more confident. Baring his white teeth, he began to introduce himself to the students, as if worried that no one would be unaware of his heroic deeds. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Merlin 3rd Class, honorary member of the Alliance Against the Dark Arts, 5-time Witcher Weekly Award for Most Charming Smile. Of course, I don't talk about these things all the time. After all, I don't drive out the female ghosts of banding with a smile. After speaking, Lockhart showed what he thought was the most perfect smile, with a big white tooth that blinded him. There was giggling from the audience, and the girls in the first few rows held their faces and looked at Lockhart obsessively. God, I'm going to vomit. George vomited. It's hypocritical, while saying that I don't put these things on 190's lips, and at the same time telling us about him, as if afraid that we won't know his great achievements. Fred curled his lips and said, "What's there to show off about him? He only got Merlin 3rd class, Peter got 2nd class in his first year. And Peter also won the duel competition, and Peter is much more handsome than him." Aaron said disdainfully. "Thank you for the compliment, Alan. I'd have forgotten about it if you didn't say it." Peter said with a smile. "Before class, let's do a little quiz. Let's see how you read." Lockhart said as he stepped off the stage, handing out the papers. "Give you 30 minutes, start now." "What the hell is this?" George was dumbfounded as soon as he got the paper. He read, 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. You think Gilderoy Lockhart is the biggest so far? What is the achievement? What good ideas can you expect from this B***************************** D? Peter said speechlessly, looking at the paper. Then he rolled his eyes, turned on the mind-reading technique directly, and then smiled and said to a few partners, "You copy me later. I guarantee that you will all get full marks. And you can also get bonus points." Then, while the reader Lockhart's heart quickly wrote the answer on the paper. After a few minutes of work, he finished writing and then secretly used his wand to make a few copies of the paper and then passed it to a few companions. Huh. I'm so glad Alan White, George Weasley, Fred Weasley, and Peter York all got it right. They know that my favorite color is lilac, and they also know that my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil, as well as sell my own bird snake egg liquid conditioner. Lockhart said happily, "Good boys, you know me so well, you must have read my full set of books, right?" Peter and the others nodded with a smirk against everyone's strange gaze. "Great, 10 points each for the 4 of you," Lockhart said with a smile. Then Lockhart started the main class directly, but his class content was to stand on the stage and read his own novel impassionedly. So, his current defense against the dark arts class is reading to us? Not at all about practical things. The twins who had just received the very reward were not happy for a few minutes, but were completely speechless by the situation. Is he taking the dark defense class as his book club? Or a fan club? Alan was also confused, and then became angry. "Okay, don't be angry. I told you already that he is unreliable, and it will be even more outrageous in the future. Just don't hold your expectations," Peter reassured. Time gradually passed, and on the weekend, Peter declined the invitation of his companions and quietly came to the door of the women's toilet. Then I looked around and found that no one had walked in. Otherwise, if others saw that I had entered the women's toilet, I would have thought I was a pervert. Fortunately, this women's toilet has been abandoned, and no one usually comes here. Just as Peter walked into the toilet, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. "This is the girls' toilet. How did you get in as a boy?" Peter turned his head and found an illusory ghost, flying out of the toilet cubicle, with big glasses and braids, staring at Peter. "Hello, Myrtle. I'm here to find a secret room. I'm bothering you," Peter said with a smile. "Peter York, I know you. Many girls have talked about you." Myrtle kept a distance, looked at Peter warily, and said, "Although you look good, wearing a belt doesn't mean you can break into the women's toilet at will. And there are no secret rooms here. You can't lie to me." "I didn't lie to you, Myrtle, and since this place has been abandoned for a long time, no one should come here, and I can also help you find the murderer who killed you 50 years ago," Peter said calmly. "Is what you said true?" Myrtle suddenly rushed directly to Peter. Her face was only a few centimeters away from Peter, stared straight into Peter's eyes, and said, "Can you really catch my murderer?" "Of course I know many things, including the cause of your death." Peter nodded and said, then took a few steps back, walked to the sink, and carefully looked at the faucets. In the end, he found a faucet with a snake-shaped trace. "The one you're looking for is bad and has never been out of water," Myrtle behind him reminded, and looked at Peter's movements with a puzzled expression. "I know, but that's what I'm looking for," Peter said. Then he stared at the faucet, hissing like a snake talking. "I remember this sound. Before I died, I heard a boy make a sound like this," Myrtle said suddenly. Peter took a few steps back, and the vanity radiated a white light, then scattered and sank into the surroundings, revealing a large black hole. "I never knew there was such an entrance here." Myrtle floated over and looked down curiously. I'm going down and have a look, Myrtle. Can you help me watch the wind up there? Peter said to her with a smile. Of course. Myrtle agreed, and then said shyly, if you die down there, I'd like to share this toilet with you. 99. Thank you, Myrtle. Peter said awkwardly. Then he jumped straight down, and after a long pipe, Peter finally landed. At this time, he felt that he was already off the ground, at least 100 meters away. He really didn't know how the secret room was built before. Peter used a cleansing spell to remove the dust from his body, and with a wave of his wand, a bulb-like light ball flew out from the top of the wand and floated in midair, illuminating the surroundings brightly. At this time, looking around again, I found that there were skeletons of small animals piled up in mountains, which seemed a bit terrifying. Peter continued to move forward, and then found a large dark green snake shed, coiled on the ground in the tunnel, at least 20 feet long. Peter approached, then picked up a snakeskin with his wand, looked at it, then took out another bag from his carry-on leather bag, and stuffed the huge snakeskin into the bag with the traceless stretch charm. The snake slough of the basilisk is rare, and it has high magic resistance. If it is used to make clothes, it is definitely much better than the dragon fur coat, and it can also be used to make magic medicine. Peter kept walking. The tunnel turned corner after curve, and finally came to a solid wall. It was engraved with 2 intertwined snakes whose eyes were set with large, gleaming green gems that made Peter want to pick out the emeralds. He carves at the snake on the wall, hissing open. The 2 snakes separated, the stone wall cracked from the middle, and slowly slipped to the sides and disappeared. Peter walked in directly and appeared in a large dimly lit room, surrounded by many engraved serpentine pillars, towering to support the high ceiling. Peter knew that the basilisk was still sleeping, so he walked easily to the end of the room, where there was a statue the same height as the room, attached to the wall. The statue's face is old, the beard is sparse, and it looks very ugly. Peter can't help but complain, is this really a statue of Slytherin? Too disillusioned. But Peter has no interest in looking at these now. His target is the basilisk. He walked up to the statue and exclaimed in snake tongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Big Four." After saying this, Peter was even more speechless. Is this the boast of the descendants of Slytherin, or is Slytherin really so narcissistic? The mouth of Slytherin's statue slowly opened, and finally a huge black hole was formed. There was a rustling sound, which was the movement of the basilisk crawling. It was about to come out. Peter stepped back quickly, then waited silently. Peter opened his eyes and watched the basilisk crawling out, stretching his body high, almost reaching the dark ceiling. You woke me up? Stranger. Who are you? I don't smell Slytherin's blood on you, the basilisk hissed, his yellow-orange eyes fixed on Peter, full of violence, as if at any moment to come and bite him. Peter clearly felt the eyes of the basilisk with a deadly magic power. Looking at its eyes, he always felt that the soul was about to be pulled out of the body. Peter had to be thankful that he had the blood of the phoenix, a natural ability to resist the deadly sight of a basilisk, or he would have died just now. Peter had predicted the result of looking at the basilisk just now, and only dared to look at it after confirming that it would not be fatal to him. The basilisk stared at Peter, only to find that he was not dead, and he became irritable, straightened his neck, and looked like he was going to attack him. Peter looked at the basilisk in front of him and hissed, "Stop your movements. Surrender to me." The basilisk froze for a moment, then retracted the snake's head and coiled it in a circle, as if obeying Peter's orders. Peter approached vigilantly and tried several times, but the basilisk didn't make any movement and just sat there obediently. Peter walked over boldly this time. Just when he was about to approach the basilisk, the original snake head suddenly rushed over and bit Peter with its fangs. Peter dodged nimbly, dodged the attack of the basilisk, and sneered, "What a beast. Actually still know how to pretend. If I hadn't seen the future, I'm not sure that you would have succeeded." 35. The basilisk raised its head, opened its fangs, green venom dripped from its fangs, and hissed, "I am the Snake King raised by Slytherin. Even if you are a Parseltongue, don't even think you can order me. See you all. Those who come to me, as long as they are not of Slytherin blood, must die. As he spoke, he bit Peter with his mouth open, his eyes full of violence. It's such a pity. Originally, I thought that if I could conquer you, you wouldn't have to die. But now it seems that it's better for you to die, Peter said coldly. Then he turned around and quickly turned into a gorgeous phoenix, flying high into the sky, whistling and circling around the basilisk. The basilisk had never seen such a change before, with an unbelievable humanized look in his eyes, and instinctively wanted to kill the phoenix with the Eye of Death, but it didn't work. In the end, the basilisk opened its fangs angrily and bit towards the phoenix, but he also nimbly avoided it. Peter flew to the top of the basilisk's head, then flew down quickly, sharp claws, and slammed into one of the basilisk's eyes. The sharp claws pierced the snake's eyes, and the yellow eyes of the basilisk spurted green blood, which was flexibly avoided by Peter, and then grabbed again, and the basilisk's right eye instantly turned into a pile of rotten flesh. The basilisk made a screaming scream, shook his head frantically, and threw Peter out. Peter stabilized in midair, wings outstretched, and hovered in the air, aiming for the basilisk's other eye. The basilisk apparently noticed this too, and quickly closed his left eye, the thick eyelid protecting the fragile eye. The basilisk roared furiously, "Damn you! You actually hurt me! I'm going to tear you apart." 99. With a keen sense of smell, the basilisk bites exactly where Peter is, but when he is sensitive to dodge, the basilisk bites empty. Peter turned into a phoenix, constantly dodging the attack of the basilisk, and the phoenix hissed strangely in snake language. "When you didn't close your eyes, AC/DC, I injured one eye, now you close it." With eyes closed, what else can you do? When the basilisk heard it, he opened his left eye slightly in exasperation, trying to locate Peter accurately, but a golden light flashed straight towards its only remaining eye. The basilisk was so frightened that he quickly closed his eyes, but the corner of his eye was scratched by Peter's sharp claws, and the sneak attack was not successful. Seeing the basilisk with his eyes closed, Peter was also a little helpless. The basilisk's skin and defensive properties were very powerful. Even a sword like the Gryffindor could only be broken from the inside. Then he quickly flew to the ground and instantly changed back to human form. Then the body is like taking a bulking agent, and it grows rapidly, eventually becoming a giant. At this time, Peter was huge, and he used the skills of the bird and snake, and he was nearly 50 feet tall. He could only bend his body to avoid knocking his head to the ceiling. The 20-foot-plus basilisk shrunk in front of him. Peter quickly grabbed the basilisk's tail and threw it around fiercely. The basilisk was slammed into the stone wall by him, and the whole room was rattled, and several stone pillars were directly broken by the middle. But the basilisk is worthy of being called the most dangerous creature. After being smashed by Peter so many times, nothing happened. Instead, he turned his head and opened his fangs, trying to bite him hard. Peter is also very careful. He doesn't want to be bitten by a basilisk. If he is injected with basilisk venom and capsizes in the gutter, it would be a shame. Although the basilisk was not seriously injured, he was dizzy after being thrown around like noodles so many times. It looked at the giant Peter with some fear in its eyes, and for the first time had the idea of retreating. This man is so different from the wizard he understands. His deadliest ability is useless to him. He can turn into a phoenix and blind him in one eye, and now he has become a giant bigger than him. Ability. It wants to escape. Peter doesn't want to let it go. Now that the basilisk has been awakened by Peter, if he doesn't care, this uncontrolled basilisk will probably appear anywhere in the castle, and the people who die will be his responsibility. Peter grabbed the basilisk's tail, smashed it heavily a few times, and threw it away, shrinking his figure again. Holding the wand, Peter looked pitiful and said to the basilisk, "Avada Sua." A dazzling green light shot from the wand, hitting the basilisk in the distance. The basilisk let out a scream, and his expression was a little sluggish, but he didn't die, just more panicked, trying to escape from here. Peter was not surprised. This kind of basilisk, which has lived for thousands of years, has tenacious vitality, and it is obviously impossible to kill it with the death-killing curse of human beings. Peter was a little helpless. This basilisk was too defensive, and he didn't know what luck Harry Potter had to kill it so smoothly. You must know that even Dumbledore will be a little tricky to face this basilisk. Peter can only kill the basilisk because Harry Potter is Destiny's Child. The basilisk's weak points are the eyes and the inside of the mouth, but he doesn't have the Gryffindor sword now, and the basilisk's eyes are closed so that the other eye can't be blinded. Peter was thinking about how to get rid of the basilisk, but he wasn't worried about letting it live. The basilisk felt Peter's murderous aura, shrank into a ball in panic, and hissed, "I am willing to surrender to you, as long as you let me go." After hearing the basilisk's words, Peter sneered and said, "Submit to me? You are joking. You can't refuse the order of the Slytherin blood and let you help others deal with me? Your snakeskin is good. When you die, I will peel it off and make a bodysuit, so you can die in peace." Peter directly used Boggart's skills to transform into a rooster, making a "oh-oh-oh" sound. The crowing of the rooster echoed in the secret room, and the basilisk was curled up in pain, although the crowing of the rooster could not kill it. But as a natural enemy, it still makes it very painful. It hurts. Stop screaming. Stop screaming. The basilisks huddled together, the G their heads in pain. "I'm willing to exchange Slytherin's secret room information, as long as you spare my life," the basilisk shouted weakly. "Slytherin's secret room? Isn't this the secret room? Are you trying to lie to me?" Peter turned back into a human form after hearing this, and asked a little puzzled, then looked at the basilisk, wanting to see what tricks he was playing. The basilisk looked at Peter's gloomy eyes. The snake's head shrank slightly, and quickly explained, "This is not Slytherin's secret room. This is just a pet room. It is my activity room. The real secret room is not here. And there is Slytherin's treasure inside. I just as the guardian beast of the treasure in the secret room." "Where's the real secret room?" Peter asked. "This." The basilisk hesitated. "Avada Suamin." A sudden spell hit the basilisk. I said, the secret room is behind the statue." The basilisk screamed in pain and said quickly, "Behind the statue?" Peter looked at the statue of Slytherin and the huge open mouth, turned his head and asked in amazement, "Don't you say that the place where you rest is the real secret room?" In the back room, Peter confronts the basilisk. He looked at the basilisk in front of him, without the slightest belief in his eyes, and said with a sneer, "Do you think I'm easy to deceive? If there is a treasure in the secret room, I'm afraid it would have been divided up by the descendants of Slytherin. Can it be my turn?" Gouging out the bone, Peter's wand pointed at the basilisk's huge body and said fiercely. He has never believed a word of a basilisk, saying that people are old and mature, let alone a basilisk that has lived for thousands of years, and the thinking ability is definitely no less than that of a human being. The basilisk screamed and rolled. Although the spell was not fatal to it, it was enough to make it painful. Tortured by the cruciatus, the basilisk opened its only yellow eye, looked at Peter with hatred, and quickly opened its mouth to bite at him. Peter didn't dodge, looked at the basilisk's open mouth coldly, and then shrunk down to the size of a thumb in the blink of an eye, resisting the stench of the basilisk's mouth, straight into the basilisk's mouth. The basilisk felt that he had swallowed Peter for the first time, and his eyes showed joy, but then he was dumbfounded because it didn't feel anything in its mouth. At this moment, the basilisk's expression changed. It made a painful roar and rolled on the ground. I saw that the basilisk's 7-inch position suddenly became larger, as if something wanted to break through the bondage. When Peter was deliberately swallowed by the basilisk, his shrunken body came to the 7-inch position of the basilisk. The two most vulnerable parts of the basilisk are its body and eyes, so as soon as Peter came to the basilisk's body, he used magic spells to attack all around. There is no hard snake skin to protect the inside of the basilisk's body. Every magic spell of Peter directly caused huge damage, making the body of the basilisk's body blurred with blood. Peter cast a spell on himself in advance to avoid being contaminated by these filth. At this time, he was like a grand monkey, making a big noise of snake belly. The basilisk's body was rumbled by Peter's various spells, and from the outside, it looked like the basilisk's belly was thundering. Forgive me. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender, the basilisk cried out in pain, regretting why it had swallowed Peter. Peter was deaf, and the curse kept attacking the surroundings, making a mess inside, and finally a heart the size of a wash basin was exposed. Peter looked at the basilisk's heart and laughed immediately. He poked the beating heart with his wand, and then asked loudly, "Basilisk, how long can you live without your heart?" 35 foot. When the basilisk heard Peter's words, he looked very frightened and begged for mercy loudly. "Forgive me. I can sign a contract and submit to you forever and be under your control." "It's too late. If you had said that earlier, I might have agreed, but now you're dead." Peter's voice came from the snake's belly. "Your snake skin is pretty hard, and you've used it so much. The spell has not been broken, and when you die, I will use it to make a bodysuit. The effect must be good." The basilisk's frightened body kept slamming into the surroundings, trying to stop Peter. Peter was as steady as a mountain in the belly of the basilisk, covered in a magnified version of the bubble head charm. His wand pointed at the basilisk's beating heart, and the tip of the wand flashed red. "Break apart." The unprotected heart suddenly shattered, and green blood was sprinkled around like a fountain. The basilisk let out a shrill scream. Without the heart, even the basilisk cannot live. Feeling the rapid passage of life, the basilisk struggled to rush through the pipeline in a panic. Without the heart, the basilisk's tenacious vitality can still support it for a few minutes. The basilisk entered directly from the open mouth of the Slytherin statue, and then appeared in a dark room after a zigzag crawling. The basilisk did not stop, and slammed into a stone door on the stone wall, as if to enter. But at this time it had little vitality left, and after hitting it several times to no avail, it died with eyes full of unwillingness. Peter and the basilisk also stopped moving. After confirming that the basilisk was dead, he shrank his body and re-emerged from the basilisk's mouth along the esophagus. The skin of the basilisk was really tough, and Peter's various cutting spells failed. Break through snake skin. After coming out, Peter regained his figure again, waved his wand, and a bright ball flew out of the wand and floated into the air, illuminating the entire room. Peter looked at several snake sloughs around him, and then smelled the stench in the room, and knew that this was the place where the basilisk slept. "So I'm behind the statue?" Peter muttered to himself. Then he noticed that in the deepest part of this room, there was a bronze door embedded in the stone wall. The door is covered with large and small snake statues, among which the snake in the middle is the largest, and is also inlaid with two huge topaz, which are shiny and look like they are alive. Although Peter was very curious, he didn't have time to look at it yet. Instead, he came to the dead basilisk and kicked the sinister head of the basilisk in disgust. Then he put one hand on the basilisk and said in his heart, "System, fuse the basilisk gene." 99. Host, confirmed to spend 100 points to fuse the basilisk gene? The system asked. Confirm. The gene is being extracted. The extraction is successful. The fusion starts. Please wait for the host. The system prompts. 0. Ask for flowers. Immediately, Peter felt a warm current pouring out of his body. His whole body was numb, and then he felt a magic power rushing towards his eyes, and his teeth were a little itchy. Ding! The fusion is complete. The system prompts. Then Peter opened, and both eyes turned yellow, with a deadly danger. Peter turned out a mirror and looked into his eyes curiously. He wanted to test the ability of his eyes, so a flock of birds summoned some birds, and then looked at these birds, and instinctively gathered magic power in his eyes. With a burst of invisible fluctuations, these birds flying in midair suddenly fell down, dead cool. Peter tried to make a transparent glass again, and then looked through the glass to the remaining birds, which quickly fell down and turned into stones. 0. Peter looked at his eyes in surprise. This time, he gained a lot. He has always been more than defensive, but his attack power is insufficient. Now that he has obtained the eyes of the basilisk, He is a big killer again. Moreover, under the optimization of the system, his eyes are controllable. When using it, he only needs to focus the magic power on his eyes to activate the skills, and he does not have to worry about accidentally staring others to death. Later, Peter noticed in the mirror that his 2 tiger teeth were sharp, and he could also feel that there was venom in his teeth. Peter suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. He forgot the basilisk and the venom skill. Could it be that when he attacks the enemy in the future, he will bite others and poison them? Even if others want to, he can't say it himself. The system, the venom of the basilisk, has there been any change after optimization? Peter asked. Although he inherited the venom of the basilisk, and the venom of the basilisk is very powerful, there is basically no cure except for the tears of the phoenix, but Peter feels a little tasteless. After all, it is impossible for him to bite. Host, after the venom of the basilisk has been optimized by the system, the toxicity is more severe, and apart from the tears of the host, even the tears of other phoenixes cannot be saved. The system replied. Hearing this explanation, Peter felt that the venom skill was not bad, and it might play a great role in the future. After all, this is a venom that only he can solve. After fusing the genes of the basilisk, Peter's mission in this trip was completed, but he looked at the bronze door opposite and became curious about the real secret room in the mouth of the basilisk. He came to the bronze door, looked at the basilisk statue above, and tried to find a way to get in. Peter looked at the bronze door curiously and tried to say "open" in snake language. But it was obviously inaccurate, and the bronze door did not respond. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Big Four." Peter tried another whisper. But still no response. Peter was helpless. He directly used a few powerful spells, but only smashed some stones. The bronze door was not damaged. Obviously, magic was applied to it. Peter groped carefully for a long time, trying to see if there were any gaps that could make him smaller and enter. But the bronze door seemed to have been poured to death, with no gaps at all. It seems that the only way to get in is through Tom Riddle, Peter thought. In order to avoid accidents, Peter didn't bring the diary down, and he didn't actually have it. He had high expectations for Slytherin's treasures. After all, it was already thousands of years ago, and maybe 19-0 has already passed. And before him, Voldemort had already entered here. There is no reason Voldemort would kindly leave treasures. Of course, maybe Voldemort didn't take it. After all, according to Voldemort's self-confidence, no one but him is Parseltongue, so it's safe for him here. So there's something in the real chamber of Slytherin that no one can guess. Peter looked at it, and then gave up to continue exploring. After all, this can't be solved in a while. Even if you want to get the method to enter the secret room from Tom Riddle, it is not easy. Although Peter has been complaining about Voldemort, he is a fool who cut himself into a fool. But he also had to admit that Voldemort was a very conceited person, and he wasn't someone who could easily make him surrender with threats. Trying to threaten him by destroying the diary, Peter didn't hold out much hope. Looking at the dead basilisk on the ground, Peter looked at the huge figure and thought about how to deal with it. Before he said that he wanted the skin of the basilisk, it was no joke. The skin of the basilisk was so greedy for him. He used so many magic spells and even the life-suppressing spell, but he couldn't make the skin of the basilisk have too much major damage, which is very rare. Fortunately, this basilisk has too many weaknesses, otherwise the danger of this kind of creature is too great. Ordinary knives and magic spells can't cut through the skin of the basilisk, and it has to be a sharp weapon like the Gryffindor sword. So if Peter wants this snake skin now, I'm afraid he has to borrow the sword from Dumbledore, but in this way. The secret of the secret room cannot be hidden. Of course, he could sneak into the headmaster's office and steal the Gryffindor sword, but Peter didn't bother to do that. And he was sure that once he did it himself, the old fox of Dumbledore would find out immediately. "Field," Peter called. As soon as the words fell, Field appeared directly in the room, and then was startled by the basilisk in front of him, and quickly stretched out his claws to grab the other open eye of the basilisk. "Field, stop. It's dead." Peter stopped quickly. He pulled Field's tail funny, but he must not destroy the only remaining intact basilisk eyes. This basilisk's eyes are a good thing. Even if the basilisk has been dead for so long, the basilisk's eyes are still very deadly to others. He can take it to Nicole May and ask him to make it into an attack prop. I think Nick will be interested in it. After all, the basilisk is rare. Not to mention a basilisk that has lived for thousands of years. Field, can you try to teleport this giant snake out? Peter asked. He didn't want to reveal the location of the basilisk now, so it was better to move the basilisk. Field flew to the basilisk's head, grabbed the red feathers on the basilisk's head, tried it, then shook his head and said no, he couldn't take the giant snake alone. Peter thought for a while, then turned into a phoenix and said to Field, now the two of us take it to teleport together, it should be possible. Field nodded. He liked the way Peter turned into a phoenix and rubbed Peter intimately, and then the two phoenixes grabbed the huge body of the basilisk and disappeared into the room together with a burst of bright fire. It appeared again, that is, in the secret room outside the statue. The body of the basilisk landed on the ground with a thud, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. As soon as Peter landed, he turned back into a human form, panting heavily, hugging Field, who was also paralyzed, and complained, "Wow, I really can't carry such heavy things in the future. It's really exhausting us." Field also made a weary sound and nodded in agreement. "Well, I'll make the meat of this basilisk into jerky later. How about it to treat you? This is a 1,000-year-old basilisk, and its body is full of magic power." Field looked at the dirty look of the basilisk, showing a humane look of disgust. "Oh, don't look at the basilisk's appearance. It must taste good when made into a snake soup," Peter said quickly. After resting for a while and finally regaining most of his strength, Peter quickly got up. He has to go to Dumbledore to borrow the Gryffindor sword and deal with the basilisk as soon as possible. Otherwise, the meat will deteriorate over time and it will not be delicious. In order to save energy, Peter took Field back along the road, then grabbed Field's long tail and flew back to the girls' toilet along the pipe. "Peter York, aren't you dead?" Myrtle floated up to Peter and said in a disappointed tone, "I was going to give you half of the toilet after you died." 35. "Sorry to disappoint you," Peter said, rolling his eyes. "Then have you caught my murderer?" Myrtle asked. "You did catch it. It was a basilisk. You looked it in the eye, so it died," Peter explained, and the one who controlled the basilisk was Tom Riddle, who was the president of the student council. You should remember him, huh? 35. "What? You said that Senior Riddle killed me." Myrtle couldn't believe it, and then said to herself, "How is this possible? Senior Riddle is so good, so handsome, and polite to everyone. Even an ordinary girl like me, he is very gentle. How could it be him? Then do you know who Tom Riddle became in the end?" Peter didn't expect Voldemort to act so well when he was in school, so he simply revealed. "I don't know. Senior Riddle disappeared after graduation. I thought he died unexpectedly. After all, it was normal for people to die in those days." Myrtle murmured, still finding it hard to believe that Tom Riddle was a 3.2 the murderer who killed himself. After all, at a young and ignorant age, the young and handsome Riddle, but the love object of many girls, she is no exception. Peter didn't say much, just wrote Tom Marvolo Riddle in midair with his wand, and then scrambled the letters in front of Myrtle to recompose "I am Voldemort." As soon as Myrtle saw the name, she was immediately full of inconceivable. Even the ghosts like them were of course very familiar with this Dark Lord. But few people know where Voldemort came from, and no one associates him with the academically gifted Tom Riddle. "So Voldemort is Tom Riddle?" Myrtle said in disbelief, then suddenly screamed, "Liar, big liar. Woohoo! My first love is gone." Flying into the air, it rushed straight into the toilet in the compartment, splashing high water and disappearing. Peter stared blankly at the place where Myrtle disappeared, and then laughed. Voldemort seemed to have a lot of fans when he was young. If these people were to see the current appearance of Voldemort's nostril sockets and his bald head, they would have nightmares. Then Peter walked straight out of the girls' toilet and almost ran into the twins. "Fred George, why are you here?" Peter asked in surprise. "We should be asking you, how did you get out of the girls' toilet?" The twins looked at Peter with a smirk and said, "Are you doing something bad?" We saw you entered the girls' toilet on the map just now, and then the name was disappeared. Say, is there some secret that is not known? Oh, disappeared? I thought it would appear, Peter said in surprise when he saw the Marauder's map in George's hand. Then looking at the cheap looks of these two guys, he said angrily, this place has long been abandoned. What bad thing can I do? I'm just dealing with that basilisk. The basilisk. Did you find it? The twins stopped joking when they heard that it was a basilisk and asked solemnly. I found it, and I had a good communication with it, but the communication was not successful, so I could only solve it by force, Peter said calmly. And what's the result? The twins asked nervously. Of course I won, otherwise how could I stand here? 27 Peter gave them a sullen look. Really? That's great. The twins immediately smiled and said happily, we were very worried these days, and even gave up our favorite night tour, fearing that the basilisk would suddenly disappear from out of nowhere, staring at me with its big yellow-orange eyes. Then he asked, how is the basilisk now? Is it dead? Or has it escaped? Dead, of course, otherwise it would be very dangerous for a basilisk like this to run around in the pipes of the castle, Peter said. Then what are you waiting for? Take us to see it. We have never seen this thing before. It is said to be dozens of feet long and very huge, the twins said impatiently. Not yet, I have to find Dumbledore, and although I have blinded one of the basilisk's eyes, the other one is still intact. That thing will not lose its function with the death of the basilisk. It is still very dangerous. 35 Peter shook his head. Afterwards, the two disappointed faces said, you guys stay here now, don't let anyone in, I'll go find Dumbledore. If it's too late, the snake meat won't be delicious. They left in a hurry. Brother, did I hear it right? I think I heard Peter say that he wants to eat snake meat. George seemed to have heard it wrong, and said with a strange expression, you heard it right, I heard it too. Fred also said incredulously, Merlin, what kind of freak is Peter? He actually wants to eat a basilisk. That's a basilisk. And it's the pet of the founder of their academy. George added, then smiled, but why do I find it exciting? Hey, I feel the same, Fred said with a smile. On Peter's side, he went straight up the moving stairs, and when he saw the students greeting him, he just nodded and smiled, and climbed to the 8th floor without stopping. When he came to the drip-mouth stone beast in front of the principal's office, Peter realized that he didn't have the password. But he did not give up, and said directly to the stone statues one by one, Zizi Honey Candy, Cockroach Pile, Licorice Stick, Jelly Slug, Lemon Snow Treasure. Not knowing which one was right, the stone beast jumped to the other side, and the stone wall behind it split in half, revealing a staircase that spiraled upwards. Peter walked up quickly, then came to the door of the principal's office and knocked on the wooden door. Come in. Dumbledore's voice came from inside. Peter pushed open the door and walked in. It's you, Peter. But I just changed the password and haven't told anyone else. How did you know the correct password? Dumbledore looked up at Peter and asked with a smile. I just called out all the Honeyduke's candy names and it opened on its own, Peter said with a shrug. It seems that I still have to think about other passwords, or I will be disturbed by you guys in the old man's solitude, Dumbledore said with a smile. Then Dumbledore looked at Peter, who had found a place for himself and sat down, and asked curiously, Peter, why do you have time to come to me if you don't take advantage of the weekend to play with your friends? Professor, I wonder if you remember that Myrtle who died in the girls' toilet more than 50 years ago? Peter asked. Hearing this, Dumbledore paused for a moment, then sighed and said, of course, that's a poor child. Is she here to trouble you? Please don't take her too seriously. She just wants to be friends. No, Headmaster, I just found out who actually killed Myrtle, Peter said calmly. When Dumbledore heard this, he straightened up, his expression sullen. His eyes turned to Peter, and he asked, you mean, you found the murderer? Headmaster, you also know that I have a good relationship with Hagrid. I know what happened 50 years ago, when the Ministry of Magic imposed it on Hagrid. He is innocent, Peter said slowly, and I have also seen Hagrid's pet. That is an 8-eyed giant spider. According to my shallow knowledge, I also know that the cause of Myrtle's death is not related to the 8-eyed giant spider. And according to the information I got from Myrtle, she saw a pair of big yellow eyes before she died, and then she died. Just looking straight into the eyes and dying, and it's still yellow eyes, reminds me of the eyes of Medusa in Greek Muggle mythology. Her eyes can turn people to stone. Peter paused and said, "Of course there is no Medusa in the wizarding world, but I happened to see a very dangerous magical creature in the library book of magical creatures. It fits Myrtle's cause of death." Dumbledore sat on the armchair, looking confused, and gestured for Peter to continue. 190 decades ago, Hagrid was identified as the one who opened the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets and released the monsters in it, but anyone with a discerning eye knew that Hagrid could not be the heir of Slytherin. Although many people couldn't guess what the monsters in the Chamber of Secrets were, I would like to take the principle your wisdom should be able to know what this monster is. 35 Peter smiled and looked at Dumbledore. Said, "After all, there are a lot of clues, and it should not escape your discernment." "It's a basilisk," Dumbledore said with a sigh. "I used to be very confused, and it wasn't until later that I slowly understood." "But you can't find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, can you?" Peter replied for Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded and said, "I have also spent a lot of experience trying to figure out where such a basilisk came from and how it can swagger in the castle. But it has only narrowed the scope to one place: how to do it. I went in without any thought." "Headmaster, you're talking about the girls' toilet," Peter said. Dumbledore leaned over to look at Peter, nodded with a smile, and said, "Looks like you, and I think that the entrance to the secret room is in the girls' toilet. I just looked there carefully, but I didn't find any secret entrance." "Headmaster Dumbledore, you need a special password to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets," Peter reminded. "You should know what Slattery's talent is." "Parseltongue." Dumbledore was taken aback, then sighed, "I should have thought of that." 35. "Headmaster, you should know from Hagrid or Professor Keitelborn that I can speak snake," Peter said. "Indeed, when I heard the news, I thought you were a descendant of Slytherin," Dumbledore said with a smile. "But Slytherin's descendants are Voldemort, and I'm just a Muggle descendant," Peter reminded. "Of course I know that." Dumbledore nodded, his face lightened, and said, "Peter, you helped me solve a problem that I haven't understood for decades. Sometimes the rigid thinking of the old man is indeed not as good as the flexible mind of you young people." Dumbledore got up and said, "Now we need to make it a restricted area, and until the basilisk has been dealt with, no students can be near it." "Well, wait a minute." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Peter immediately understood that he had misunderstood, and said quickly, "I have solved the basilisk in the secret room. You don't need to prepare anymore." "What? You solved it?" Dumbledore looked at Peter in surprise, as if to make sure he wasn't joking. "Really, Headmaster, that basilisk is dead. If you don't believe me, I'll show you later," Peter said. Then he said a little embarrassedly, "Principal, I heard that the Gryffindor sword is with you. I want to borrow it before going to the secret room." "The Gryffindor sword is indeed with me, but what are you going to use it for?" Dumbledore asked in surprise. "I want the snake skin of the basilisk," Peter explained with a smile. "Headmaster, you don't know that the skin of a basilisk is so hard that neither a blade nor a spell can cut it. The sword that comes out can cut the skin of the basilisk." 35. "You want to cut snakeskin with the Gryffindor sword?" Dumbledore looked at Peter strangely, not understanding Peter's thoughts. He was amazed that the student was able to take down a basilisk that even he found troublesome on his own. But the reason he didn't come here is because he wanted to borrow the Gryffindor sword to make a skinning knife. Dumbledore looked at Peter's expectant eyes and suddenly didn't want to borrow it. If Gryffindor's loyal fans knew that he had lent the Gryffindor sword to others for skinning, he would have been scolded to death. Seeing that Dumbledore didn't speak, Peter directly said cheekily, "Since you don't speak, Principal, then I'll take it as your promise." Then he went directly to the cabinet on the side, took off the sorting hat, and reached out to dig into the sorting hat. "Stinky boy, don't do anything. I'm the sorting hat. You can't be so small," the sorting hat shouted unhappily. "Sorry, sorting hat." Peter apologized insincerely and continued to move his hands. "I know the Gryffindor sword is with you. Can you lend it to me? Only a real Gryffindor can draw the Gryffindor sword. You are a Slytherin. Do you think you can get it?" "Brat." The Sorting Hat said dissatisfiedly. What is a real Gryffindor to pull out? This is too different. I think it should be treated equally. Peter pouted and used his magic power to sense the space in the hat. I finally found it, Peter said happily, his hand finally reaching the hilt, and with a strong pull, the Gryffindor sword was pulled out of the hat. Stinky boy, you cheated. This doesn't count. The Sorting Hat exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Clean it up. Peter gave the Sorting Hat a cleaning spell and said with a smile, Don't be grateful to me, it's been a long time since you've washed your body. If you meet a student who is obsessed with cleanliness, I'm afraid you won't be willing to wear it. Woolen cloth. Stinky boy, I'm Godric Gryffindor's hat. You disrespect me so much. Those dust are the years I witnessed. You actually washed it off. The Sorting Hat growled angrily. Haha, finally someone can take care of the Sorting Hat. The portrait of the headmaster, who was dozing on the wall, immediately woke up and said with a laugh. Dumbledore also sat on the chair with a smile, watching this scene. Okay, headmaster, let's go. Peter said to Dumbledore with a smile, holding the sword. Let's go, I also want to see what Slytherin's secret room is like. Dumbledore got up and said, But I will contact the 4 deans first, and this matter needs their witnesses. Saying that, Dumbledore waved his wand lightly, and a ball of light quickly flew out in 4 parts, disappearing through the wall. Then the two left the principal's office together. As soon as the door was closed, the quiet portraits of the principal in the office suddenly became lively, discussing Slytherin's secret room and Peter's solution to the basilisk. When the two came to the door of the girls' toilet, all 4 deans were present except the Weasley twins. As soon as Professor Flitwick saw Dumbledore, he asked directly, Albus, what's the matter with you calling us here in such a hurry? The other 3 professors also looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the crowd and said solemnly, We are here to deal with an unresolved matter 50 years ago. 35. Then he put a smile on his face, pushed Peter forward, and said, Thank you to Peter. He found the legendary secret room for us and solved the monster in it, so that our school can avoid the danger of being attacked by monsters. The 4 deans suddenly looked at Peter in surprise. Snape asked in surprise, Dumbledore, you mean Peter York discovered the legendary Slytherin Chamber of Secrets? Is there really such a secret room? Isn't this a legend? Professor Sprout also asked in surprise. It's true, and it was opened once 50 years ago, when an innocent girl died tragically in this toilet. Dumbledore nodded with a sigh. Dumbledore, are you talking about Myrtle? Professor McGonagall was taken aback, and then said puzzled, Didn't you say that the murderer has been caught? The original murderer wasn't Hagrid. He was just a scapegoat, Dumbledore explained. The murderer was someone else, just very cunning to get away with it. Who is that murderer? What's the monster in the Chamber of Secrets? Snape asked, frowning. It's Voldemort, said Dumbledore. As for the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, it's a basilisk. As soon as the 4 deans heard the name, they hissed coldly. Few people know that Voldemort was a student who graduated from Hogwarts back then. His original name was not what he is now, but Tom Riddle. Dumbledore said slowly, his expression sinking into memory. When he was young, he had excellent grades and was courteous, and many students and professors were very fond of him. It's just that no one really saw what was on his mind. He was the one who reported Hagrid for keeping a very dangerous pet and testified that Hagrid was the murderer of the girl. I was very skeptical about this at first, but still couldn't stop the Ministry of Magic from punishing Hagrid. So, Albus, you mean that the mysterious man is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets and is also a descendant of Slytherin? Professor McGonagall said in surprise. Dinos. Dumbledore nodded and said, I used to search for the entrance to the secret room to no avail, but Peter gave me a surprise. He found the entrance to the secret room and successfully eliminated the basilisk inside gone. So, today I invite you to witness the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk. I think after so many years, I need to give Hagrid a chance to clear his grievances. The 4 deans suddenly looked at Peter again, their eyes full of shock. It was hard to imagine how Peter killed the basilisk. You child, how can you be so reckless? Basilisks are very dangerous creatures. How dare you deal with the basilisks alone? 35 Professor McGonagall was then scared and caught Peter's ears very angrily and taught, "You should come to us as soon as you find the basilisk. Instead of being a hero, if you accidentally see the basilisk's eyes, your life will be lost." The other professors also looked at Peter very disapprovingly, especially Snape, looking at Peter with more gloomy eyes, as if they were going to take him to boil a potion. Peter suddenly felt bad and said quickly, "Let's go to the secret room. The basilisk is still lying there." 35. Peter led the crowd into the girls' toilet, then came to the entrance that had been restored to the sink, pointed to the sink and said, "This is the entrance to the secret room." Slytherin's hobby is really strange, actually setting the entrance to the secret room in the girls' toilet. The twins who followed in said with a smile. Professor Snape looked at the two with bad eyes and rushed in front of him, the Slytherin dean, to speak ill of the founder. "Are you too stupid? In the past 1,000 years, the school has undergone many expansions and renovations, and initially it wasn't a girls' toilet." Peter rolled his eyes at the twins and said angrily, "Okay, Peter, open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets for us." Dumbledore said with a smile, "Headmaster, you should know a few snake words. Just say open to the tap with the snake logo on the sink, and the entrance to the secret room will be opened." Peter said with a smile, "Dumbledore has lived for more than 100 years, but he can speak more than 200 languages, including mermaid, monster, goblin, and other languages, and a few snake words are not a problem for him." "It's not my specialty. Peter is still yours. You're the protagonist today," Dumbledore said, shaking his head. "Okay." Peter looked at Dumbledore's look, came to the faucet, and hissed at it. The cold and smooth snake language made several deans' eyes widen, and they looked at Peter in astonishment. "Peter, you're Parseltongue," Professor McGonagall said in surprise. Snape looked at Peter even more. He never knew that this student of his own college was a Parseltonian. "Professor, it's nothing unusual. I can speak the language of Phoenix." Peter didn't want to be considered a descendant of Slytherin. However, when several deans heard Peter's words, they only thought that he was in Versailles. After all, the talent of Parseltongue is very rare. This kind of language talent that can command snakes is not something that can be learned just by wanting to learn it. At the same time, the wash basin also automatically separated and sank into the surrounding ground, revealing the dark hole again. A group of people gathered around and looked at the entrance of the cave curiously. Below is a long pipe, and after jumping down, it will go straight to a hole in the ground. "So who comes first?" Peter said with a smile. "Let's come first." The twins volunteered and came up, their faces full of exploration interest. "No, George, Fred, hurry back. There may be danger down there. You can't go down." Professor McGonagall refused sternly. "No, Professor McGonagall, let's go down together. The basilisk has been killed by Peter. There is no danger. We will follow you obediently after we go down. We won't run around," the twins pleaded. "Professor McGonagall, let them go too. With your 4 deans and Headmaster Dumbledore here, even if there is danger, it will be fine," Peter advised. "Minerva, let them follow along. They've been looking forward to it for a long time," Dumbledore persuaded with a smile. "That's right. We've been wanting to see the Chamber of Secrets since last semester," Fred blurted out. As soon as the words were said, they immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Dumbledore's eyes flashed, looking at Fred, and asked, "Fred, you mean that you all knew about the secret room last semester?" Knowing that he had made a blunder, Fred quickly and quietly looked at Peter, wanting to see his opinion. Peter looked at Fred's performance and was very speechless. He thought that his hidden movements were invisible in front of several professors. All the professors' eyes focused on Peter again. Peter explained helplessly, "Last semester, I accidentally predicted the events of this semester and found that the basilisk would be dispatched during this semester. So let Fred, George, and the others make some candy that can make roosters to avoid danger. It's just that the plan can't keep up with the changes, so I solved the basilisk in advance." "Peter, are you saying that you predicted this semester last semester?" Professor McGonagall asked in surprise. She didn't expect Peter to have the gift of prediction, which surprised her. Foreknowledge, not prophecy, Professor, Peter said. I just saw some pictures of the future, not prophecies. Merlin is so blessed. Peter, you are so amazing. Professor Flitwick said in amazement. McGonagall and Sprout felt the same way. Not only did this student have excellent grades, but his talent was unparalleled, just like Merlin's favor. Snape looked at Peter with a complicated expression. The word prophecy had bound him all his life, but he never expected to see another prophecy now. Dumbledore was more interested in Peter. Although he had long known that Peter had the gift of prediction, he did not expect Peter's prediction ability to be so accurate. Unlike Trelawney's prediction, Peter's prediction was even rarer. Looking at the eyes of the people around him, Peter hurriedly said, I'd better go down first, and you will follow. Then he jumped straight down. The twins also wanted to jump down quietly, but as soon as they jumped up, the back collar was lifted by Professor Snape, without success. Wait for us to go down first, then you come down. Minerva looked at the two brothers seriously and said, and warned, if you don't listen to my advice and jump around, I will punish you when you come up, AC/DC. Shut down. Did you hear that? When the twins heard it, they nodded obediently to show obedience. When the group went down, they didn't see Peter, but there was a conspicuous white light arrow pointing into the distance in midair. Apparently Peter was guiding them. Looking at the mountain of animal skeletons piled up under their feet, everyone couldn't help taking a cold breath. Merlin's stinky socks. How many animals did this basilisk eat? The appetite is too big, the 35 twins exclaimed. This Peter, don't wait for us here. What are you running around? Professor 99 McGonagall said worriedly. Don't worry, Minerva. Since Peter can deal with the basilisk, there is no danger for him here. Dumbledore comforted. Let's follow the arrow. The group followed Peter's instructions and finally came to the secret room. Looking at the surrounding ruins, it was obvious that there was a big battle not long ago. Thinking that this is the result of the battle between Peter and the basilisk, it is difficult for everyone to imagine how fierce the battle was, and it is also difficult to imagine how Peter defeated the basilisk. Everyone soon saw the huge statue at the end of the secret room, the huge basilisk corpse below, and a very small but busy Peter. Oh, Merlin's beard! Several deans exclaimed as they looked at the basilisk's body. Such a huge basilisk, even if dead, still gives people a great sense of oppression. But looking at Peter's actions at this time, everyone was speechless. I saw Peter waving the long sword in his hand, slicing the skin of the basilisk. The Gryffindor sword is indeed a very good weapon, and the tough skin of the basilisk is easily cut in front of the sword. In order to maintain the integrity of the snake's skin, Peter used the sword to cut straight from under the basilisk's mouth all the way to the belly and to the end. It was a laborious job to do it yourself. Peter took a deep breath, then straightened up and greeted with a smile. You guys are here. You can take a look. 99. Peter York, what are you doing? Professor McGonagall asked in confusion, looking at the basilisk corpse tossed by Peter. Professor McGonagall, of course I'm dealing with the loot. Peter said rightly, this basilisk is a treasure, and it's better to leave it here and wait for it to rot. Saying that, Peter used a sword to cut a knife around the snake's neck, and then shouted to the twins, Fred, George, come and help, and I'll give you a piece of snake skin later. This basilisk skin can stop it. Many spells, even black magic can work. 39. When the twins heard it, they ran over excitedly, climbed onto the basilisk, rolled up their sleeves, and asked how to help. You use magic to hold the snake skin I cut, then pull it back together. I fix it here, and tear the snake skin and snake meat apart together. 35 Peter commanded. Then the professors watched in a daze. The three of them laboriously tore the huge snake skin off the basilisk, holding the bloody snake skin and applauding and cheering. Albus, look at this. Professor McGonagall looked hesitantly at Dumbledore. As Peter said, this is his trophy. We have no right to interfere. Dumbledore said with a smile. The basilisk is Salazar Slytherin's pet, and it's the property of the school. Snape retorted, but he was staring at the basilisk in front of him with glowing eyes. If it wasn't for Dumbledore and other professors, he would have stepped forward. Robbed. Basilisks have not appeared for hundreds of years, let alone those that have lived for thousands of years. Such basilisks are full of treasures and are very good potion materials. Snape, as a potion addict, coveted this basilisk so much that he wanted to pack the whole basilisk away. Seeing Peter spoiling the basilisk now, the heartache in his eyes can't be hidden. In the end, Peter successfully bribed Snape with the whole basilisk's head so that he would stop looking at Peter with that cruel look. Watching Snape fondly stroking the head of a basilisk taller than him, Peter shook his wits, always feeling that Professor Snape was like a fetish. After successfully peeling off the entire snake skin, Peter happily stuffed the snake skin into the bag with the traceless stretching spell and said to the twins, "Such a large snake skin can be used to make a lot of bodysuits. I'll take it to Mrs. Morgan's shop, and they'll definitely have a solution. I'll give you one each, and you won't have to worry about being attacked by a spell when you wear it in the future." The twins nodded happily. Of course they knew that the armor that could block the attack of the spell was very precious. In Madame Malkin's robe shop, there are magic robes with permanent cleansing spells and warming spells, but the price is as high as several hundred galleons. Not to mention the bodysuit made of basilisk skin that can block most spells. All can be passed down as a family treasure. At this time, the basilisk's head was put into his bag by Snape, and the skin of the snake was peeled off, leaving only the bloody body of the snake lying on the ground. Well, I think this basilisk is very pitiful. It was woken up by you, Peter, after a good sleep, and then killed directly by you. Now its body is still being looted by us, hee. The twins pretended to say, but also a sympathetic prayer for the basilisk. Okay, don't play tricks. Now the basilisk is no longer protected by the snake skin. Hurry up and use the cutting spell with me to cut these snake meat off. After a long time, the meat quality will change, and then it will not be delicious. Peter hurriedly urged. Merlin. Peter, do you really want to eat basilisk meat? The twins looked at Peter in amazement. They thought Peter was just joking. Of course, why else would I spend so much time doing it? Peter said angrily, hurry up, I'm going to cast a freezing charm on the snake meat so that it can be preserved for a long time. At night, I will reward you with delicious snake soup, which is definitely better than all others. The food is delicious. Thank you. We don't eat basilisk meat. It would be miserable if we were accidentally poisoned. The twins rolled their eyes together, expressing their strong resistance to this. Peter said uncertainly, looking at the dark green blood on the ground. The venom of the basilisk should be in the teeth, and the body should not be poisonous. If it's a big deal, I'll use the tears of the phoenix to save you. Anyway, I won't die, Peter said with a firm tone, and this is a basilisk that has lived for thousands of years. Good. 99. Not yet. The twins shook their heads resolutely and said in unison, we'd rather be ordinary like this. Cut, wasting my good intentions. Peter didn't bother to pay attention to them anymore, waving the magic spell, cut the snake meat neatly, and put it in the big freezer he made out of it. When encountering something that cannot be cut by the spell, he waved the sword in his hand, as if holding a kitchen knife, slicing the meat. A group of professors looked at Peter dumbfounded. Professor Flitwick glanced at the sword sharply, and then shouted in surprise, the sword in his hand, shouldn't it be Gryffindor's sword? What? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, and then he looked closely and found that it was really Gryffindor's sword. Seeing Peter taking it as a cleaver, he turned his head to look at Dumbledore and asked, Dumbledore, please explain why the Gryffindor sword in the headmaster's office is in Peter's hands? Cough. Mainly because Peter couldn't find a blade that could cut through the basilisk skin, so he found me. Dumbledore knew that would be the case, and hurriedly explained to the Gryffindor lioness. That sword is Gryffindor's treasure and has a long history. You loaned it to others and used it as a vulgar cleaver. Professor McGonagall said, dissatisfied. Then he watched Peter slash his sword at the basilisk again, and suddenly cried out in distress, Merlin, if you cut it down again, the sword will be used up by him. This is a precious antique. 35. Minerva, you are too careful. This Gryffindor sword is a fairy sword forged by the ancient goblin king for Godric Gryffindor. It is very sharp and indestructible and cannot be damaged. Flitwick comforted with a smile. Professor McGonagall said in his heart, "Of course you are not in a hurry. Your Ravenclaw crown has been lost long ago. Otherwise, you must be more anxious than me." Phew, it's done. Peter finally finished his work, took a deep breath, and looked at the 7 large refrigerators, all filled with snake meat, frozen by the frozen curse, enough for the entire school's teachers and students to eat a few meals. He walked up to Dumbledore and said with a smile, "Headmaster, can you call some house elves over here? I want to ask them to help." Dumbledore looked at the clean snake skeleton behind Peter, smiled and nodded, "Yes, but you have to treat me to the snake soup you mentioned." 35. 0 for flowers. Of course, I will hold a basilisk feast in the back kitchen tonight, and I will ask the house elves to deliver the snake soup to your office if you want to eat it. Peter agreed. No need. No need. The 4 deans hurriedly shook their heads. They were not sensitive to this, and they had never eaten snake meat, let alone snake monster meat. That's a pity. You must know that in the East, snake soup is a delicacy, Peter said with a regretful tone. As soon as he finished speaking, a house elf suddenly appeared in the secret room, bowed respectfully to Dumbledore, and asked reverently, "Mr. Headmaster, may I ask what you want to do with me?" Dumbledore said gently to the house elf, I need to trouble you to find other companions and bring these basilisk meat back to the kitchen together." 0. God Basilisk. The house elf looked at the huge snake skeleton and the freezer beside him, startled, and then quickly snapped his fingers and disappeared into the secret room. Not long after, a group of house elves appeared in the secret room and were also jumped by the basilisk. After knowing that it was Peter killed, they looked at Peter with adoring eyes, which made him a little embarrassed. "Headmaster, since this secret room has been discovered, can Hagrid's suspicions 50 years ago be washed away?" Peter asked Dumbledore as the group left. With a smile on his face, Dumbledore nodded and said, "It's all right. I'll contact the Ministry of Magic later and let them investigate and collect evidence, plus the testimony of this old man and a few professors. I think Hagrid will soon can wash away the stains and use the wand in an open and honest way." That's good. Hagrid has been wronged for so many years, and he deserves a name back, Peter said with a smile. "It's all thanks to you, Peter." Dumbledore looked at Peter with relief and said, "Without you, it's hard for me to imagine this basilisk waking up from hunger and suddenly appearing in the castle. That would be a disaster. Principal, even without me, someone will be able to deal with the basilisk. I'm just one step ahead," Peter said sincerely. It took him so much time to kill the basilisk. Harry Potter was hanging all the way. With the Gryffindor sword, he pierced the basilisk's head with one sword and killed it quickly. No, he is indeed a lucky man. Under the Lord. Thanks to the twins' big mouths, rumors of the secret room and Peter's killing of the basilisk spread all over the school in the afternoon. Many people went to the abandoned girls' toilet for the first time to find out. And the twins also remembered the pronunciation of open in the snake language and imitated Peter's hiss in front of many students, which really made them open the entrance. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall arrived in time to stop the curiosity of the students to go down and find out and used magic to seal the toilet, and no one was allowed to enter. And the twins of the Initiator pulled their ears and brought them back to the office for confinement. Another student saw Professor Snape dealing with a snakehead taller than him in his office. There were also students who went to the talkative Professors Flitwick and Sprout, to inquire about the truth of the matter. After getting the confirmation of 27 from the 2, the students were immediately excited. They did not expect that a 1,000-year-old basilisk was hidden in the castle. As Peter who solved the basilisk, everyone is frantically looking for his traces, trying to get the most detailed information from him. Many students who didn't know about the basilisk rushed to the library immediately. The monsters and the books from their origins were scrambled by many students and finally driven out of the library by the furious Mrs. Pins. After learning about the danger of the basilisk, many students admired Peter even more and asked about Peter's whereabouts. And Peter, who was missing at this time, was suppressed by 2 companions in the request room, complaining to him of dissatisfaction. "Peter, you're so boring. Just bring the twins and forget about us both. Alan scratched Peter's itch and said, very dissatisfied. That's right, you didn't take the two of us with you for such an important matter as going to the secret room. We only found out last. Cedric also helped Alan suppress Peter and said angrily, It's my fault, haha. Let me go. Peter laughed breathlessly and quickly begged for mercy. I'll prepare snake soup for you tonight. How about making amends for you? Snake soup? What is that? The two of them let go of Peter and asked, puzzled. It's a delicious meal made with basilisk meat. I'm going to watch a basilisk banquet tonight in the back kitchen. Peter said. The meat of the basilisk? Is that edible? The two asked hesitantly. They had never seen the basilisk with their own eyes and did not resist like the twins. Of course it can be eaten. The flesh of this 1,000-year-old basilisk is full of magic, and it is very good for you. Peter said affirmatively. As soon as they heard that it had such an effect, their eyes lit up, and they were looking forward to the banquet at night. At the same time, the three Gryffindor saviors were standing in an abandoned classroom. Opposite them was a house elf wearing a dirty, worn pillowcase. At this time, the house elf was holding an old diary and handing it to the three Potters. If Peter had seen it, he would have found the diary. It was Tom Riddle's diary in the drawer he was in. Dobby, do you mean that the danger you were talking about was the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets? Harry Potter asked in surprise. Yes, my master was going to send this diary to Hogwarts through the Weasley house, reopen the secret room, and release the monsters inside. 33 Dobby said sharply. This diary can open the secret room? Harry took the diary in surprise and carefully turned over the blank pages. There was no writing on it. Harry, be careful. We don't know what dangerous magic is on it. It's best not to touch it. Hermione reminded with a worried look. I also think, Harry, you have to be careful. This ghost can open the secret room. There must be some secrets. Maybe it is a black magic tool. It will kill people. Ronald also said. Don't worry. Dobby has been fine after taking it for so long, which means that this diary is not dangerous for the time being. Harry said. Then he looked at Dobby and said, Your master is Lucius Malfoy, right? The last time he fought with Mr. Arthur Weasley, he secretly stuffed this diary into Ginny's cauldron and was later arrested. Peter found it and took the diary. 99. Harry Potter got it. Bad Dobby has leaked his master's secret to Harry Potter. Dobby wants to punish himself. Dobby's big eyes showed a look of horror, and then he banged his head against the wall frantically. Stop, Dobby. Harry hurriedly stopped, then asked puzzled, This diary has been taken by Peter. Why did you steal it from me, Dobby? 35. Dobby stopped. His head was bruised. He looked at the diary in fear and said, This diary is very dangerous. When my little master just said a few words to the diary, suddenly became another person and cast a very painful spell on me. And now Peter York is talking to the diary too. If I don't steal the diary, he'll be a different person too. It's going to be very dangerous. Harry, throw it away. When Ronald heard Dobby's words, he rushed over and knocked down the diary in Harry's hand. He looked nervously at the diary on the ground and said to Harry, Didn't you hear what Dobby said? This diary can be possessed. If you are possessed by it, it will be bad. It's no wonder that this diary can open the secret room. If he can possess himself, he can indeed open the secret room without knowing it and release the basilisk inside. Hermione said with a look of surprise. Then he looked at the diary on the ground vigilantly and said to Harry, Ronald did a good job this time. You can't touch such a dangerous thing easily. Harry was not so worried, looked at the diary on the ground, comforted the two companions and said, Judging from what Dobby just said, this diary can't take the initiative to attack people. First of all, people need to write on it to communicate with the diary. It will gradually be controlled. Am I right, Dobby? Harry Potter is very smart. It's true. After my little master was controlled, he was soon discovered by the master, so he made a deal with the diary and gave up possessing the little master. He wanted to come to Hogwarts. His target is Harry Potter. Dobby nodded, then looked at Harry Potter worriedly. 3.2. His target is me. Why? Harry asked in surprise. I don't know. The little master told you a lot of things when he communicated with the diary, and then he was very interested in Harry Potter. Harry Potter, beware of this diary. He has bad intentions for you, Dobby said. To be honest, Harry, I think Peter's words are right. Malfoy must have hated you out of love and hatred. You see, he misses you so much during the holidays, Ronald said with a smile. Please, Ronald, don't say such a horrible thing. I will have nightmares at night, Harry said with a look of horror. Okay, you two. We are now discussing the issue of this diary, Hermione reminded the two unreliable companions irritably. Our question now is, what to do with this diary? Hermione said solemnly, return it to Peter? Or what? It can't be sent back. Didn't you listen to Dobby? This diary can be possessed. Peter has already communicated with it. If he is possessed by it, he will become very dangerous, Harry said very seriously. But I think with Peter's strength, he should be able to resist the magic of the diary, Ronald said uncertainly. Peter's strength is indeed strong, but we can't bet on that possibility. If Peter is really controlled, it will be difficult for someone to control him. So we can't give him the diary, Harry said. Hermione nodded approvingly, then said, how about we give the diary to the professor or Headmaster Dumbledore? They should be able to sort it out. As far as I know, Dumbledore has just left the school, seems to have gone to the Ministry of Magic, Harry said. What about Professor McGonagall? Hermione said. I don't know where to go after I locked Fred and George earlier, Ronald replied. Or Professor Snape. He should have a way, Hermione said again. I'm going to you. I don't want to be scolded by him. Harry's face was full of reluctance. Although he was wronged last semester for stealing the Philosopher's Stone, in Snape's more targeted performance this semester, the two were even more indifferent. Deal with. I don't want to look for him either. This old bat ate gunpowder recently, scolded us in the face, and deducted a lot of points from us, Ronald said angrily. How about Professor Lockhart? He's a defense against the dark arts professor, and he must know a lot about this dark magic item, Hermione said affirmatively, full of admiration. Lockhart? That S***T. Hermione, are you kidding me? The two looked at Hermione in astonishment. He couldn't even handle the Cornish elf in his first lesson. You can expect him to handle such a danger. Black magic props? Professor Lockhart explained that he just wanted to test our magical abilities, Hermione said impatiently. If you want me to say, he's a piece of shit. Maybe he can't even make a fire spell. Ronald pouted. How is it possible? Professor Lockhart's novels, his experiences cannot be faked. After all, they are too real. And I've also tried the spell that Professor Lockhart used in the book, and it's really useful. How's this fake? Hermione retorted unhappily. Maybe he's stealing other people's experiences, Ronald said. Don't slander the professor, Ronald Weasley. Hermione glared at Ronald angrily. Can't I just shut up? Ronald quickly pulled his mouth and signaled not to speak. At this time, it was not long before the school started. Although the students were dissatisfied with Lockhart and turned the classroom into a reading club because his book experience was very real, not many people suspected that he was a scumbag. In the end, after a comprehensive comparison, Harry sided with Hermione and decided to send the diary to Lockhart first to see if he had a solution. After saying goodbye to Dobby, the three left the abandoned classroom and headed to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Along the way, they heard the students discussing the basilisk and Peter enthusiastically. The three came to Lockhart's office. Otherwise, let's return the diary to Peter, since he can deal with such a dangerous creature as the basilisk, and he said at the licensed bookstore that this diary is dangerous. Maybe there is a solution. 35, Harry said hesitantly. I also think it's better to give the diary to Peter than to Lockhart, Ronald said. As soon as the two spoke, Hermione hesitated. Just before they could make a decision, the office door opened. So it's Harry, you guys. What's the matter with me? Do you want an autographed photo? Or do you want to talk to me? Lockhart bared his white teeth and looked at them with a smile. Come in. It's not good to stand outside the door. Before waiting for the three of them to respond, Lockhart pulled them in, then closed the door and pulled the three of them to sit down with enthusiasm. This was the first time the three of them saw Lockhart's office, and they saw a lot of Lockhart's own portraits hanging on the surrounding walls, all posing arrogantly or winking at Harry and them. Seeing this situation, The three felt that Lockhart was unreliable and wanted to find a chance to leave. Tell me, what do you have to do with me? Since I'm your defense against the dark arts professor, I'll grant you some reasonable requests. After all, this is what I should set an example for a professor who loves students. Lockhart dumped it. She threw her blonde hair in a pose that she thought was handsome. Well, it's okay, Professor. We're just curious about your office. We've never been to your office after all. Harry said lamely. But Lockhart believed it, laughed, and said complacently, I'm here decorated according to my meaning. It's very good. Every day I see the charming figures around me. My mood becomes very happy. Then he took out a stack of his own photos from the drawer, then picked up a shiny quill pen, scribbled his name, and handed it to the three of them, saying, This is the latest autographed photo, and the above is stamped with one of my kisses. Unique. You guys are lucky guys. 35. Ronald looked at the pink lip print in the photo, showing disgust. He didn't dare to touch it. But Lockhart's eyes were all on Harry, and he didn't notice Ronald's performance. No. Professor Lockhart, we don't need such a big gift. Harry said quickly, looking at the autographed photo in front of him. Harry tried his best not to show the disgust on his face, then squeezed the diary in his hand tightly, regretting how he had come to Lockhart now. It looks like you're very shy, Harry. Don't be so embarrassed. You're not as famous as me, but you're more or less a celebrity, and you can't be like this in the future. Lockhart said in a friendly tone for you. Then he noticed the diary in Harry's hand, grabbed it rudely, and said to himself, What a shy little boy, although I never sign anywhere other than autograph photos, but this time made an exception for you. No, Professor Lockhart. Harry responded, trying to stop Lockhart in horror. Hermione and Ronald were also very panicked and quickly got up to stop. It's just that Lockhart is not an obedient guy. He skillfully wrote his name in the blank space of his diary. Then, pouting, he heavily printed a lip print on the diary, raised his head and said proudly, the lip print of the Lockhart Collector's Edition. This is a forget-me-not floral lipstick. The three of Harry watched Lockhart's behavior in horror, as if afraid that he would suddenly become a dark wizard, and looked at him vigilantly. Why is that look, oh flattered? Lockhart said narcissistically, and then said regretfully to Hermione and Ronald, This is my special favor for Harry, and it's the only one, so you can only get my autographed photo. 207. Hey, being a celebrity has so many sweet troubles. If you guys can surprise me with your final defense against the dark arts exam, I might consider giving you a specific reward as well. Lockhart winked at the two of them. Blink, then smirk. Stimulated by Lockhart's disgusting expression, Ronald quickly returned to his senses and then looked at Lockhart, who remained unchanged. Ronald whispered to the two, He doesn't seem to be affected. Harry also let out a sigh of relief and guessed, It should be because the time is too short to be affected. But I can't stay here any longer. We hurried to find other professors to solve it. In fact, we forgot Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. They are both deans. There must be a way. The three of them took advantage of Lockhart's stupid time to make a decision, and then the three got up, endured their nausea, took the autographed photo from the corner, put it in their pocket, and squeezed out a smile and said to Lockhart, Professor, we still have something to do. I won't bother you for now. Okay. Lockhart snapped back from his smirk, then nodded dazedly. Harry quickly closed the diary with the prominent lip print on the table, then turned with Hermione and Ronald towards the door. It's just that Harry just put his hand on the doorknob when a forget it came from behind him. Then Harry felt that the memory in his mind just now was rubbed off with an eraser. Rolling his eyes, he passed out. I saw that Lockhart's temperament changed greatly at this time, and he looked at the three people at the door with cold eyes and fell down before retracting his wand. He stared at the scar on Harry Potter's forehead and said viciously, Peter York. As expected of a student of Slytherin, he almost deceived me. On Peter's side, he and his partner had just come out of the response room when his footsteps stopped suddenly and his eyes flashed blue. When the light faded, the corners of Peter's mouth twitched, and he said to himself with a sneer, Is this a plot correction? But without the basilisk, you won't have a chance to jump up. What's the matter, Peter? Did you see anything? Alan and Cedric hurriedly asked when they saw Peter's appearance. It's not a big problem. It's just that a little guy did something bad and stole the diary. Peter said calmly. What? The diary was stolen. The two of them were not calm and said excitedly, we have to get it back quickly. We must know that it belongs to the Dark Lord. It is very dangerous. Don't worry, I already know where the diary is. Peter smiled to reassure the two partners, then pointed to his eyes and said confidently, if I keep watching, nothing will happen. 39. Then he muttered to himself, it's time to teach these nosy little guys a lesson. They should be responsible for the things they cause. 39. In the defense against the Dark Arts Office, Lockhart looked at the three comatose people. After thinking for a while, he still retracted his wand. After all, many people saw the three Harry Potter and entered his office, and he didn't want to expose it for the time being. Then, with a wave of the wand, the three of them were moved to the original chairs, and the sobering spell was cast again. Sorry, Professor, we were distracted just now. The three people sitting in the chairs said to Lockhart apologetically after they woke up. It's all right, you look a little tired, you should go back and have a good rest. Lockhart said gently, with a look of concern for the students. Goodbye then, Professor Lockhart. The three nodded obediently, said to Lockhart, and quickly left the office. Leaving only Lockhart, he squinted in the direction Harry Potter and the others left, then withdrew his eyes and looked at the surroundings casually. Especially when he noticed the portrait of Lockhart on the surrounding walls, he said with disgust, what a helpless idiot. The magic power is mediocre, and he can't do anything but memory spells. Do you want to teach defense against the dark arts? The portraits of Lockhart on the surrounding walls seemed to have noticed something wrong with Lockhart himself and shrunk to the corners of the portraits one by one, looking very scared. On the other side, the three Harry who left also gathered together to discuss what happened just now. Hermione, do you remember why we're going to Lockhart's office? Harry instinctively felt something was wrong and asked Hermione beside him. Didn't we accompany Hermione to ask questions? And we got an autographed photo of Lockhart. Ronald said, puzzled. So, what question did Hermione ask? Do you remember? Harry frowned. Hermione asked Professor Lockhart how to deal with the red hat. Is there anything wrong? Ronald was still puzzled. The problem is how to deal with the red hat. I've seen it in the library. There's no need to ask Professor Lockhart. 35. Hermione frowned. But just now you did ask Professor Lockhart how to deal with the red caps. Unless our memories are all wrong. Ronald pouted. That's right, our memories are wrong. Hermione jumped up and said, turning to her two companions, I've heard of a spell that erases and modifies certain memories. Aurors use it to erase certain memories. Memories of muggles who discovered magic. Hermione, you mean Lockhart just falsified our memory? Harry exclaimed suddenly. Then why did he do this? Did we discover his secret? Ronald said in horror. Hermione shook her head, frowned and thought, what we need to figure out now is why are we going to Professor Lockhart? 5. In my memory, we were in the common room, and then we went straight to the defense against the Dark Arts Office and asked Professor Lockhart a question. But I clearly remember that when I left the common room, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and we can't be in Lockhart's office all the time for the 3 hours in between. But there's no memory of anything else in between. Harry and Ronald took a cold breath after hearing the analysis that followed. We can go ask Neville. He was in the lounge when we left. He must know something. Ronald said suddenly. The three nodded and trotted towards the Gryffindor common room. You want to ask me why you left the lounge this afternoon? Neville asked in confusion, looking at the three of them with a strange expression. Yes, we seem to have lost a part of our memory. Tell us if you know it, it's very important. Harry said solemnly. After thinking about it, Neville shook his head and said, I don't know why you guys are going out. I just know that Harry seems to have received a message from someone else and took you out. 35. The three were disappointed when they heard it. Although I didn't find the answer, it was confirmed that our memory was indeed altered. Harry said, Neville said I was the one who took the two of you out. Instead of Hermione taking us directly as I remembered. Lockhart there. That must be what Lockhart did. He tampered with our memories. Trying to hide something. Hermione said affirmatively. I always thought Lockhart was a piece of shit. I didn't think he was pretending. This is horrible. Who are the defense against the dark arts professors recruited by the school? Last year's Quirrell was the servant of the Dark Lord. This year, another costume is coming. The pig eats the tiger. Lockhart, 35, Ronald said with a broken face. What we need to figure out now is, what kind of information did I receive to take you to see who? Harry said with a serious face, if we don't figure it out, maybe the next time our lives. Let's tell Professor McGonagall about this. The three of us can't beat Lockhart, Ronald said nervously. Grave accent, Professor McGonagall won't believe it. Tell her we suspect we've lost our memory. Harry asked rhetorically, shaking his head. Now we have no choice but to be vigilant about Lockhart. 35, Hermione sighed. That's the only way. Harry nodded. But we can't give up on finding the truth. We must expose Lockhart. Peter sighed. He went back to the dormitory first. He walked to his drawer, checked it carefully, and then tapped a few places with his wand before opening the drawer. How? Did you really lose the diary? Alan asked nervously. It was indeed lost. Peter nodded calmly. Who stole it? You were able to successfully steal the diary under your strict arrangement. Alan asked curiously. It's a house elf. Peter replied, then exclaimed with a smile on his face, a house elf is indeed a unique creature. Their magic is very different from that of wizards, and they didn't destroy what I arranged. Magic, I easily got the diary. In the future, I have to pay attention to this. Zhao Dong. A house elf, said Alan, frowning. Someone must have ordered it. Otherwise the house elf wouldn't be able to steal by himself. Not necessarily, Peter said with a smile. The one who stole my stuff is a house elf who likes to make his own decisions. Alan opened his mouth wide in surprise, and then asked with a puzzled face, Peter, since you already know whose hands the diary has fallen into, why don't you get it back? After all, it belongs to the Dark Lord, and it's very dangerous. Why should I take it back? Peter asked rhetorically with a smile, since you stole something from me, you have to be taught a lesson. 99. And now the most dangerous basilisk has been solved by me, and I have done what I should do. Leave the rest to others. But if a student is hurt because of the diary, you will be implicated in the investigation. Alan said worriedly. Don't worry about me. Peter smiled and reassured, I've been watching and Dumbledore is there. I promise nothing will happen. 95. As night fell, the students gathered in the hall to eat dinner. Many students were absent-minded, looking at the position of the Slytherin chief, but the person in that position has not yet appeared. Dumbledore, who was in the middle of the professor's chair, looked at the students below, stood up and announced to the crowd with a smile, I believe many students know that the legendary Slytherin Chamber of Secrets has appeared. But fortunately there is our excellent student Peter York. He succeeded the basilisk and the secret room was solved, and a very dangerous hidden danger was lifted for the school. After the school's approval, the school will reward Peter York with 300 credits and a school's special contribution award. Slytherin's long table immediately erupted in cheers. It wasn't long before the semester started, and they got 300 credits. As long as there is no mistake, this year's Academy Cup will belong to Slytherin again. The students of other colleges also applauded. After an afternoon of fermentation, almost all the students understood that the basilisk is a very dangerous creature. Peter was able to solve this monster and avoid harm to other students, which made many people admiration and gratitude for him. Lockhart, who was sitting in the professor's chair, almost didn't lose his smile after hearing Dumbledore's words. His eyes darkened as he applauded with the others, and he lowered his head and cursed Peter secretly. However, this scene was noticed by the Potter trio who had been quietly paying attention to Lockhart and immediately looked at each other with their eyes. Then Dumbledore announced very happily, "It seems that many people have noticed that our protagonist today is not present. Here I pass a word for Peter. He said that if you are interested, you can go to the back kitchen to attend his event banquet." Dumbledore's mouth twitched and said, "Peter has prepared a lot of basilisk meat, ready to share with you." As soon as the words fell, the students in the hall burst into a roar, and one by one opened their eyes, as if they had heard something incredible. God, did I hear it wrong? Dumbledore means that Peter not only killed the basilisk, but also prepared to feast on its meat. A Gryffindor student asked in disbelief. I heard it too. The classmate next to him also said with a look of surprise, is it safe to eat the meat of the basilisk? It should be edible, otherwise Peter York wouldn't be able to use it for a banquet. Another student said uncertainly, then we must try it. This is basilisk meat. There has not been a basilisk in hundreds of years, and we can show off to others that we have eaten basilisk meat in the future. The Gryffindor student said excitedly. No wonder the Weasley twins didn't show up for today's dinner, AC/DC. They must have eaten basilisk meat in the back kitchen with Peter. Another student said enviously. It's just different from what the student thought. The Weasley twins were closing their mouths, shaking their heads in resistance to the basilisk meat that Peter handed over. Try it, Fred George. This snake meat hot pot tastes very good. If you don't eat it, you will regret it. Peter smiled and held a thinly sliced piece of basilisk meat to the twins' mouths. That's right, try it. Phew, it's really delicious. Alan and Cedric, while clumsily holding the basilisk meat with chopsticks and eating their mouths full of oil, persuaded the twins. But the twins just clenched their mouths and shook their heads firmly. They had seen the basilisk with their own eyes, and when they thought of the green skin and the stench they smelled when they helped to cut the snake meat, they suddenly lost their appetite. Forget it. Peter don't care about them. It's their loss if they don't eat. Alan persuaded, then added a piece of crystal-clear snake meat, dipped it in the dipping sauce, put it in his mouth, and squinted to enjoy the deliciousness. Seeing the twins, Peter also gave up and simply joined the team of Alan and Cedric, happily enjoying the food. As expected of a basilisk that has lived for thousands of years, snake meat is not only delicious, but also contains magic. Peter is very sensitive to magic. Soon after eating snake meat, a warm air flowed out of his stomach, slowly nourishing and improving his body. Although the effect on Peter is very small, it can almost be ignored, but for ordinary people, it is a great supplement. So it didn't take long for Alan and Cedric to be unable to eat, and sat on the stool with flushed faces, looking enviously at Peter's feast. Peter, Alan, are they all right? Why are they so red? The twins asked worriedly. Don't worry about them, they just eat a little too much. Basilisk's meat has a lot of energy, and it can't be digested for a while, it's normal. Instead, it will be good for them. Peter waved his hand to indicate not to worry. Hey, don't worry about us, I just feel warm all over my body now, like I have endless strength. It's amazing, Alan said lazily. Me too, my stomach is very warm. It's like drinking magic supplements, and the magic power consumed by practicing magic spells in the afternoon feels replenished. Cedric said happily. Hearing the words of the two, the twins looked at each other and couldn't help asking, it's really so amazing? You guys are exaggerating. You'll know when you taste it. I'm not gonna lie to you. The meat of this basilisk is so amazing that it has such an effect. Cedric and Alan said in surprise, and then looked at the table with pity. Basilisk meat. It's a pity we can't eat it anymore. Otherwise, there will be more effects. It's the first time you eat basilisk meat, you will have this feeling, and the effect will be less and less. Otherwise, someone will hype it. Peter shook his head and explained. That's amazing. We've never heard of any kind of potion that can improve one's aptitude. Cedric sighed. Listening to their words, the twins could not resist the temptation, and finally took a piece of snake meat and put it in their mouths, and then their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but say, it's really fragrant. 35. Although the twins were added, the basilisk meat that several people eventually ate was only a small part. The meat Peter cut from the basilisk filled 7 freezers. What I ate with them was only 1/5 of what was in one of the freezers. Peter put 5 of the freezers back into the bag, and the meat from the remaining 2 freezers was left in the back kitchen for the upcoming students, which was a little benefit from him. Then a few people left the kitchen before the students arrived. Sure enough, almost half of the students went to the back kitchen. Although they didn't see Peter and the others, they hesitated to try the basilisk meat under the hospitality of the house elves, which triggered the true fragrance law. Hundreds of students made the back kitchen a bit crowded, and they all tried their best to scramble for the basilisk meat. In the end, the snake meat in the 2 freezers just satisfied the appetite of all the students. The students finally left the back kitchen with their bulging stomachs satisfied before the curfew, and after returning to the college lounge, proudly showed off the deliciousness of the basilisk meat to those who did not come. In the defense against the dark arts office, Lockhart frantically destroyed everything in the office, and some of Lockhart's portraits also suffered directly. The Lockhart inside hid in the portraits that were not destroyed, trembling. "Damn, Peter, you actually killed my pet." Lockhart growled angrily, "I will definitely make you pay." The basilisk meat banquet has been talked about by the students for more than a week. Thanks to this incident, Peter became more popular at the school, and according to Alan, the number of his fan support clubs soared, and it has become the largest informal society at Hogwarts. At the same time, the changes of defense against the dark arts Professor Lockhart also surprised many students. Because Lockhart gave up the teaching method of reading club in the past, but actively taught students practical lessons in class. The knowledge of all kinds of defense against the dark arts is readily available, and it is not like the usual magic that is reluctant to use. Often when teaching, various magics are applied accordingly. For a time, the news of Lockhart's straw bag disappeared, and his class became very popular. Although he still looks like a narcissist, now that he has shown his strong strength, the boys who originally hated him have gradually softened their attitudes. At this time, Peter was sitting in the front row, watching Lockhart dressed in a gorgeous violet robe, coquettishly walked along the aisle to the podium, and wherever he passed, the students' textbooks automatically closed, arousing the students' excitement. Exclaimed. The girls were even more obsessed with looking at Lockhart on stage, looking like they could not wait to pounce. Lockhart stood on the podium, posing, showing his neat white teeth, smiling and looking at the students below, his eyes on Peter, and then he passed over and said to the crowd, "Today we will not teach the content of the textbook. Ask students to pick up the magic wand. We have a practical class today." Upon hearing the news, the students suddenly cheered. "Come with me, we're going outside the castle for a game," Lockhart said with a smile. Then a group of people followed Lockhart excitedly and came to the grass outside the castle, where a small maze was erected abruptly. Leaving the range of the anti-apparition ban, Lockhart flashed, teleported to the top of the maze wall, and said to the students below, "This is a maze. I set up various levels and put some of my own in various places. Signed photo. You need to pass the level, find my signed photo, and finally get out of the maze successfully. You will get a special reward from me. Just be careful, I have placed some more dangerous creatures in each level. If you are not careful, you will be injured, and then I can only send you to the infirmary. Of course, don't worry too much. These creatures are all what you have learned before. As long as you study them carefully, you can basically deal with them." 35. So go for it. My dear students. I'll stand on it and watch the whole thing, Lockhart said with a smile. When the students who were eager to try immediately hesitated when they heard Lockhart's words, they didn't think they had learned defense against the dark arts well before. "Come on, don't do this. My dear students, your Professor Lockhart will protect you. Get your courage and go," Lockhart shouted encouragingly, standing on the maze wall. A die-hard Lockhart girl, plucking up her courage, stepped forward. "What a good girl, Diana. Come on," Lockhart said happily. "Professor Lockhart, I'll do it. Can I take all your autographed photos?" The girl named Diana looked at Lockhart fascinatedly and said, "Of course, you can take as much as you want, and if you can clear them all, I'll reward you with a picture of my lip print. Come on, girl." Lockhart winked at the girl and said softly. The girl was so excited that she gathered up her courage and rushed into the labyrinth, disappearing from everyone's sight. To be honest, even though Lockhart has gotten better, I still don't like him as a peacock, Alan whispered to Peter. Peter smiled and looked at Lockhart on the wall with interest, with an unintelligible expression. Lockhart seemed to sense Peter's gaze, turned his head to look at Peter, met his eyes at a distance, and then smiled. Peter immediately smiled at him. Lockhart in this way is so interesting. Not long after, the girl who broke through the barrier walked out with a look of embarrassment, holding 3 photos in her hands, and was about to cry in disappointment. Lockhart teleported, appeared in front of the girl, and said comfortingly, "Oh, don't be sad. Good girl, you've done your best. Don't you think you've got 3 autographed photos of me? Doesn't that make you happy?" Seeing the girls laughing at the consolation of Lockhart, Alan said without words, "It's really blinding my eyes. What the hell is going on with these girls? It feels like drinking a love potion. It's crazier than before." "No way. Who told Lockhart to have a good-looking appearance and good strength? These girls just eat this one." George leaned over and said with a smile. Seriously, the change in Lockhart caught people off guard. "I looked at such a sloppy look before, but I didn't expect such a big change in a blink of an eye," Fred said. Peter smiled and shook his head. "Of course, the Lockhart has changed a lot. 0, ask for flowers." With the first demonstration, the students stepped into the maze one after another and played the game. In the whole maze, there are a total of 7 autographed photos. Most of the students only got 3 or 4 photos. So far, no one has taken all 7 photos. Alan did well, getting 6 autographed photos, only to fail at the final level. The twins' request to form a team was rejected by Lockhart, but the two also got 6 photos each, and then kept complaining that if they teamed up, they would be able to successfully pass the customs. When it was Peter's turn to go in, the twins and Alan both patted Peter on the shoulder and cheered, "Peter, you can definitely do it. Although I can't tell you, the levels inside are very simple for you." Peter nodded, then walked into the labyrinth under Lockhart's deep gaze. 0. As soon as he came in, Peter chose a path at random, and after a while, a puddle of silt appeared in front of him, blocking the road. Peter raised his eyebrows, picked a branch from the tree wall on the right, turned it into a single-plank bridge with his wand, waved his hand on the silt quagmire, and walked over. Just walking to the middle of the single-plank bridge, in the mud under the bridge, 2 giant hands suddenly stretched out and grabbed Peter. Peter waved his wand, and a fragmenting charm hit the giant mud hand. The mud splashed and fell into the mud again, and then quickly transformed into a larger mud hand and attacked Peter. Peter recognized that what was inside was a silt monster, which was originally a swamp creature with little damage, but at this time the silt monster in front of him became very aggressive, and it also became a lot stronger. But it was not a problem for Peter. He directly waved the magic spell, and the mud under the bridge instantly formed a thick layer of ice, and the mud hand that rushed towards him quickly turned into a stiff ice cube, sluggish. Walking across the single-plank bridge, Peter looked at Lockhart on the far wall, smiled meaningfully, and with a move with his right hand, the hidden photo next to the quag flew into his hand instantly. Continuing to walk forward, he came to a pile of dead leaves. With a wave of Peter's wand, a whirlwind rose, bringing the dead leaves on the ground into the air, revealing a trap on the ground. Peter took a closer look and saw a bunch of small monsters with fangs in the trap. If they fell, they would definitely be bitten badly. Peter didn't think that the previous students had the ability to pass such a level. He directly gathered the fallen leaves in the air, turned them into boulders, and slammed them into the trap. Hearing the screams coming from below, he stepped over the pile of stones expressionlessly and walked out of the trap. Continuing to walk forward, a 10-foot-long rune snake stopped in front of Peter, with its neck raised and its 3 heads staring at Peter fiercely. Peter looked at the rune snake, which was obviously using a magnifying spell, and felt a little amused, and asked directly in snake language, "Are you sure you want to stop me?" The rune was stunned for a moment, then the middle head looked at Peter in surprise and said, "Are you Parseltongue?" "Dino, you idiot, he can talk to us, of course in Parseltongue." The snake head on the right said mockingly, "You're an idiot, Enio. Don't meddle in me. I'm the boss." The snake head in the middle hissed at the head on the right. "Penfarito, let's kill the guy in the middle and then one of us is responsible for the night and one for the day." The snake head on the right said to the snake head on the left, "No. As long as I kill both of you, the whole body belongs to me." the snake head on the left said irritably. The last 3 snake heads, ignoring Peter in front of them, opened their fangs and started attacking each other. 27. Peter was very speechless watching this scene. He originally thought that it would take a lot of work, but he did not expect that they would start to have internal conflicts themselves. But in order to avoid them disturbing him again, Peter quietly cast a confusion charm to feed them. Peter bypassed the runes directly and continued to move forward, leaving only the 3-headed snakes behind, attacking each other frantically. In the next level, Lockhart got a few 8-eyed giant spiders from nowhere. When he saw Peter, his eyes were red and he attacked him frantically. Peter got rid of these 8-eyed giant spiders in 2 or 3, and then moved on. Peter was speechless at this time, and Lockhart took great pains to entertain him. Moving on, he originally thought that the next step would be more difficult, but it turned out to be just a group of red hats that could be dealt with in the 2nd grade. The red hat, usually dressed in blood-red fur, sits in the corner of the forest, disguised as a lost little girl, crying to arouse the sympathy of the hunter. When a human is approaching, it will open its fangs and bite at the human neck, sucking blood. With a levitating spell, Peter took off the red fur of the red hat, revealing the ugly inside. The red hat suddenly panicked, covering his head and running wildly. After the red hat, Peter encountered a group of not-so-dangerous Grindelwalds. These are irascible creatures in the Black Lake. They are pets kept by the mermaids. Although they are a little aggressive, they are also easy to deal with. Peter didn't understand. The first few levels that Lockhart prepared for him, he obviously added more material, but now it doesn't hurt or itches. Did he give up and continue to deal with himself? The maze is a bit twisty and a little unfriendly to Peter, who doesn't have a good sense of direction. He simply used the guiding charm, and the target pointed directly to the mouth. He turned his head to look at the wall at the entrance of the maze, and saw no sign of Lockhart. After crossing the fence, Peter followed the arrow of the guiding charm and continued to walk forward, and suddenly hit a pair of big yellow eyes at the corner. It really startled Peter, because at this time, in front of him was a basilisk more than 30 feet long. With huge fangs, he looked at Peter angrily. But when Peter saw the small wooden cabinet at the basilisk's tail, he smiled and said loudly, "Professor Lockhart really bothered to find a boggart and used the confusion charm to turn it into a basilisk. Like, are you trying to scare me to death?" Then Peter pointed his wand at the basilisk and whispered, "Funny." As soon as the voice fell, the 30-foot-long basilisk suddenly turned into a 30-foot-long table with hot pots and plates of basilisk meat on it. Peter said loudly as if to himself, "What a pity. The basilisk that Boggart has turned into cannot be eaten." Gouging out the bone. A sinister voice came from behind Peter. With a wave of Peter's wand, the fence tree behind him quickly spread to block the attack. Only then did Peter slowly turn his head back, smiled and looked at the vicious Lockhart and said, "Professor, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class doesn't like to use the Cruciatus Curse on students. If it is known to others, then you have to go to Azka." Ban sat down. "Peter York." Lockhart looked at him through gritted teeth, a look of hatred on his face. "Professor Lockhart, why are you looking at me like an enemy? There seems to be no conflict between us," Peter said with a smile. Gouging out the bone. Lockhart continued to attack with another spell. "Oops. Professor Lockhart, no, it should be Professor Riddle. How can you be so irritable?" Peter grinned and blocked the attack, shaking his head and disapprovingly said, "The one before you, Professor Riddle, is more calm than you. Much more. We have been together for many days, and we have developed feelings for each other. You used the Cruciatus charm on me as soon as we met, which really hurt my heart." Lockhart shrank his pupils and then sneered, "It seems that you recognize me. You are indeed the best student of Slytherin. When you got my diary, you should have known my identity, right? Also lie me to be Harry Potter. Tom, you're really smart. You figured it out so quickly. You really deserve to be the Voldemort in the future." Peter smiled and applauded. "Don't call me that name." Lockhart angrily gave Peter a spell. "I'm Voldemort, the Dark Lord. You should remember this name." Peter flicked the spell, shook his head and said, although Voldemort is the future you are only a memory of his 16 years old now. The two cannot be the same, so I can only call you Tom Riddle. If the real Voldemort would not be so irritable and impulsive, using black magic on a student at school. You must know that this is Dumbledore's territory. So Tom, you're still too young, and the reason you're in the school, other than Harry Potter, is to follow the way you did 50 years ago, using basilisks to rid the school of Muggle-born wizards. Such a naive idea would not be something Voldemort would do. Lockhart looked at the man younger than him with a strange expression and said to him in the tone of an elder. Immediately reacted, he threw out several consecutive spells in rage and attacked Peter. Who do you think you are, Peter York? I, the future Voldemort, are immortal. What if Dumbledore is called? Lockhart said triumphantly, you'll never find my hiding place. As for this body, do you think I would care? Peter used his wand to smash the spell that attacked him and said with a playful expression, you shouldn't have said that you hid your body's diary in the real secret room, right? Well, how did you know? Lockhart looked surprised, but then said confidently, what if you guessed it? Slytherin's real secret room, only I can enter. Even if you want to break your head, enter not inside. Really? Let's wait and see. Peter said with a smile, and then began to fight back violently, but before that, let's take advantage of the opportunity to pass the level. Let's have a good time. Professor Lockhart. Then, with a stroke of the wand, golden dust poured out of the wand and quickly condensed into a 50-foot-long basilisk. Last semester, when I personally sent another riddle away, I used this magic, and he taught me that. 33 Peter reached out and touched the basilisk beside him and said to Lockhart with a smile, it would be nice to greet you now. And reminded, be careful, Professor Lockhart 3.2, my basilisk is not dangerous like the one that Boggett conjured just now. If you see its eyes, it will also die. Lockhart looked at this basilisk that was conjured out of thin air and was very surprised. He was dubious about Peter's reminder and finally tried to conjure up a mirror and glanced at the basilisk in the glasses. Then, in Peter's stunned expression, he turned into a stone statue. Ordering the basilisk to stop attacking, Peter walked to Lockhart's stone statue, shook his head and said, I have been kindly reminded, but I still don't believe it. Fortunately, I didn't look directly, or I would have killed Lockhart, and I have nowhere to explain. 35. Peter removed the wand from Lockhart's hand and snapped his fingers, and the giant basilisk dissipated. At the same time, the petrified Lockhart also regained his mobility again. But before Lockhart could react, a rope turned into a branch quickly tied him up. Peter looked at him with a smile and said, Tom, you should believe me this time, right? What's wrong with me? Who trapped me? Lockhart looked at the scene in confusion after recovering from the petrification. Peter looked at the reaction, a little surprised, and asked tentatively, Professor Lockhart? Peter York. You are here, let me down. I don't know which naughty little guy tied me up while I was sleeping. 35 Lockhart looked at Peter and said in surprise. Peter stared into his eyes for a moment, before confirming that it was Lockhart himself. This Tom Riddle is really fast. I am afraid that when he was petrified for the first time, he would have left Lockhart's body. Lockhart was getting more and more embarrassed by Peter's look, and he smiled guiltily, and then said, Peter, put me down first. I will reward you with 10 points and my exclusive autograph for you. How about it? The corners of Peter's mouth twitched, and then there was a joke in his eyes, and he said, I want to let you down, but Professor Lockhart, you have to teach me your best memory spell. You use this magic to steal other people's memories without being discovered, for sure. Has unique spellcasting skills. 95. When Lockhart heard this, his face was pale and his eyes were full of guilt, but he immediately smirked and said, Haha. Peter, what are you joking about? What memory spells? Although I know a little about memory spells, but not very proficient. This joke is not funny. 5. Peter looked at the guilty Lockhart in front of him, smiled and said softly, Professor, you probably don't know that I'm the best at Demention. As long as people who haven't practiced occlumency, I can extract the deepest from their minds. The secrets are revealed. Then he said faintly, for example, in a certain Albania, That poor old wizard. Obviously, he successfully used a spell to subdue the werewolf at the full moon, but his memory was erased by an oblivion spell, and then this memory was taken away. Pass it on to myself. Lockhart grew paler as he listened, and finally couldn't help roaring. What the hell do you want? Didn't I say it? Professor, I just need you to teach me this magic. Although you're a bum in other respects, Dumbledore is not as good as you in terms of memory spells alone, Peter said with a smile. Lockhart struggled, his handle was caught, and he couldn't bear to give in, and finally lowered his head and said, I promise. But you must promise not to tell this secret to anyone. Lockhart, I have absolutely no interest in those things about you. As long as you teach me this magic, even if you change Harry Potter's memory to yours, I won't care. Peter sneered. With a flick of Peter's wand, the rope on Lockhart came loose. As Lockhart pulled the rope off his body, he looked around curiously and asked, Where are we? Peter pretended to be surprised and said, Professor, did you use the forgetting spell to erase your memory? This is the maze you set up, which you used to clear the level for the students. 35. Is that so? I may not be very clear lately, Lockhart said suspiciously. He had a vague impression of what had just happened. Peter ignored his doubts and said directly, From tonight, I will go to your office after the dinner to ask for memory spells. I think I can finish it in about a week, and then I won't be able to do it again. Disturb you. 1 week? That's impossible. I've been practicing for years to get where I am now. Lockhart shook his head and said, You're a genius if you can learn it by the end of the semester. Then watch. Peter didn't argue with him, even though he was confident in himself. Oh, by the way, Professor Lockhart, I was the last person to test, so the maze is no longer useful. Remember to put those dangerous creatures such as giant runes, red hats, and boggarts in the maze. Don't put them in the castle. Peter said gloatingly, then turned around and left the maze regardless of Lockhart. When Lockhart heard these creatures in the maze, his legs shook with fright. He didn't think he could solve these dangerous things. Just as he was about to chase Peter away, there was a rustling sound from the fence tree beside him, and then a few giant spiders rushed over, looking at Lockhart with red eyes and muttering delicious food. Lockhart was instantly surrounded by several 8-eyed giant spiders. He stepped back in horror, but stuck to a high fence behind him, and there was no way to go back. Lockhart trembled all over, looking at the huge body of the 8-eyed giant spider and the sharp mouth parts. Holding back his fear, he said aloud with his wand, Accept your weapons. 39. It's a pity that the straw bag is destined to be just a straw bag, and it will not have the ability to break out in danger. His disarming spell just knocked back a leg of an 8-eyed giant spider. The 8-eyed giant spider suddenly erupted fiercely and rushed towards Lockhart. Lockhart had no choice at this time, closed his eyes and prayed desperately, and the person who had possessed him before appeared again. He is not a fool, or else he would not rely on the memory spell to obtain the experience he wants from a powerful wizard, and then let others not remember it at all. During this time, he often fell into amnesia, and for a person who is good at memory spells, it is very easy to guess the truth. But the more he enjoys the feeling of being admired and sought after by the students, the less he feels against the mysterious person possessing him. Perhaps his 207 prayers worked, and with an invisible connection, a will came back to Lockhart. With a happy mood, Lockhart gradually lost his perception of the outside world. When the 8-eyed giant spider was about to rush to Lockhart, Lockhart's eyes suddenly opened. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, and with a flick of his wand, several 8-eyed giant spiders were suddenly hit by an invisible giant force. Fly. Thank you so much, Lockhart. You accepted me so quickly. Lockhart showed a wanton smile on his face, then looked at the 8-eyed spider that was knocked into the air, smiled contemptuously, and then a spell passed. A few 8-eyed giant spiders turned into fly ash. As soon as Peter left the maze and came to the grass outside, he was surrounded by students and asked curiously, Peter, how many signed photos of Lockhart did you get? It must be all finished, right? Those levels are not difficult for you at all. Alan and the twins squeezed up and said affirmatively. Peter smiled and took 7 signed photos of Lockhart from his pocket and threw them to Alan. Let's just say this is a pediatric case for Peter. Alan said with a smile, holding the photo Peter obtained. Very good, everyone did a great job today. Suddenly Lockhart's voice came, and he was seen operating among the students, looking at everyone with a smile on his face. Then he walked up to Peter and said with a very satisfied expression, Peter York is the only one who passed the test today and got all the autographed photos. So he's going to get a custom signed photo of me, plus 50 galleons. Applaud for him. 35. Saying that, Lockhart took the lead in applauding, his face full of joy for Peter. He also took out a small bag from his pocket, the gold coins in it jingled, and put it into Peter's hand. Peter narrowed his eyes, looked at the smiling Lockhart in front of him, smiled casually, and said, "Thank you, Professor Lockhart. Come on, Diana, I remember you had a camera. Can you take a picture of me and today's champion?" Lockhart asked Peter, turning his head to the girl. "Of course. Professor, the camera is in my bag. I'll take pictures of you right away." Diana glanced at Peter enviously, then quickly ran to the place where the bag was placed, took out a camera, and went to the two in front of people. "Come on, Peter, let's take a commemorative photo with the castle in the background," Lockhart said with a laugh. Peter was pulled aside by him without resisting. After scrutinizing his eyes carefully, he said softly with sympathy, "This unfortunate fellow, Lockhart, seems to have completely opened his heart to you, and he will have to be controlled by you in the future. Shouldn't you go back later and suck people up and try to revive them?" "Peter York, you really surprised me. I didn't expect to find out so quickly." Lockhart looked surprised, then smiled a standard smile, shook his head and said, "I'm still reluctant to do this now. After all, you exist. If I was resurrected, I'm afraid you would kill me immediately. Right? Tom, you know me well too." Peter said with a smile, "You have put the diary in the back room. It is indeed quite safe. As long as no one hurts the diary, you are quite comfortable. It doesn't count as being at ease, after all, aren't you watching?" Lockhart patted Peter on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You're wrong, Tom. As long as you don't come to trouble me, I usually don't bother, or I'll just kill Lockhart and let you stay in the back room forever. Wouldn't it be nice?" Peter's smile said. Lockhart's pupils shrank, his smile deepened, and he didn't speak, just patted Peter's shoulder, which became heavier. "Tom, aren't you curious about Harry Potter? You can go and play with him. After all, he is your destined enemy. And I'm just a melon eater, don't spend too much time on me. This is both for you and me." "Good," Peter suggested with a smile. Lockhart looked at Peter in amazement and asked, "You're not suitable for Harry Potter. Are they a good relationship? How can you encourage me to trouble them? There are too many people I have a good relationship with. They are not even enough." Peter snorted coldly, "And these guys are a little too busy. Let them learn a lesson and remember." 35. "What if I kill Harry Potter?" Lockhart asked sinisterly. "If you can kill him, I'll be the first to give you a thumbs up," Peter said with a smile, knowing that in addition to Harry Potter's protagonist Halo, Dumbledore and Snape were secretly paying attention. The way the two laughed and feasted made students who had not heard the content of the conversation between the two feel that the atmosphere between the two was very good. When did this guy Peter have such a good relationship with Lockhart? Didn't he just say Lockhart was a scumbag last time? Alan asked in surprise. "I don't know, but we always thought something was wrong with Peter and Lockhart." The twins grinned. They looked like they were negotiating a bad idea. "Why do you feel this way?" Alan asked curiously. "Because when we were discussing pranks, it was the same expression." The twins replied in unison. "Professor Lockhart, Peter, I'm going to take pictures of you. Please get ready." Diana excitedly held the camera and shouted to the two of them. Lockhart immediately assumed a satisfied pose and pulled Peter over, putting an arm on Peter's shoulder, looking very close. "Peter, remember to smile. This is our first photo together. I'll send a photo to the Daily Prophet later, with the title in mind, and it's called Professor Lockhart and His Rising Star Student Peter. Both of us are Merlin Medal winners. We are also handsome in appearance, and we have many fans. So we will definitely be in the headlines." Peter moved his body a little uncomfortable, looked at him strangely, and said, "Tom, are you influenced by Lockhart's brain? You seem to be used to this kind of thing that Lockhart does. Please call me Professor Lockhart. Lockhart reminded emphatically, with a standard smile on his face, looked at the opposite camera, and said indifferently, "Since I am wearing the skin now, of course I have to play this role well, or else if the personality changes too much. Even a fool knows that something is wrong." Crack. The camera emitted a flash, freezing the figures of the two. After taking a few more pictures, Diana came to the two of them with a blushing face holding the camera and said, "I've already taken it. Just wash it with a developing solution, and the picture will come out." "Nice girl. Can you give me a photo after it's been developed?" Lockhart said softly. "Of course, Professor Lockhart. I have a visibility potion in my bag, it only takes a while." Diana said excitedly, and then ran not far away. Sometimes people are so superficial. Just a skin can attract so many people to worship. After Lockhart and the others left, the gentle expressions on their faces instantly disappeared, and they said disdainfully, "It's human nature to love beauty. I think part of the reason why you were able to be like a duck to water when you were in Slytherin was that you also had a good-looking face," Peter said disapprovingly. Then, as if thinking of something, he looked at Lockhart with a mocking expression and said, "After you became Voldemort, you lost your nose and hair. Do you like that tone? The aesthetics are really unique." Lockhart looked embarrassed. When he was made into a Horcrux, he was only 16 years old, so naturally he didn't know what happened next. "So we should reach an agreement now, right?" Lockhart looked at Peter incredulously. "Don't interfere with each other for the time being." "Of course. The basilisk of the time bomb has been eliminated, and my mission has been completed. I don't care about the rest." 35 Peter said with a smile. Lockhart's face turned black, and he gritted his teeth and said, "The basilisk was bred by Salazar Slytherin himself, and its lifespan has been almost as long as the history of the school. As a student of Slytherin Academy, you not only killed it, you also ate it. It's meat. You are insulting Slytherin. You are not worthy of being a student of Slytherin. Don't give me a hat, Tom." Peter said coldly, "Whether it's a basilisk bred by Mr. Slytherin, it doesn't need to exist since it killed a student 50 years ago. And it was you, Tom Riddle, who caused it all." 99. Salazar Slytherin is willing to give everything for this school. I don't believe that he will use the basilisk to destroy the school he built, as in the legend. After reaching a tacit understanding with Tom Reed, Peter continued to spend time in the library every day. Tom Riddle didn't seem to do anything, and he worked diligently as a professor every day, which made him more and more popular in the school. Many students believed that this year's defense against the dark arts professor was the best one ever. At the same time, the Potter Trio's investigation into Lockhart finally came to a conclusion. "Dobby, you mean, you stole the diary from Peter and gave it to us?" Harry looked at Dobby, the house elf in front of him, in surprise. Dobby nodded and asked in horror, "Harry Potter lost his diary? That's too bad. That diary will be possessed. Dobby can't find the diary at all." Harry was a little embarrassed to hear Dobby's voice, and although he didn't remember it, it was clear he screwed up. "I rearranged my thoughts. I think we should be, after getting the diary that Dobby gave. We are going to give it to the professor, but I don't know how to give it to Lockhart. Then Lockhart used forgetting on us. Curse. Let's forget about it." 35 Hermione said speculatively. "And I have a bad guess. Lockhart is probably possessed." Hermione said solemnly, "You pay attention to 207, now Professor Lockhart, and the one we met in Diagon Alley, and the beginning of school. The Lockhart at the time gave me a completely different feeling. This is too bad. First we lost a memory, and now Lockhart is possessed. What is this diary? Not only can it open the secret room, but it can also control people, and it feels like there is a person living in it." Ronald groaned. "You remember, when Peter and the others said that the owner of this diary was a man named Tom Riddle when they were in the Lycan bookstore?" Harry said with a serious expression, "I was very curious about this person at the time, until the day before yesterday, I followed Ronald to the prize showroom to see Peter's special contribution medal, only to find that there was a person next to him who also won the Special Contribution Award. His name is Tom Riddle." 39. "Yes, Harry didn't say it, I almost forgot. At that time, I also said that this person won the Special Contribution Award, and I didn't even write a reason for the award, which is so strange. Ronald also remembered and said, "It's so weird. Who is this Tom Riddle? How come we never heard his name? His diary is so dangerous, and he won a Special Contribution Award. It should not be no one." Hermione, he frowned thoughtfully. Maybe he died a long time ago or changed his name. After all, the name Tom Riddle is too common. Ronald said casually, curling his lips. Maybe we can ask Peter. He must know this guy. Hermione said. No, Peter is so close to Lockhart now that he might be under control. And I've heard Fred complain that Peter is so good at reading minds that he can't hide secrets from him. If we ask, he'll find out. How can we explain that we took his diary and lost it? Harry said, shaking his head. Ask Fred and George. They're inseparable from Peter. They know who Tom Riddle is. Ronald suggested. Then we might as well ask Peter directly. Fred and the others can't hide their secrets in front of Peter. 39 Harry rolled his eyes and said, I think we can ask Hagrid. Hagrid has been at school for a long time. He must know Tom Riddle. Harry stood up and said affirmatively. The two companions nodded in agreement, and the three of them headed to Hagrid's hut together. As soon as Hagrid saw the three, he warmly invited them in. Difficulty nibbling on the rock cake, Harry finally asked Hagrid if he knew Tom Riddle under Hermione's reminder. Hearing the name, Hagrid's expression changed, and then he said angrily, Of course I know him. It's this B********************* D. Framed me. Got me expelled from school and broke my wand. If Peter hadn't found the secret room and killed the basilisk in it, I might have been charged with this for the rest of my life. Hagrid said gratefully, Recently Dumbledore and Peter have certified, AC/DC, my innocent. The Ministry of Magic has promised to revoke my charges. I will be able to use my wand in the future. Congratulations, Hagrid. The three were equally happy for Hagrid. Then Hermione asked, Hagrid, since you know Tom Riddle, can you tell us something about him? What's there to talk about with this B*********************** D? Brother High said unhappily, but for the sake of the three people's curiosity, he still explained, this Riddle, like Peter, is a student of Slytherin with excellent grades. Many professors like him very much. When I was expelled, he was already the president of the student council. At that time, I secretly raised a newborn eight-eyed giant spider, named him Aragog, only to be discovered by Tom Riddle. He told this to the then headmaster Dippet, and testified that I was the murderer of Myrtle at the time. All the professors at the time believed him, and only Dumbledore was willing to vouch for me. But the Ministry of Magic found me guilty, expelled me from school, and broke my wand. I was homeless and Dumbledore took me in. The other day, Peter told me that the one who actually opened the Chamber of Secrets and killed Myrtle was Tom Riddle, who reported me. This be **********D. He was also homeless at the time, and in order to prevent the school from being shut down, he blamed me for his crime. He shied away completely. Hagrid angrily smashed the table with his fist. Boom. Calm down, Hagrid. The three quickly comforted Hagrid, look, you can sit here leisurely now, and that Tom Riddle doesn't even know where he died. As soon as he heard the three people's words, Hagrid became even more restless, roaring, This bad B******************* D is so bad in school. Later it became even worse. He gave himself a new name and won over a masses of followers, killing and setting fires everywhere. And killing per Lily and James. What? The three of them couldn't sit still and looked at Hagrid in stunned eyes. Harry asked in disbelief, Hagrid, you mean Tom Riddle is Voldemort? Hagrid realized that there was something wrong with his words, calmed down a little and said softly to the three of them, There are not many people who know about this matter. You should keep it a secret. 95. The three nodded and asked impatiently, What the hell is going on, Hagrid? How did Voldemort graduate from Hogwarts? Do you still expect him to pop out of the ground? Hagrid pouted. He's a few years older than me, and I heard he lives in a Muggle orphanage and Dumbledore personally took him to school. He was polite and popular in school. Many thought he was going to the Ministry of Magic, maybe in the future. But he disappeared as soon as he graduated, and a few years later he suddenly reappeared at the school, applying to Dumbledore for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. But it was rejected by Dumbledore, so he cursed the position in a fit of rage. After listening to Hagrid's words, the three fell into shock, then made excuses to say goodbye to Hagrid, and quickly left the hut. That diary belongs to Voldemort. That's terrible news. Harry said sadly. Last year he possessed Professor Quirrell, but now he is possessing Lockhart. I don't know what he is this semester. What are you going to do? Haven't you heard the rumors about the Chamber of Secrets? He must have come back this semester with the intention of opening the Chamber of Secrets again, releasing the basilisks in it, and cleaning up Muggle wizards like me. Hermione speculated. It's just that he didn't expect it. Peter discovered the secret room ahead of time and solved the basilisk inside. So he has no help. I think Peter and the others knew about it last semester, Ronald said suddenly. Fred and George were in their room during the summer, making a candy that croaks when they eat it. They even tricked me into eating a few, so I could only make a rooster crowing for a long time. According to Fred and the others, this is a candy that Peter made for them. You know what the basilisk fears most is the sound of a rooster. 5. How is that possible? Old Malfoy hadn't taken out the diary yet, Hermione said, shaking her head. It's very possible. I heard that Peter can predict, and Fred and George are both certified, Ronald said with certainty. So, Dobby stole the diary, and everything we've done is just adding to the mess? Harry said with an ugly face, not to mention losing the diary now. This is just our guess, Harry, Hermione reassured. Our priority now is to deal with Professor Lockhart, who is possessed by Voldemort. And find that diary. I think we're going to use your invisibility cloak, Harry, Hermione said. Can we sneak into Lockhart's office while he's teaching the other grades and see if there's a diary in the office? But what if it's not there? Harry said with a worried expression. If I were Voldemort, I'd definitely keep the diary well hidden so no one can find it. Then keep an eye on his whereabouts. He can't be doing nothing. There must be clues, Hermione said. That's the only way, Harry said with a sigh. Then the next day, news broke that Lockhart's office had been stolen, and it was said to be a mess inside. According to Lockhart, he lost a lot of autographed photos, as well as some intimate clothing. Here, he specially reminded that he hoped that the students should be rational in chasing stars and not be too obsessed with him. Hearing the news, Harry breathed a sigh of relief and said to Hermione, "It's good that you came up with the idea in the end, or we'd be in for a shock. But why should I steal Lockhart's underwear? As long as I think about touching those things with my hands, I feel like my hands are not clean," Ronald said aggrievedly. Harry looked at Ronald sympathetically, then said solemnly, "It's now certain that there are no diaries in Lockhart's office. We'll have to look elsewhere. Is it possible to be carried by Lockhart? After all, such an important thing is the safest to carry on the body," Ronald said. "I've noticed that Lockhart doesn't have a place to store books. He changes his clothes very diligently, and it would be very troublesome to carry them around. So the chances are very small." Hermione shook her head and said, "Then where would he hide the diary?" Harry said, scratching his head and frowning. "A place that only he could find. Would there be such a place? Hogwarts has a lot of abandoned rooms, a lot of secret passages, and a secret room like this one. There are so many possible places." Ronald shook his head and said, "No, Ronald, you reminded me. The secret room. The secret room is one of the most likely places." Hermione's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "How is that possible, Hermione? That place Peter and the others have only been visiting for a long time. And the professors have banned that place. Voldemort shouldn't be stupid enough to keep his diary in the secret room," Harry retorted, shaking his head. "No, on the contrary, I think the most dangerous place is the safest place. Don't forget that the secret room can only be opened in snake language. How many people in the school do you think can open the secret room?" Hermione, reminded with a smile, said, "Peter has dealt with the basilisk inside, and he will definitely not go there again. And the others can't go at all. Only Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin, remains. But we're not Parseltongue." Do you need to ask Peter for help if you want to get in? Ronald said in confusion. Well, it seems like I can speak snake. 39 Harry said hesitantly. What? Harry, you said you were Parseltongue. Hermione and Ronald looked at Harry in surprise. Yes, when I was still in school, I once released a python in the reptile house, and it told me it came from Brazil. Harry said, I thought all wizards would have this skill. Merlin, is Parseltongue also wholesale? There are 3 Parseltongues in the school all of a sudden. It's so rare, Ronald said in surprise. That's great. Originally, I was thinking of just telling Peter to let him take us into the secret room, but now the only problem is solved. Hermione said in surprise. At night, as soon as Peter returned to the dormitory, he felt that the magic he had arranged at the entrance of the secret room was touched. Peter took a mirror out of the bag and looked inside. I saw the 3 Potters on the mirror, quietly closing the wooden door of the toilet. 0. Ask for flowers. Hermione's voice was heard in the mirror. Harry, try speaking snake to that faucet with the snake logo. Harry nodded, walked to the sink, stared at the faucet and said, turn on. Peter couldn't help but chuckle. Harry, you speak English. Please speak in snake language. Hermione said helplessly. Sorry, I sometimes don't know what language I speak. Harry said a little embarrassedly. Then he stared at the snake logo on the faucet again seriously, and after a while of silence, he made a hissing sound from his mouth. The wash basin slid apart, revealing a large hole in the middle. It was not until the 3 of them jumped into the hole and disappeared into the mirror that Peter put away the mirror, took out another mirror, and waited on the bed with great interest. The mirrors in Peter's hands are called double-sided mirrors, and they are all in pairs. One person holds a mirror and can see each other no matter how far they are, which is very similar to remote video. 0. The manufacturing method of double-sided mirrors has been lost, so they are rarely available on the market and are expensive. But Peter has 3 pairs of double-sided mirrors here, all given to him by Heyman Rogier. Peter put 3 double-sided mirrors on the entrance to the secret room, on the ceiling above the Slytherin statue, and in front of the bronze door. They're all placed in the most concealed location to monitor the situation at any time. The 3 people finally appeared in Peter's second double-sided mirror when his roommate Alan's purring sounded. Peter looked at the 3 of them amusingly, groping around, trying to find the trace of the diary, but after searching for a long time, there was still no result. Peter thought that they would be disappointed, but when the 3 of them were about to leave, Hermione suddenly stopped them and pointed at the statue of Slytherin excitedly. Since the double-sided mirror was a little high this time, Peter couldn't hear what she was saying, but it was obvious that Hermione had noticed something. Then Harry was pulled to the statue by Hermione, and the statue's mouth opened again. What a smart girl. It's a pity that there are 2 people who are holding back, Peter said to himself with a smile. Under Peter's gaze, the 3 climbed in along the mouth of the statue and disappeared into the mirror again. Peter did not continue to take out the 3rd mirror, although they successfully entered the bronze door, but without the correct password, they could only be doomed to fail. But being able to find this place in such a short period of time has surprised Peter. He originally thought about whether to reveal some information and lead them to the secret room, but now he doesn't need it. Let's take a look at Harry Potter's protagonist's halo. Can you solve Tom Riddle's diary? Next. The time has come to Christmas. These days, Lockhart's classes have become more and more popular, and many professors' impressions of him have changed. The Potter trio, who were obsessed with revealing Lockhart's true face, had to give up after several unsuccessful attempts to open the bronze door, and instead stared at Lockhart secretly. Peter has been very leisurely these days. He spent more than a week learning the skills of using memory spells with Lockhart, and then practiced alone to increase his proficiency. This guy Lockhart, although he doesn't know anything about other spells, has really reached the master level in memory spells. When other people use the forgetting spell, they are very rude, often making the person under the spell become a little bad, leaving some sequelae. But Lockhart's forgetting curse can silently delete memory, and it can also subtly modify memory to be foolproof. 27 is also the reason why Lockhart has been stealing experiences from other wizards for so many years without being discovered. You must know that what he stole is some powerful wizards who can control werewolves, ghouls, vampires, etc., but he still uses the forgetting spell to modify his memory and no longer remember his own experience. Lockhart's memory spell technique is not too difficult. Peter learned it quickly, and then just needs more practice. If you just want to practice forgetting mantra, the best way is to find someone to practice, otherwise there will be no great progress. Lockhart is a good target, but now that Tom Riddle is stationed, it is not easy to start. As for other people, Peter couldn't use this unskilled memory spell madly. After all, if he was not careful, he could turn people into idiots. But Peter has an idea now, and is going to put it into practice when he goes back for Christmas. During the Christmas holiday, Peter left the castle with a suitcase and met Lockhart, who was partying with the students. Seeing Peter's appearance, Lockhart looked at him in surprise and asked, "You're so relieved to keep me at school?" Peter said with a smile, "Do I have to give up my Christmas vacation in order to spy on you? I've said it all, as long as you don't offend me, I won't bother to care about you. Goodbye, Tom, and Merry Christmas." Peter waved to Lockhart behind him without looking back. Lockhart watched Peter's disappearing figure. The smile on his face subsided, and he squinted and said to himself, "Peter, you are so incomprehensible." Then the corners of his mouth twitched and he said, "If that's the case, then my plan can begin." Then his eyes turned to the Potter trio who were hiding in the corner, sneered, and then turned to leave. After Lockhart left, the three came out. "Hermione, actually you don't have to stay at school for Lockhart. You should go back to spend Christmas with your family." 35 Harry watched many students leave in carriages and said to Hermione, "That is, my mother and the others are going to visit Charlie in Romania for Christmas, so we stay in school. You are different. You should go back and happily go back to Christmas." Ronald also said, "No, I think Lockhart should have an action at Christmas. Many students have gone back at this time, which is the best time." Hermione shook her head firmly and said, "Also, we have already confirmed that the diary is hidden there. Behind the bronze door. If Voldemort's diary isn't available soon, God knows what's going to happen to him." 99. "I think you're making a fuss, Hermione. You see, Lockhart didn't do anything during this time, and the classes he taught were very interesting. Except for the slapstick, it was very popular." Ronald said, "That's why it's even more dangerous. Don't forget that it's Voldemort who is possessing Lockhart right now. You think he's showing up at school just to be a defense against the dark arts professor?" Hermione said sternly. "Hermione is right. There are not many people in the school now. He has been pretending for so long. Now is the best time. He will definitely not be able to bear it. We will pay attention to his whereabouts during this time, especially the one in the back room location. There's a good chance he'll be there." Harry said, "On the second day of Christmas, I heard from Professor McGonagall that Dumbledore had left the school for a holiday in Godric Valley." The trio increased their surveillance of Lockhart. The three of them hid in invisibility cloaks, crouched in the corner, and stared at Lockhart's office. "Let's go back. Lockhart hasn't been out since the afternoon. Maybe he's already asleep now." Ronald rubbed his sore legs and said sleepily, "Just hold on, Ronald. Wait another half an hour. If he doesn't come out, we'll go back to rest," Harry encouraged. "Shoo, don't talk. He's coming out," Hermione whispered suddenly. The two suddenly shut up and looked at the opposite office door, only to see that the wooden door was open and Lockhart came out from the inside. After vigilantly looking around, he closed the office door and left. The three people in the invisibility cloak gestured to each other with their eyes, and then quietly followed. Lockhart went round and round the castle, and finally came to the abandoned girls' toilet and walked in. Peter, who had just returned from prison, just lay on the bed and sensed that the magic he had arranged at the entrance of the secret room was touched. He took out the double-sided mirror out of curiosity and saw Potter was opening the entrance to the secret room, jumped down with Ronald, and Hermione ran out of the toilet with an anxious look on his face. "It turned out to be today, so funny," Peter muttered amusingly, looking at the scene in the mirror. When Harry and Ronald arrived in the hall of the Chamber of Secrets with their invisibility cloaks on, Lockhart was waiting for them with a playful look on their faces. With a wave of Lockhart's hand, a gust of wind lifted the invisibility cloak, revealing the two inside. "Welcome, Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley. Are you looking for me?" Lockhart said with a smile on his face. "It's curfew time, and it's not what a good boy should do when you run out of bed so restlessly." The three suddenly took out their wands vigilantly and pointed at Lockhart on the opposite side. "Voldemort, I know it's you. What are you trying to do with Professor Lockhart?" 35, Harry shouted loudly. "I didn't expect you all to find this out. It's really not 3.2 wrong," Lockhart said with some surprise. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "It's a pity that you should never have followed me here. If you die here, I think Dumbledore will be very sad." 5. Immediately, with a wave of Lockhart's wand, the two were tied together, and, watching them struggle, he mocked, "Should I admire your courage or laugh at your stupidity? Stalking an adult wizard. Hermione has gone to the other professors. You can't escape." Harry shouted. Why am I running? Now that Dumbledore and Peter York are out of school, no one can stop me," Lockhart said triumphantly. "Do you think your clumsy tracking methods really work? It's up to you to act, but I just want you to find it yourself. After all, I must have you in my plan." After speaking, Lockhart opened the entrance of the statue in snake language, carried the two of them and walked in, and finally came to the room where the basilisk was sleeping. Across the room, Lockhart took the two bound people to the bronze door and said in snake language, "Open it, the Snake King from the swamp. Slytherin, glory to you." Harry, who understood the snake language, had a shocked expression on his face. He looked at this bronze door that could not be opened before and slowly opened it. Peter, who looked at this scene through the double-sided mirror, also had a smile in his eyes and whispered to himself, "Is this the password of the real secret room? It's really unexpected." Speaking of which, why does Salazar Slytherin feel a little bit of a middle schooler? These passwords are all boasting about himself. When he set the password, wouldn't he be embarrassed? As the bronze door opened, the scene inside also caught everyone's eyes, and they saw that it was not the place where the treasure was hidden in the imagination. Instead, it looked like an office, with silver-green decorations all around. Maybe because of magic, it looked clean inside. Behind the sturdy desk is an ornately upholstered armchair, and on the wall behind it is a 02 Hogwarts vista and a blank portrait next to it. On the right side of the desk, there was a bookcase. The place that was supposed to be full of books was empty at this time. Obviously, someone took it away in advance. "I just said that since Voldemort discovered the secret room, there is no reason not to empty it. Now it seems that I guessed correctly," Peter complained. "It's just that this legendary secret room doesn't fit the look of the secret room at all. Could it be Salazar Slytherin's original office?" 99. The bronze door is huge, so Peter can clearly see what's inside through the double-sided mirror outside the door. What attracted him at this time was that a large crucible was placed in the middle of the secret room, and the green potion inside was constantly tumbling while heating. This is clearly something Tom Riddle had prepared early on. Could it be? Peter straightened up, looked at the cauldron in surprise, and guessed. Lockhart waved his wand, and Harry and Ronald were firmly sucked into the wall, unable to move. Then Lockhart took out the diary from the drawer of the desk, showed it to the two of them, and said with a wanton smile, "You have always wanted to find my diary, but no matter how many times you come to the secret room, you can't open it. Open this door. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you. If you hadn't stolen me from Peter York, I'm afraid I'd be locked in that dark drawer and be deceived by that guy." "You mean Peter wasn't bewitched by you? Didn't he communicate with you?" Harry said in surprise. That guy is not a good character to deal with. He knew about my existence early on and has been teasing me." Lockhart gritted his teeth and said, "In order to weaken my strength, he killed the basilisk and used snake meat. Come and humiliate me." Harry suddenly felt a slap in the face. They were worried that Peter would be bewitched by the diary, so they did everything possible to keep the diary from returning to Peter's hands. But in the end it was their wishful thinking. Lockhart stared at Harry greedily and smiled evilly. "So to thank you for letting me out, I will borrow your blood to be reborn today. And of course your friend Ronald Weasley, who will be sacrificed to the diary, so you don't have to feel alone until I come back to life." Voldemort, you and I are the enemy. Kill me if you want, don't touch Ronald. He was just pulled over by me, he's innocent. Harry struggled and shouted. I didn't expect you to beg for mercy, Harry Potter. What an enviable friendship. Lockhart said mockingly, then shook his head. My diary still needs a lot of life. Ronald Weasley will give me his life and magic. With Harry Potter in your blood, the greatest Dark Lord will rise again. Come to this decadent wizarding world and take back control of the world. You're not the greatest. The greatest is Dumbledore. You're just a poor B******************** D in the shadows. Harry exclaimed. Hearing this, Lockhart's face became gloomy, and he said with a wicked smile, that old fellow Dumbledore won't live long. I will be reborn soon, and when I reappear in this world, everyone will be once again smitten. The name Voldemort is truly terrifying. 5. And you, Harry Potter, are but one inconspicuous hindrance to my greatness. Having said that, Lockhart took the diary to Ronald, and then waved his wand to Ronald's arm. A deep wound appeared on the arm, and the blood that came out was caught by Lockhart with the diary. The diary strangely absorbed Ronald's blood, and then Ronald's face became more and more pale and began to shake. Ronald, what's the matter with you? You talk. Harry cried out anxiously as Ronald fell into a coma next to him. TSK, what a precious friendship. Lockhart said, shaking his head, then he waved his wand and put Harry down. Send off your buddy. He's now feeding my diary with vitality and magic. Before long, he will be completely dead and become a sacrifice for my resurrection. In fact, Harry didn't care about the dangerous people next to him. He ran to Ronald's side a few steps and touched Ronald's hand, but was frightened by his cold body temperature. At this time, Ronald seemed to be dead, and his chest didn't rise and fall at all. Ronald, don't die. Please wake up. Harry shouted anxiously, tears welling in his eyes. He can't wake up. His vitality and magic are flowing in my body at this time. It's so vibrant. It's wonderful. A clear voice came from behind Harry. When Harry turned around, he found that Lockhart was also lying on the ground with a pale face, and a boy who looked 16 or 17 years old was standing there enjoying himself, and the phantom body gradually became solid. The vitality of the two wizards is enough for me to condense the entity, the boy said with satisfaction. Are you Voldemort? Harry looked at the boy in front of him in surprise, finding it hard to associate this with the ugly Voldemort in the first year. Voldemort is my past, present, and future, Tom Riddle said confidently. Then he came to the boiling crucible, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. It's okay now. He then walked up to Harry, kicked the wand away from his hand, lifted his back collar, and pulled it to the cauldron. Ignoring Harry's struggles, he pulled open his sleeve, opened a wound directly, dropped Harry's blood into the cauldron, and said with anticipation, Use your blood to reshape my body, and I will become more powerful. Adding Harry's blood potion, it became more boiling, and the whole pot of green potion turned blood red, which was very strange. Tom Riddle threw Harry aside, then solemnly took out the diary and threw it into the cauldron. Just before the diary fell into the potion, a flame suddenly appeared, and a phoenix quickly grabbed the diary and flew away from Tom Riddle. Damn it, Dumbledore's phoenix. Tom Riddle scolded, and the wand kept firing deadly spells, shooting at the phoenix in midair, but they were all swiftly avoided by the phoenix. Phoenix threw the diary and sorting hat to Harry, who was a little confused, and then continued to pester Tom Riddle. Harry Potter, give me the diary. Tom Riddle threatened Harry as he dealt with Phoenix. On Peter's side, looking at the scene in the mirror with some disappointment, he complained, Is this Tom Riddle's brain polluted by Lockhart? There's so much nonsense. If it's a little more neat, he'll be resurrected long ago. I'm looking forward to it. Seeing the Phoenix appear, Peter knew that Dumbledore was definitely back at school, and the ending was no longer in suspense. He originally expected that if Tom Riddle in the diary was resurrected, what would happen if the main soul Voldemort was resurrected again? Will they attack each other and never die? Or will they work together to dominate the magic world? And those Death Eaters, who would they choose to follow when they saw these two masters? Just thinking about it so far. I saw that Harry, who was yelled at by Tom Riddle, suddenly woke up, quickly grabbed the diary, tried desperately to tear it apart, but couldn't tear it apart. Then he picked up his wand again, summoned flames, and put the diary on the fire. Burn. Tom Riddle saw Harry's actions, but he was not in a hurry. While dealing with the Phoenix, he sneered, "Harry Potter, you can't destroy my diary." Seeing that the fire spell didn't damage the diary, Harry was very anxious. He wanted to escape with the diary, but he couldn't leave Ronald alone. With a shrill cry, Fawkes in midair finally lost to Tom Riddle, was hit by a spell, fell to the ground and turned into a pile of ashes, and then a young phoenix climbed out of the ashes. But the phoenix was completely useless at this time. Tom Riddle stopped looking at it, but walked straight to Harry, his face full of satisfaction, and said, "Harry Potter, it's time for me to return my diary to me. Dumbledore is really insane to let a phoenix come with a broken hat. Does he want you to fight me with a hat?" Harry watched Tom Riddle come closer, backing away nervously. "Harry Potter, put me on," the originally quiet Sorting Hat said suddenly. Harry didn't know the purpose of the Sorting Hat, but he could only go to the doctor in a hurry, and put the gray Sorting Hat on the top of his head. Then Harry was hit in the head by something that suddenly appeared in the hat, making him stare at him for a moment. Harry hurriedly took off the Sorting Hat, only to find a gorgeous hilt appeared in the hat, and he drew the sword without thinking. Tom Riddle's originally casual expression suddenly turned into panic, and he couldn't help shouting, "Stop!" Harry gripped the hilt of the sword and slammed it into the diary on the ground. With the successful insertion of the sword into the diary, a big hole appeared in Tom Riddle's body, and he could not help screaming. Tom Riddle looked at Harry bitterly, his wand turned towards him, trying to utter a spell. But Harry swiftly inserted his sword into the diary again, and made up for it a few times in a row, making Tom Riddle's spell-casting come to an end. Where the diary was inserted by the sword, a lot of black ink spurted out. After Harry's last strike, Tom Riddle dissipated into bits and pieces with a scream. At the same time, Ronald and Lockhart, who were lying cold on the ground, suddenly breathed, and their faces became rosy. Seeing this, Harry ran up to Ronald in surprise, touched his face with his hand, and shouted happily, "Ronald, wake up." 35. "Well, how did I get here? Where is this place?" Lockhart woke up first, looking at his surroundings in confusion, then seeing Harry, exclaiming in surprise, "Harry, what the hell is going on? Professor Lockhart?" Harry looked at him warily, then asked tentatively, "Do you remember what the last thing was?" "The last thing? I remember writing to fans from my office," Lockhart said. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly said, "Professor Lockhart, we're in the back room now." As Harry finished the whole thing, Lockhart said in horror, "You mean, I was controlled by the you-know-whose diary? Nearly killed you." "Professor, it's not your fault. After all, none of us knew it would develop like this." Harry comforted, "Now that the diary has been destroyed, let's go out. Ronald doesn't know why, and he hasn't woken up yet." "Okay, I'm here to help," Lockhart said enthusiastically, then walked up to Harry, suddenly picked up his wand on the ground, and pointed it directly at Harry. "Professor, you?" Harry looked at Lockhart, who suddenly turned his face in confusion. "What are you doing?" Lockhart said with a wicked smile, seriously, "Harry, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been sucked out of life by the mysterious man in the diary, and I would have died. The diary promised me before that he would teach me great magic and make me famous. But he broke his promise. So this time I want to make a name for myself. My oblivion spell is good, and I will modify your memory later. You will remember your great Professor Lockhart, who bravely appeared here when you were in danger, solved the Dark Lord's diary, and successfully saved you and Ronald. I think the title of my next book is out. How about Lockhart and the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets?" Lockhart said expectantly. "You're stealing. You're adding other people's experiences to yourself." Harry said angrily. "Stealing? Not really," Lockhart said instead of being ashamed. "Otherwise, how did you think the experiences in my previous books came from? It took me a lot of money to collect so many experiences. Less time, but also to modify the memories of those guys one by one, so that they completely forget that they have done such a thing. You are shameless." Harry said angrily. Don't preach to me, Harry. The world has never been hypocritical, and fans want to see a handsome wizard and werewolf adventure like me, not an old wizard with a mouth full of yellow teeth and hair falling out. Lockhart said. Don't worry, Harry, the Oblivion Curse is my best. You won't feel anything. Just think it's a little dream. 99. Immediately, Lockhart's wand was pointed at Harry, and he said, grave accent, with a big smile, forget it. Just as Harry watched helplessly as the curse shot towards him, a wall of light rose up in front of him, rebounding the curse directly onto Lockhart, and Lockhart was knocked out heavily and passed out. Looks like I'm not too late. An old but powerful voice came from outside the door. I saw Dumbledore walked in with a smile, without even looking at Lockhart, who was in a coma at his feet, leaned over and picked up the phoenix from the ashes, and said softly, Fawkes, you did a good job. 35. Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry exclaimed in surprise, then said anxiously, Headmaster, come and see what's going on with Ronald? He hasn't woken up yet. Dumbledore came over and looked at Ronald carefully and said, Don't worry, Harry. Ronald is just bleeding a little too much. Let Madame Pomfrey give him some blood tonic later, and he will be alive and well in no time. 35. Then Dumbledore picked up the broken diary on the ground. His expression was a little serious, and his eyes were far from knowing what he was thinking. Seeing Dumbledore notice the diary, Harry explained, Headmaster, this is Voldemort's diary. Malfoy took the opportunity to stuff it into Ginny's cauldron before school started, but Peter found it, and he took it away. Until later, it fell into our hands. Tom Riddle said, if it weren't for Chow, we made our own decisions, the diary would still be in Peter's hands. Then the latter things wouldn't have happened. Harry said, full of unease. Listening to Harry's explanation, Dumbledore nodded and said, so it is. Although you are indeed a little reckless, you are able to solve this black magic item. Harry, you have contributed. You don't need to blame yourself, after all, it is between people. Trust never arises out of thin air. This time, it's because of your distrust of Peter, but I think Peter will forgive you. Dumbledore suddenly looked in one direction and said with a smile, am I right? Peter. Harry followed Dumbledore's line of sight in confusion, only to see a bare wall. Headmaster, didn't Peter go home for Christmas? Shouldn't it be possible to be here? 99. Dumbledore didn't speak, took out his Elder Wand with a smile, and pointed towards the empty wall, only to see a round mirror floating on the wall, facing the door. Harry looked at the mirror curiously, and found that the mirror did not reflect his own appearance, but Peter's appearance. Good evening, Dumbledore. And Harry. Peter lay on the bed without the slightest embarrassment of being caught, greeting the two people across the mirror lazily. Headmaster, what is this? Why is Peter here? Harry asked in surprise. This is a double-sided mirror, Harry, a lost communication tool. Peter should be talking to us now at home, Dumbledore said to Harry gently. Peter set up a monitor here. Harry reacted and said in surprise, then looked at Peter in the mirror and asked, Peter, did you just see what happened here? 39. Yes, I set up the double-sided mirror here early, because I know Tom Riddle will come and take the diary sooner or later. After all, when you stole the diary from me and handed it to Lockhart yourself, I just expected this result. Peter looked at Harry Potter half smiling. Harry was so ashamed by Peter's look that he couldn't help lowering his head, looking only at his feet. Seeing this, Dumbledore couldn't help sighing, stroked Harry's shoulder, looked at Peter in the mirror, and said, Peter, you are always full of foresight, but can you consider that Harry and the others are just ordinary children, not strategies like you do? You need to give them time to grow. 99. Peter snorted coldly. Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm not Harry Potter's nanny. I don't have the time or energy to protect your savior. You should also know that I can always see a little sign of the future, so I got the diary ahead of time and even solved the basilisk in the secret room. But because of their superfluous actions, the diary was released by them. If it wasn't for Tom Riddle's fear, the school would have been turned upside down by him. The more Peter spoke, the lower Harry's head fell, as if he was about to burrow into the soil. Oh, so Peter, you predicted the diary and the Chamber of Secrets early on? Dumbledore asked curiously, "Can you tell me what the original future was like?" "It doesn't sound very good. The prophecy I saw was, after Ginny Weasley got the diary, she was bewitched by the diary and opened her heart to him, so the AC/DC notebook released the basilisk through Ginny Weasley and petrified it on Halloween." Filch's cat, followed by consecutive attacks on Gryffindor's first-year Colin Creevey and Hufflepuff's second-year Justin Finch. Ravenclaw's 6th grade Penelope Crywat and Hermione Granger. Peter said slowly. Harry felt his heart twitch when he heard the name of the attack. He knew all these people. Colin Creevey was his little brother, and he held a camera all day to take pictures of him. Here is Hufflepuff volunteering with one of his better friends, and Hermione is also attacked by a basilisk. Later, a strong sense of happiness was born. Fortunately, the basilisk was solved by Peter at the beginning. And he also tasted the meat of the basilisk at the beginning, and now he regrets thinking that the basilisk almost attacked his friend. "I ate less at first." Peter looked at Dumbledore's heavy face and smiled in his heart. He deliberately omitted the fact that the attacked person was only petrified, and Dumbledore automatically made up for it. "And you, Headmaster Dumbledore, were also expelled by Malfoy in conjunction with other school directors. So the school has no shelter at all, and many Muggle students are ready to go home." 35, Peter said with a heavy expression. "And what was the result? What was the result?" Harry asked impatiently. It turned out that Ginny Weasley was taken into the Chamber of Secrets by Tom Riddle and wrote in blood on the wall, "Her body will be sealed in the Chamber of Secrets forever." The school was about to close, and in the end the school had to bring Dumbledore back. I don't know what happened next. After all, the future predictions are always just words and can't be fully understood. Peter scoffed without changing his face. "Fortunately, Peter, you killed the basilisk ahead of time. Otherwise, a lot of people would have died," Harry said with a sigh of relief. Dumbledore also nodded, with a smile on his face, looked at Peter opposite the mirror and said, "Peter, you have done a good job. You can change the future by relying on prophecy. I am afraid that only you can do it." In fact, Dumbledore also had some doubts that Peter was lying, but after carefully observing Peter's demeanor, judging from his experience of living for more than 100 years, he did not see any sign of Peter lying. If Peter knew what Dumbledore was thinking, he probably would have laughed. After all, not a word of what he said just now is false, but he omitted some content, which triggered such an association. So that's where the ingenuity of language is. "Okay, Peter, let's stop here for our call. We need to get out of here first. Professor McGonagall and the others are probably in a hurry outside," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Wait first, Headmaster Dumbledore." Peter shouted quickly, "Headmaster, can you help me take this double-sided mirror out with me? And I'll ask you for it later when I go back to school." "Yes." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "There is also a piece on the ceiling of the statue, and there is also a piece in the toilet at the entrance of the secret room. You should be able to find it, Principal, please," Peter said, begging. "I didn't expect you to have such a rich collection, Peter. Double-sided mirrors are rare these days. I only have one pair, but I can't compare to you," Dumbledore said in surprise. "Don't make fun of me, Dumbledore, I can't compare to you," Peter said hurriedly, waving his hand. Although only he and his younger brother Aberforth are left in the Dumbledore family, they are also pure-blooded families with a long history, not to mention that Dumbledore once studied alchemy with Nick LeMay, engaged in alchemy, and reached a certain level. There will be no shortage of money.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.